Hi guys, how is everybody doing? And I saw the chat talking about what day 145 holds for us. We're supposed to have 15 minutes or so of arguments this morning. The court feed hasn't started here yet with Law and Crime. We're supposed to have Hylton, and maybe we won't hear about it in court. Maybe it was just emailed to the court last night or something. But she is supposed to identify the new day that the state plans to call Martinez Arnold to the stand. So we'll see if we hear anything about that this morning. And yes, it's supposed to be Detective Dennis on the stand. And yes, it will probably be all day or close to all day with direct of Dennis. Because yesterday we heard the judge thank the state for saying thank you for making it about one day instead of 3 or 4. So this will probably be an all day of Detective Dennis. He has been on the stand before. He's the one that said that one of Jeffrey Williams' songs was a banger. So that's why people call him a fan. Yeah. Not all that interesting, but not all that uninteresting either. And good morning to everybody. Also, I don't know if John Coman is here. I know it's John Coman's birthday. So big happy birthday to John Coman. And I'm sure there's probably other birthdays too. So if it's your birthday today or tomorrow, let us know. And yes, Raphael Morris, so we read Ashleigh Merchant's letter at the end of the day yesterday, but I did clip it out if you wanted to catch it quick. I think it was like a 20-minute video. If you 2 times it, you can get through it in 10 minutes and get back over here. Definitely was a really, really good letter. Really good letter. Like, a little bit of slick remarks, a little bit of shade, not too much, but really great advocacy for the process that a defendant deserves, the way things should be done in court. So, I loved the letter. I even forgave some typos in it. And look at you guys. Hate living in reality. And Tina Slime now. Hold on, I think... Okay, I see it. Tina Turner, thanks for becoming a member. Hi, Kat. I'm so happy to be here with the slime emoji. Thank you so much. Sometimes StreamYard mixes things up. And then good morning to Corey. Good morning to Mother of Pitbulls. And OG Cappy says FFS with the early... And then I don't see it. It's like outside of what StreamYard's pulling in for me. So I won't know what this was about. And Stephen T. Satchel, thank you so much. Already dropping 5 gifted memberships. Super generous. Super generous. If you guys got a gifted membership, make sure you're saying thank you. It gives you access to the channel emojis. I have a new one that I'm uploading as soon as court starts. So that way, you know, I'm not going to sit here and do it while we're waiting for something to happen. But thank you for all the thank yous here to Stephen.
Tentivish type things.
Right.
Do you mind redacting that out? Tentivish type things. Do you mind redacting that out?
No, Your Honor, and I actually was going to try to speak to Mr. Sharp before we started court, but I wasn't able to yet to let him know that there won't be any issue with that.
Thank you.
All right.
You're welcome.
I appreciate that.
Anything else?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Steele, do you have that?
I'm getting pulled up by, I believe, Ms. Westmoreland, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Westmoreland.
Almost there, Your Honor.
No problem.
Can you try rebooting the router? Sure. Thank you. Your Honor, while we wait, I'm going to briefly consult with Mr. Sharp on the time act.
Okay.
Check your email and make sure that's the most recent order. I'm going to send it to you right now. Oh, yes.
I like Hylton's outfit today. Shark's just over in the back beaming. Oh, man. A big thank you also to Renee Stevenson, helping someone out here become a slime. It's like Slime Time Live TV here. That ill kid Jay was up too late at Club Classy. Says, I have not slept since last night. I may gradually make less and less sense. I know what that's like. You get on like your second wind and start getting goofy. Third wind, you get goofier. Yeah, a lot of love here for the Hylton outfit today.
Your Honor, I sent over the order to Ms. Percival. I'm about to forward it to everyone, but I just wanted to get it to you as soon as possible.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Careton has an interesting tie. Oh, okay, wait. I see the ribbon now. And then Keith Adams was also, he had a purple tie, and it looked like he had a little, I couldn't really see it close. But it looks like it might be like a cancer awareness for Hylton, and then also maybe for Adams. Right, I think, let me double check before I'm misspeaking. Purple is for certain types of cancer, right? Or is my brain just stuck in it being Cancer Awareness Month? Okay, so some cancers, pancreatic cancer, thyroid cancer, but also lupus. Alzheimer's awareness. There's a bunch of different things associated with purple. So purple for lupus.
It's going to take me a minute
Also
to
mental
read it
health.
all.
Domestic violence, DV Awareness Month. Okay. Okay, so because it's October and purple, it's probably that. I know, I pulled up Wikipedia and there's like a screen worth of things that the purple ribbon represents, so, but the month makes it make more sense. And October 17th is also National Pasta Day, Spreadsheet Day, and National Edge Day. That kind of sounds weird. Spreadsheet Day. I guess we gotta look at the national days every day now. Yeah, so today specifically, you guys, is Purple for Thursday, or Purple Thursday for DV awareness. So I think in context, it's for DV. So we've got Adam with the purple tie, Hylton with the purple ribbon, and I think she had some purple color on her shirt. Do really like Hylton's outfit today. I don't know. I don't know if this 15 minutes is going to be enough, you guys. And then did I miss a squeak? Sorry, I was like looking at this spreadsheet of things purple represents. Squeak counter. And for anyone joining late, it seems like it's going to be Detective Dennis all day, possibly, but hopefully not all day on direct. But, you know how that goes. And I feel like Love's going to want to question Dennis, so...
Part of this ruling.
I think if you look at the bottom of page 12.
Okay.
Court's opinion on, I think it's where there's some discussion, kind of goes into.
All right, thanks.
Your Honor, last paragraph of page 12, maybe about 3 lines before the end
All right.
of the page, going on to page 13, and then I'm looking for more
Okay, I
conditional.
was looking down at the rulings part.
Oh, we're on day 146. I think I said 145 earlier. My bad.
Y'all could have maybe given me a heads up yesterday. I could have read this last night. Since we knew we would have Dennis on the stand this morning.
It's going to be a day, you guys. Well, okay, so that's why there's so much silence, is because they're trying to argue and make a ruling on something that they filed some motion on last night. So the judge has to do the research work right here sitting in court. So, and it obviously relates to Dennis in some way.
There's a bit more information on it. It's on the bottom of page 12.
Well, let me see if it's up. One of the portals that works a little faster doesn't always update right away. Let's see real quick if we see. Nope. Okay, even, let's see, motion eliminate. No, the most recent thing I see, unless it only went to like one person's file, is a few days ago we already looked at a motion from Brian Steele. So it sounds like whatever it is like crisp and brand new. I don't see anything under anyone else. So, don't know what it is. Sorry, you guys. I'm sure we'll hear something.
That is that
That's
if there's
likely.
a foundation objection or a 403 objection, I'll rule on it at that point in time when the objection's made.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Does the state want to be heard about it beyond that? Okay. All right, are we ready to get the jury in? Okay.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, you want to go ahead and have, I guess it's just Mr. Dennis at this point, former investigator Dennis, okay.
Retired detective, Your Honor.
Retired Detective Dennis,
Oh
okay.
my gosh.
Anyway, let's get the jury in.
It sounds like maybe Detective Dennis, they want him to talk about maybe a statement or an exhibit of some kind, and there's a foundation objection. And Whitaker's ruling is object to it in the moment.
Did we swear you yesterday? I don't know if we ever got that far.
I was sworn in the other.
And that was about it? Oh, okay. All right, right. You've already, I'll just remind you, you're still under oath then. Okay.
Right? The judge is talking at like 3/4 of a speed today. And Jim, so Thorpe is the one that Woody called Squirrel Brain. Detective Dennis is the one that's a fan of Young Thug. And shout out to Tetsuko for becoming a member. Does Dennis have a pin all the way up here? Is that normal? Actually, Atkins kind of has. I think it just looks higher up on Dennis, because Atkins kind of has one like here. Dennis is kind of like where like an Oxford button would be. Amber Hannon's been a member for 1 month. Not a blue jean bandit. Joe, thank you for becoming a member. And good observation here. Watermelon Juice says, looks like Hylton's gonna use the podium. We can only hope.
All right, thank you very much. Okay, retired Detective Dennis, I'll just remind you that you are still under oath. And Ms. Hylton, you can proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Investigator Dennis. How are you?
Good morning.
When you were here previously, you testified about your involvement in the investigation of the shootings that occurred after the death of Donovan Thomas. Do you recall testifying to that?
Yes.
All right. And again, during that period in 2015, did you work with your partner, retired Sergeant Gaither, to assist in solving some of those shootings that occurred after the death of Donovan Thomas Jr.?
Yes.
As a member of the gang unit, when you first learned of the shootings that occurred after Donovan Thomas Jr. passed away, did the gang unit or yourself immediately begin investigating those cases as retaliatory shootings?
Yes.
How did the gang unit recognize or realize that some of these shootings were in retaliation of the murder of Donovan Thomas?
Usually it was based on the victims of the shooting.
In the first days between January 11th and January 19th, were there homes that were shot at that were either family members or friends of Kenneth Copeland?
Yes.
Excuse me, I'm sorry. I believe the microphone may not be working. Not
Shout out
yours,
to Doug.
Ms. Hill.
The witness
Shout out
mic,
to
The witness
Doug.
mic.
you just
Thank you.
pull it closer to you.
No, it wasn't on. I
Miss Hill.
didn't know I had to hit, but
Thank you. Can y'all hear it all right now?
can you hear me?
Okay.
Where were those homes primarily situated?
Throughout the city. We had them popping up all throughout Atlanta.
Okay. Were there homes on Hendricks Avenue that were targeted in the days immediately following Donovan Thomas's murder?
Yes.
Right. And the addresses that were associated with those homes was that 193 and 197 Hendricks Avenue?
Yes.
Also, was there a home of Mr. Copeland's sister, 878 Oakland Drive, that was targeted as well?
Yes.
How did the fact that homes that were of the family members of Kenneth Copeland factor at all in your investigation after the investigation of those shootings after Donovan Thomas's murder?
We
I'm
only
going
spent
to
like 16
object
hours
as
with him.
irrelevant at this point unless more foundation is laid.
Overruled.
You may answer.
Can you repeat the question?
Sure. The fact that the homes of Kenneth Copeland family members were targeted, how did that factor into your investigation as you began investigating these retaliatory shootings?
We basically would be notified by the patrol officer of the shooting. Usually they happened at night. And usually once they would give the name or they would provide us information indicating that it was a family member of.
Objection, confrontation clause.
Can you rephrase?
Sure. Without saying what any of the officers told you, just how did it factor into your investigation?
We basically gathered information as they came in, and pretty much every night we had a different shooting and we were tasked with investigating it.
Okay. Outside of Kenneth Copeland, did you learn of other homes of individuals that you all associated with YSL members, their family's home being shot or targeted?
Yes.
What was one of those addresses?
Ruby Harper.
Okay. And whose home did you identify that home belonging to?
A family member related to Mr. Williams.
And were you ever able to associate Mr. Williams with that home specifically?
Yes.
How did you do that?
I pulled his driver license picture.
You have permission to approach?
You may.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Stacy's Exhibit 540 Yankee. Do you recognize 540 Yankee?
Yes.
And how do you recognize 540 Yankee?
It's Mr. Williams' driver license picture.
And is that, I'm sorry.
From 2015, I believe.
Okay. And is that what you pulled as a part of your investigation?
Yes.
And is that a fair and accurate copy of the license information that you pulled regarding Mr. Williams back in 2015?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time the state would like to tender Stacy's Exhibit 540Y into evidence.
I'd object to the admission of that evidence as hearsay.
Overruled, admitted.
Your Honor,
A double team here?
understanding the court's ruling, there's some personal information on a driver's license. We'd like it redacted.
Okay.
And we're not going to publish, we're just going to ask him to cite the address, Your Honor. But we'll redact it for later.
Okay.
What is the address on Mr. Williams' license?
3424 Ruby H. Harper Boulevard, Southeast Atlanta, Georgia.
And was that the target of one of the shootings between January 11th and January 19th, 2015?
Yes.
Now, as these shootings came in, were you trying to identify potential suspects of those shootings?
Yes.
How did you go about doing that?
We would start with a police report. And with that police report, we would try to find whatever evidence we could with that, reaching out to the victims or witnesses, any car descriptions, suspect descriptions, and we would go from there. We would also reach out to our crime lab to see what shell casings was recovered. They would do what's called NIBIN, and NIBIN would tell us if it was related to a specific weapon or any other shooting incident that had occurred prior.
At any point in time, did you all go to social media in order to see if you can get any intel on what may be happening out in the community?
Yes.
Okay. Were there any particular social media pages that you all went to or that you saw that informed your investigation?
Yes.
What were some of those pages?
Immediately after the death of Donovan Thomas, there was a fake Instagram, I believe, page created, Death to Snake N-words. And from that, it was almost like a play-by-play of what was going on, or those associated with Mr. Thomas. They basically were sending threats and telling what the...
Hearsay.
You're
Overruled.
Best evidence rule. Then.
That's,
Evidence rule. Best evidence rule.
oh, sorry, best evidence. Do you have,
I do.
all right.
Did
Go
you
ahead.
did you collect, or did you all collect some of those posts?
Yes.
Thank you.
Permission to approach.
You may.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 546Y.
Okay, so it's just my guess when Hylton was about to ask him to speak on it rather than approach with the exhibit, Whitaker gave a look at Hylton, and that's why Hylton like paused her question and then Steele said thank you. Because it seems like that best records, best evidence, judge was trying to tell Hylton, well, just bring them to him then. And she kept trying to ask the question anyway.
Is 546Y one of those such posts that came from that Death to Snake N-words page?
Yes.
And is that a fair and accurate depiction of one of the posts that you saw in the early days after Mr. Thompson was killed?
Yes.
This time the state would like the tender State's Exhibit 546Y into evidence.
Object to any hearsay in it. It's being used for the truth of the matter.
Your Honor, we're not offering any of the words in there for the truth of the matter asserted, but just to illustrate that that was the post that was given or that was posted on social media.
I'll object to any of the words on the page except for the post.
But
the death to snakes, if that's what the prosecutor's getting at. But any statement is being used for the truth of the matter asserted. I object.
Your Honor, may we approach? I think it might be on longer.
Oh, here we go. Here we go. And I think this is one of the more difficult things to understand about hearsay exceptions is, it's not really hearsay if it's not being offered for the truth of the matter asserted. But we've already seen in this trial times where the state would say that they're not offering it for that reason, and then that's exactly the reason they're offering it for. So now Hylton just wants to approach, in my opinion, probably for a chance to articulate her argument a little bit better, because they were fine making commentary at those objections right there. So those last two couple of sentences exchanged back and forth. So we'll see how this one goes. And to clarify, the judge did sustain, just not explicitly, that best evidence objection. So until we find out, we have 6 objections. We're waiting on a ruling on this one. 2 have been sustained so far. So, and yeah, I think it's going to be a long day. Right. Like this is the greatest way to summarize it, OB. It has to be for the truth of the matter asserted because they acted on it, because they thought it was true. And they've done this. This is what they did the week before the jury was just out. And Love got in trouble for it. With Sprinkle. So here we go again. Just with Hylton today instead. Big shout out to Stephen T. Sacha, who gifted another 5 memberships. Thank you so much, Stephen. Sony Pix became a member. Thank you so much. Dirty Old Sailor says, good morning, Cat and Slime. So you guys know what time it is. It's a little early in the morning. Let's do some slime champagne in the chat there. Get some greens going. And I haven't added the new emoji yet. I'm a little bit behind. but there's been a lot of objections. There's been a lot of objections to count already. Because we are what? It's been like 8 minutes of testimony. So almost an objection a minute. Also loved when like Brian Steele and Keith Adams, they're co-counsel, but they both were tag teaming there. And thank you guys for all the slimes in the chat. Oh man. So much slime. It's just like a wall of, and on StreamYard it doesn't show the actual custom emojis for the channel. It just does what they're called. So it's just a bunch of slimes for real. Ooh, I didn't know this one looked green. Good call, Steven. Thank you so much, you guys. And big thank you to Dirty Old Sailor. Dirty Old Sailor is going to be our squeak counter sponsor today. We should get some background music for when they do a sidebar. I'd probably be bad at like turning it on and off though, so maybe that's a bad idea, but I can dream. Shout out to Cress. Cress became a member yesterday, also gifted others to help them become members, and also gifting another one. Rise and shine early this morning, helping someone become green. Thank you, Cress. Good to see you again. Apoon and Woo dropping 5 gifted memberships. And Apoon and Woo makes it easy. You can just drop an AA in the chat. Show some love for Apoon and Woo. Kelvin says, get the Jeopardy music. It would be on loop for a while. I think we'd get sick of it. And then, oh boy, shout out, where was it? A big shout out to Tim Bionda, correcting all of us here. Thank you for the 2, and also it's a lectern, not a podium. Podiums are for standing on. Alright, so I need like an off-ramp. I need some time to like fizzle out some associations in my mind, because I think I'm going to call it podium for like 2 or 3 more days before I get it right. So we're going to make the switch to lectern, not podium. Big thank you to Tim here, because I didn't know there was a difference. And I guarantee you guys I'm going to get it wrong several more times before it clicks and sticks. Ooh, that Il Kid J said I can play the drums during these sidebars like coffee shop jazz vibes. That'd be good for the morning. Yeah, lectern sounds so much fancier. Yeah, you lecture at a lectern. Well, that means more than ever Love should be standing over there. Because some of her questions are definitely more statement and narrative in nature. But, I mean... Also, shout out to 403 is ready. Says, good morning, Kat and KNW at Doctors, but I'm all eyes. So, glad to be keeping you company. Glad you were here with us. Chris Folsom, thanks for being a member for 1 month. My favorite coverage. Thank you so much for being a part of it. Cat v Dog, I love your name. It obviously reminds me of the show Cat Dog. Which, like, who thought of that concept? Who thought of that concept for the show Cat Dog? Was it like a Hanna-Barbera show? Who did that? That was a concept and a half. And hold on. So Kino says, hold on, we need background music during the direct. And you know what's crazy? I clipped And, you know, there could be a lot of reasons analytics are different, and this isn't supposed to be super technical by any means. It just caught my eye. I clipped Atkins' direct of Investigator Griffin yesterday, and also clipped Doug's, and also clipped Brian Steele's, and also clipped ADA Brown getting yelled at in the morning, which I think that was a little bit more exciting. People probably clicked that. When I tell you the direct testimony, and this is the state's case in chief, the direct testimony has like 700 plays. The others all have like 5-digit views. Like, nobody wants to watch the direct in this case. Like, and it's not like direct in and of itself is boring and cross is always exciting. Like, people tune in for direct testimony, wait for direct testimony for certain witnesses in certain cases. But here, it's just like nobody wants to watch the direct. Alright, so let's see where we're going.
Okay, and that's 546Y.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, and so that's admitted subject to what we discussed up here.
Okay. And let me ask you this, Detective Dennis. The post that you were seeing on this Death to Snake N-words page, did they have threats on those pages?
Yes,
All right. And were those threats directed at anyone?
yes.
Who?
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled.
I'm going to say the bench was
Kenneth
mostly a
Copeland, Woody?
win.
Okay. Permission to
For the
publish
state.
the version that we discussed, Your Honor?
The first one,
Yes.
you may.
It's my guess that a comment was removed from the exhibit. So, I don't know. And the court is quiet, so. Don't know why the court is quiet.
Now, as a part of your investigation, of course, indulgence one moment. As a part of your investigation, did an individual by the name of Rayshawn Bennett come up as a part of your investigation?
Yes.
How did he come up as a part of your investigation?
At one point, his mother's house was shot up twice.
And when, as you were investigating the case, did you ever speak with Quindarius Zachary about anything that could have happened at those two homes?
Yes,
And did you know anything about those shootings prior to speaking to Mr. Zachary?
yes.
What information did you have about those two shootings as a part of your investigation prior to speaking with Mr. Zachary?
Could be hearsay. I don't know. It's a broad question, so I'm going to preliminary object to hearsay and confrontation clause, unless it is narrow.
Overruled.
The weapon that Mr. Zachary was caught with in May of 2015 was knifed back to the second shooting of Rayshawn Bennett's mother's house where she was shot.
In the first shooting of Mrs. Bennett's home, were you familiar with Kelvin Watts?
Yes,
What about Jamal Baines?
yes,
And what about Jermaine Hardiman?
yes.
How were you familiar with those three individuals?
They were arrested the day of that shooting.
Okay. And were those three individuals associated with any gangs?
They were associated with IF Gang.
At the time, was Mr. Bennett associated with any gangs?
IF Gang.
Now, I want to take you to some shootings that occurred on January 26th. Do you recall any shootings as a part of your investigation regarding this kind of gang war that occurred on January 26th of 2015?
Yes.
Right. To your knowledge, how many shootings occurred on January 26, 2015?
Several.
Okay. Were you familiar with, as a part of your investigation, Mr. Copeland being shot on the highway on January 26, 2015?
Yes.
And do you remember if that case number was 15-026-0124?
I don't remember the case number off the top of my head.
No problem. Also on that same day was Lucci Mama's house shot on 1/26/2015.
Yes.
And then on that same day was Trevante Turner shot on 1/26/2015.
Same
Yes.
set of names.
And
Same set of
Trevante
names.
Turner back in 2015, did he associate with YSL?
Yes.
And the shooting of Trevante Turner, was that on 198 Stanhope?
Yes.
Let me ask you this. I'm going to give you 3 APD case numbers. I want you to tell the jury which would be first, second, and third in the day, okay?
Okay.
15-026-0124, 15-026-2672, 15-026-2801. Which one would have been the earliest in the day?
The one with the 0. Basically, our case numbers are broken down by the Julian date. The Julian date, January 1st, will be 001 and so forth and so on until 365 days. When they come into our 911 dispatch, whatever number that is in the course of the day of incidents, that's what the number is. And so based on those case numbers, the first number would have been first and second and third based on the case number, how they came in.
So would 0124 been the first for that day?
Yes.
Then 2672?
Yes.
And then 2801?
Correct.
And would 2672 and 2801, depending on the activity of that day, be pretty close in time to each other?
That's correct. And it basically resets at midnight. So, for example, if something, like today was the 16th, if an incident happened overnight on the 15th at midnight, it would become the 16th, even though it's pretty much close in proximity, it's the same time.
On January 28th, 2015, did you ever interview a woman by the name of Antravia Smith?
Yes.
And what was your reason for interviewing with Ms. Smith?
Her apartment was shot up on Springdale Road.
And did that shooting happen on January 28th, 2015?
Yes.
And was that 2 days after the last incident we just discussed?
Yes.
And based on your investigation, do you know if she was the target of that shooting?
That would be hearsay and confrontation clause.
Overruled.
Her residence was the target. I don't think necessarily her, but her residence was.
And based on your investigation, were you aware of anyone else staying at her residence during this time period?
Same objection, Your Honor.
Overruled.
Based on our interview of her, she explained that
That would be confrontation clause.
That would also be impeachment.
Sustained.
Your Honor, Ms. Smith testified and denied who was in her home.
So prior
inconsistent statement.
Okay, overruled.
Mr. Watts was at her home during the shooting.
And did she tell you that Mr. Watts was there at the time during the shooting?
Yes.
And did she provide you during your interview with her a video that she thought that you should have?
Yes.
And what was that video?
Her neighbor had a camera set up in the window pointing outward, so it basically captured the drive-by shooting.
Did she provide you any other videos?
She provided us a video of Mr. Sledge, Montunk, and Quindarius Zachary basically taunting Mr. Watts and their rivals.
And I want to show
Same
you
video again.
what's already been admitted as Stacey's Exhibit 441Y. It should come up on your screen.
You know what? Let me ask the chat. The way that was worded, what would you picture that video to be about? Especially if you don't know what video they're talking about already. Because before it just clicked, it took like a second to click for me. I'm picturing she has like some Ring camera video, or she's taking a video outside her house while they're all standing outside her house that very night, threatening menacingly. It's not that video. It is not that video. So let's see. And I don't get how we're going through this yet again. Right. The same things again. And like, look at the daylight in the background. The same video. How many times are they going to play this? Right, you got, like, it seemed like they were, oh, there's a video of the actual drive-by.
Provided to you after she told you that Mr. Watts was in her home when her home was shot up.
Yes.
Same video over and over and over again. With people that, well, one took a plea out, but people that aren't here in this room.
Now, after that, in February 2015, did you, as a part of your investigation, learn of a shooting involving Mr. Watts where he was shot?
Yes.
And then on that same day, on February 10, 2015, did you learn of 193 Hendricks Avenue being shot at again after Mr. Watts was shot?
Yes. Hendricks was basically, after most incidents, they would go shoot up Hendricks almost as a retaliation immediately or sometime thereafter.
And as a part of your investigation,
Now, on defense, the defense needs to say, who is they? Who is they? Because Hylton's trying to group people together, but a lot of those theys involve, you know, as a group, as a summation, Shell Kell on one side, and Woody and Threat on the other. And then Woody's brother also lives on Hendricks Avenue. So the defense needs to probe on that they, because when you let that hang like that, it sounds like a anybody group, including people in this room. And Hylton's fine with that vagueness.
who resided on Hendricks?
I believe Kenny Boo.
And do you know what, if any, relationship that did Kenny Boo have with Mr. Copeland or his family?
I don't.
Okay.
Remember, they expected to need him for 3 to 4 days this time.
Then, as a part of your investigation, did you also look into the shooting that occurred on February 19, 2015, the shooting involving Mr. Copeland, his child, and his child's mother?
Yes.
Right. And do you recall if anyone was arrested for that particular shooting?
4 IF gang members were arrested for that shooting.
Sitting here today, do you remember who the 4 IF gang members were?
Octavius Franklin, Josiah Johnson, Bobby Hardy.
All right. What did you?
Octavius Franklin, common spelling. Josiah Johnson, Bobby Hardy, and Josiah Johnson.
I think you said Josiah Johnson twice. Remember the fourth one?
I could be missing one.
Okay.
Franklin, Johnson, Fleetwood, Dalviante, Fleetwood. Is that four? I'm sorry.
Now, did there ever come a point in between January and February that some of the shootings, I'm going to say for lack of a better term, died down in the earlier parts of 2015?
Repeat that?
Sure. I'm going to ask between January and June, so I'll ask a different question. Between January and June of 2015, did there ever come a period of time where the shootings slowed down between January and June?
March.
And to your knowledge, do you know if in March of 2015, Mr. Williams was on tour?
I was told of that, but yes.
And do you, to your knowledge, do you know if any of the YSL members were on tour with Mr. Williams during that time?
I'm going to object to any hearsay.
Overruled.
To your knowledge, do you know if any other YSL members were on tour with Mr. Williams during that time?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know who?
Not everybody, no.
Do you know some?
Yes.
Who?
Mr. Kendricks, Mr. Zachary, Mr. Stilwell Jackson.
Do you know if Mr. Copeland was on tour with them during that time?
I'm not sure.
Now, I want to take you to April 2nd of 2015. Was there a homicide that occurred on April 2nd, 2015 that was a part of your investigation?
Yes.
Okay. Who was the victim in that homicide?
Mr. Rivers.
Okay. And based on your investigation and working up these shootings, do you know if he was a member of a gang?
He was documented as a 30 deep gang member.
Objection, confrontation clause.
Overruled.
Wow.
And I believe previously you talked about the relationship between 30 Deep and YSL.
Correct.
Correct. Now, as a part of your investigation, did you ever learn of a residence at 35 Oak Drive?
35 Oak, yes.
Okay. And based on your investigation, who resided or frequented that location?
Kelvin Treadwell, Mr. Williams.
Now, take you to April 12th of 2015. Did you, Sergeant Gaither, investigate the shooting of Dexter Montgomery?
Yes.
And during the course of that investigation, did you also meet with Walter Murphy?
Yes.
And when you met with Walter Murphy, did he talk to you about?
May we approach?
Yes.
I really hope they bring up, like, you don't know what has all been testified to previously in this trial. You're not going to know how to rule on stuff involving DK because you didn't watch his testimony. You weren't here. You didn't go back and review that stuff. You probably aren't that familiar with what Detective Dennis testified to previously either. So, and in and around both of those testimonies, she's probably not aware of what's previously been ruled on as far as admissibility. So, I always love, like, exasperated, can we just approach? Like, it's gonna be something. It's gonna be something. And guys, I do think Steele objects maybe for the record more often than not, even if he knows it won't be sustained. So I'm not surprised by some of those overrules. Some of his objections were, whatever the question and answer was going to be, we're going to come in anyway, and Steele wanted the foundation to be drawn out even further than it needed to be. But, confrontation clause, I don't know why that one wasn't sustained, but all right. And I also think maybe he could have objected with a character evidence issue too. Not sure. But I feel like this approach is like, Shart's going to have to go up there and lay out what's happened previously that Whitaker has missed. And big shout out, tons of new members piling in here, especially with the help of the gifted memberships. So Dirty Old Sailor had dropped 20 gifted subs in the chat. So 20 new green folks. That means you guys got to use some custom emojis. There's a bunch in there to choose from. So pick one, drop it in the chat. Super, super generous. Thank you for all your support, Dirty Old Sailor. The gifts are such a nice thing to do for the channel because it makes it fun for you guys in the chat. Also, Get Pretty Dirty says, please no love today. And now I'm wondering, do you prefer Hylton that much more? Do you prefer Hylton that much more? Okay, this one was pretty quick.
Yes, slow down. Sorry.
Heard a squeak.
Let me ask you this. Did that address at Oak Drive have any significance to you as you began investigating all the retaliatory shootings from 2015?
Yes.
What was that significance?
In investigating the Dexter Montgomery shooting, it was told to us that that's
Sustained. Sustained.
Let me ask you this. When you,
She's got a double sustain. I think
without
she
saying what
lost at the
anybody
bench.
said, why was it significant?
during our investigation, we learned that was where the suspects are.
Same objection.
Sustained.
I think Westmoreland threw her off focus.
Were you part of the interview with Quindarius Zachary?
Yes.
And in your interview with Quindarius Zachary, did he talk about where the guns in the car was taken after the murder of Donovan Thomas?
Yes.
Okay. Where was that location?
Oak Drive, or whatever it is.
And was that your understanding of Kelvin Treadwell's home?
Yes.
All right. And is that the same location that became relevant as a part of the Dexter Montgomery shooting?
Yes.
And with the Dexter Montgomery shooting, was there a suspect and later someone arrested by the name of Demise McMullen?
Yes, Nard.
Okay. And did that same name come up as a part of the Donovan Thomas murder investigation?
Yes.
Sorry, I need to stay by the mic. And in both the Dexter Montgomery shooting and the Donovan Thomas murder, was Mr. Nard suspected to be a shooter?
Yes.
Now, when you met with Mr. Zachary, was that in August of 2015?
Yes.
And during that meeting with him, did you speak with him about the Lil Wayne bus shooting?
Yes.
And at the time, was he able to provide you information about the Lil Wayne bus shooting?
Yes.
And was Mr. Zachary one of the people that you saw that night at the compound back in April of 2015?
Question asked and answered previously.
Sustained.
I think Hylton's thrown off.
Now, the Lil Wayne bus shooting happened on April 26, 2015?
Yes.
Right. 2 days after that, on April 28, 2015, was there a series of shootings that occurred?
Yes.
Okay. What were the series of shootings that you investigated as a part of your investigation with this retaliatory shootings on April 28, 2015?
The 1428 Adele, 1903 Drew, and the Landrum Drive shooting.
Okay. Was there an incident at Club Crucial on that day as well?
Yes.
And as a part of your investigation, what occurred at Club Crucial?
Demiki and Garlington got jumped inside.
And based on your investigation, is Demikion Garlington associate or a member of YSL?
Yes.
Right. Did you investigate, you said you don't remember case numbers.
No.
Let me ask you about a series of numbers again. 15-118-0288.
Okay.
15-118-0462.
Okay.
15-118-0531. And 15-118-0588.
Okay.
Would the 0288 be the first incident of that sequence?
Yes. If I can, I don't know if you write it down or something.
That's a lot of numbers to keep in your head. Here's a pad.
Okay, I think we're just getting the NIBIN numbers written. To be fair, Hylton's writing this in a way that I can read compared to the NIBIN guy yesterday. I mean, whatever, what was his name? Kilgore? John Coleman, happy birthday. Thank you for the 2. Happy birthday to you.
Oh, that 8 was.
Okay, so with 15-118-0288, 15-118-0462, 15-118-0531, 15-118-0588. Is this the order that they would have occurred in that day?
Yes.
So this would have been first, second, third, and fourth.
Correct.
The 0288 one doesn't have an arrest associated with it. That's the Donald Lee Hollowell Parkway.
We're gonna come back to that chart in 1 second.
So, Crucial, Club Crucial, Blood Brucial. Which one's the Landrum?
When you met with Quindarius Zachary, was he able to identify people that he told you were involved in the murder of Donovan Thomas?
Yes.
And did you show him pictures to confirm who he was speaking of when you talked to him?
Yes.
Permission to approach your Your Honor?
You may.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 542Y, or 542 Yankee Alpha through Yankee J. Look through those and tell me if you recognize all of those images.
While he's looking, can we approach it?
Yes.
All right, they're approaching while he reviews. So I'm wondering what her approach to this and what her theory exactly is going to be. It seems like the stuff she was writing on the board for those drive-by shootings in April, the ones we heard, Sledge testify quite a bit about. Are we just going to have a whole morning where they're just talking about Quindarius Zachary and Sledge again? Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Well, on a more positive and less confusing note, John also said Judge sounds in a bad mood today. Over it, bored, tired. Yeah, I agree. Shout out to Nana Banana for becoming a new member. Peter Ortiz says, hello, hi to my fellow slime, with 4 green amphibious emojis. 4 today, huh? Thank you so much, Peter. Good to see you. And then, yeah, so I don't know, I don't really get where we're going. I don't really actually know why we have to write that on the easel. I mean, it's nice for me so I can actually reference it, cross-reference it here, but I mean, I don't really see how that helps the jury at this moment in time. And Hylton's not putting stuff on an easel for me to match it to something I'm looking at online. Oh, man. Plans and Pen says, good morning, Cat in chat, also with some green amphibious emojis. Good to see you, Plans and Pens. Norma Jean, thank you for all you do. Thank you so much for the kind words. And yes,
And
the
let me ask a
Lucci's
more
Mama thing is
specific question.
annoying. Lucci Mama.
As far as the shooting of Donovan Thomas, who did Mr. Zachary say was, and let me get more specific, those who actually were a part of the drive-by shooting?
Diamante Kendrick, a.k.a. Yak, Demise McMullen, a.k.a. Nard, Justin Cobb, AKA Doo-Wop, and Shannon Stillwell Jackson, AKA SB.
And it's 542YA, 542YF, 542YD, and 542YB, the images that you showed him to confirm those individuals.
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, state would like to admit 542YA, YA, YB, YD, and YF.
All right, those are admitted.
Permission of
You may.
Sounds like he's asleep. It's nap time.
Looking at 542YA, who did Mr. Zachary identify that as?
Demonte Kendricks,
Okay. 542YB,
Demise McMullen,
542YF,
Shannon Stillwell Jackson,
542YD.
Justin Cobb,
And did he have a nickname?
Doo-Wop.
Thank you. Now, during your meeting with him, did you just have him also identify other individuals that he knew as part of YSL?
Yes.
All right.
And Gwennon, yep, he's
Now
summarizing
showing
all previous
542YE,
testimony. WTF 403.
542YG, YH, and YI. Tell me if those are the other pictures that you showed him during that interview.
The strategy to me has always been
Yes.
to bookend
They are.
the other witnesses to give a frame narrative through the detectives that are going to be on their side.
August interview.
Yes.
This time the state would like to admit State's Exhibit 542YE, 542YC, 542YG, 542YH, and 542YI into evidence.
No objection on behalf of Mr. Wood.
All right, those are admitted.
And permission to publish, Your Honor.
You may.
First, look at 542YC. Who did Mr. Zachary identify that as?
Jeffrey Young Thug Williams.
Okay, and that the same individual, is that the same picture that was on his driver's license?
Yes.
Now,
Why does the court sound? That's the court sound that just dropped again, and you kind of heard Hylton's voice fade out like that. So this is the second time when they put exhibits up on the screen that the sound is just cutting out from whatever. I mean, we're really just looking at the same pictures he was asked to identify. So I'm sure the question is just like repeating who's who in each picture. But still, and now she might be asking a question that I wish we could hear.
was already been admitted as State's Exhibit 1JJ.
So 2015. This is the Club Crucial call. 'cause we can't hear them. What is going on? We just have to look at the screen in silence.
Or Club Crucial.
Now I'm going to also show you, now what's been admitted as State Exhibit 4, KK.
All right, so this is the Adele Ave. At least she's kind of repeating it when she's writing it on the easel board.
Admitted as 2LL.
Cool J?
Oh, sorry, 1LL.
Yeah, so these are all, they're just going to go through each of the, and we've had these exhibits already. I swear we've had these already. Like, and it's just like, I don't know if we've seen them through someone else besides Latner's. But my brain wants to say we have.
Was 1903 Drew Drive one of the addresses that was significant as part of your investigation?
Yes.
What was the significance of 1903 Drew Drive?
It was the home of Philip Collins, aka Philo, who's associated with If Gang and Haiti Gang.
And what about 1428 Adele Avenue? What if any significance did 1428 Adele Avenue have in your investigation?
That was the home of Darren Mills, Philo's brother.
Now, on April 28th, did you learn of another shooting that happened at 2900 Landrum?
Yes.
And who was staying there at that time based on your investigation?
Trevante Turner's girlfriend.
And to your knowledge, do you know when in the line of events that shooting occurred?
It's gonna be either 3 or 4.
Either 3 or 4, okay. You said that was where Trevante Turner's girlfriend lived?
Yes.
Is that the same Trevante Turner that was shot in January on Stanhope?
Yes.
And Club Crucial, that's where Demikian got beat up?
Yes.
And did you say earlier jumped on by If gang members?
Yes.
And was Demikian a YSL member?
Yes.
And so after Demikian gets beat up, then you have the call for the shooting at Adele?
Yes.
And
Overruled.
is Darren Mills an If gang member?
Yes.
Then after this shooting, do you get the call for the Landrum?
Yes.
And Trevante is associated with YSL?
Yes.
And then after the shooting at Landrum, then you get the call for the 1903 Drew?
Yes.
And Philo, what gangs he associated with?
If Gang.
Was that the definition of the type of retaliatory shootings you were getting in 2015?
Yes.
And was that the nature of the back and forth from January of 2015 to about September, October of 2015?
Yes.
And as law enforcement, were you investigating both sides of this war that was going back and forth?
Yes.
Were you only targeting YSL?
No.
Were you only targeting If gang?
We targeted gang members and violence.
Okay. Now, did there come a time in October of 2015 that you had the occasion to interview Mr. Diamante Kendrick?
Yes.
Do you recall when you interviewed Mr. Kendrick?
I don't know the exact date, but it was a short time after he was arrested.
And what was he arrested for?
Martinez Arnold, aka Duke, was jumped in Magic City Strip Club. We were made aware of it, and we were able to obtain video of the actual assault. A short time after the assault, Mr. Kendricks and Mr. Arnold went to retaliate at Trestle Tree, which is a known hangout for Mr. Kelvin Watts and other IF gang members. When they arrived at the location, there was police already out there. And when they attempted to speed off or whatever, they got into a chase, subsequently crashing and subsequently being arrested.
Okay. And were there guns inside the vehicle when they were arrested?
Yes.
Now, as a part of your investigation, did you go and try to pull or see if there was an actual fight at Magic City?
Yes.
And have you had the opportunity to review that video as in preparation for your testimony today?
Yes.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Dennis laugh like that. Guys, really what he's doing is they're going through the order of events that the police tried to line up when they put together the Operation Planters PowerPoint, and he's testifying to it to get the storyline, the best storyline that they have in front of the jury. This we're watching right now is the best order of events that we're going to get. And I'm telling you, there's a reason they're strategically trying to bookend having Dennis come up before, I think after Dennis was DK Walter Murphy, and then, you know, between then and now, there's been Kenneth Copeland, Munk Tunk, Quindarius Zachary, and now they're putting him up again. So they're couching all of those testimonies with Dennis as a precursor. And when Dennis was on the stand last time, they were in the earlier part of the Operation Planters PowerPoint, basically writing down the same things on those slides, just on that easel, instead of actually introducing the slides from the PowerPoint. So that's Dennis's purpose here for this and the last time he was on the stand. And I'm not saying that it's a clear narrative still, right? And for me personally, what's sticking out to me is you have all of this stuff surrounding these drive-bys on 4/28, and 4/28 is also the day that Woody's found with the chopper in his backpack at the Dunbar Rec Center that was purchased by Quindarius Zachary.
All right,
So,
ladies and gentlemen, you're about to view a video and the fight that or whatever it is that the witnesses testifying about occurred at a place that is a strip club. And so while that is not why the video is being shown, you're going to see some images that are things one might see at a strip club. So be prepared.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as the joys of the trial, 543Y. Is that a copy of that video that you pulled as a part of your investigation?
Yes.
You know, and this time say like the tender and admit and publish statement with 543Y.
All right. I'm sorry, 543Y. That's admitted. You may.
crazy. He's like, I'm retired. I can say it. Scrooge says, I'm tuned in now. Oh my gosh. Wow. And I love the delayed laugh from like the rest of the courtroom. And shout out to Stephen T. Satchel with the reminder to hit the like button. Thank you so much, Stephen. Dang, they're like building the suspense for this video, guys. chat is hilarious. Popcorn ready. Close my other window. All right, let me give you guys a full screen experience here. Can't believe they had an instruction for that, but whatever.
Just orient the jury where they need to be looking to see the fight on.
What if he points to the
In the
wrong
video.
place?
In this first video, you're gonna see an individual walk right to here. Mr. Arnold is right there, and the video will pretty much do it.
This looks so much less exciting in surveillance filter. Oh,
43Y. Yankee 1 for the record.
this one was like Shell, Kel, and Duke.
Now publishing 543
But there were others there.
Yankee 2.
Shell Kel throws the first punch, so.
Shall be the same, but that's a different angle. This is where the fight is gonna begin, and then this is where it's gonna spill over into.
Are they still fighting?
They are still fighting.
Okay.
Why'd we pause for that? Are they still fighting? The chair. Oh my gosh. Okay, my eyes are bad. So is that Duke getting like mobbed by 3 people in the that he was in the white shirt? I'm not saying for sure. I'm just trying to get clear myself. Right, did Thug order this fight?
1 minute
Yes.
and 28 seconds. Now, when you spoke with Mr. Kendrick about this incident, was he read his, you said he was arrested, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Was he read his Miranda warnings?
Yes.
When you met with Mr. Kendrick, who all was in the room with you when you met with Mr. Kendrick?
Detective Thorpe, Sergeant Gaither, and myself.
All right. And when you went to go speak with him, did he agree to speak with you all?
Yes.
Okay. Did he appear to have any learning disability?
No.
Did he appear to be intoxicated or otherwise incapacitated?
No.
Did he appear to be sick?
No.
Where did you all interview Mr. Kendrick?
Atlanta Police Headquarters.
Court's indulgent.
Yes.
Yeah. If this line of questioning is going to continue, can we have that same limiting instruction that you gave yesterday?
Yes,
Oh, I
and
thought
in
it-
fact,
Guys, I thought Steele wanted the strip club limiting instruction one more time. I was like, what? But no.
let's go ahead and take our morning break.
Oh boy. Like, Steele, we really don't need the strip club instruction again. Alright, so they are going to take their break. Guys, I'm pretty sure, and thank you, chat, for the assist here. I do think that was Duke in the white shirt that, you know, stuck between the little stair railing on the ground level, while the floor, lower floor level. And remember, Shelkel had just gotten out of, like, this was like 6 or 7 days after he was let out of custody. Shelkel.
I just want to adjust it to be specific to this. So y'all can go ahead and we'll take our recess as well.
Kerfuffle says interpret, first of all, perfect name for this moment. Kerfuffle says interpret this any way you see fit. Oh my gosh. Yeah. Yeah, definitely Martinez Arnold getting mopped. Which kind of makes sense with the following storyline, to be honest. Arnold gets jumped like that, and then apparently him and Yak are in the car, they link up, and the theory that the state presents is they're riding around to get some get back. So we're probably, when we get back from break, we're gonna see more about, you know, I don't know if, like, they're gonna say Arnold calls up Yak and however they link up, but we're gonna look at that next, I'm sure. Yeah, and I think Shelkel sounds like a menace, 1000%. Jurors are stressed out. Colin says this is the most interesting video the state has shown so far. Right, are we gonna see this one 17 times? Oh, man. Oh, that's a good point. He identified them as YSL rappers, not gang members. And yes, Duke is Ashleigh's client. Oh, man. What a time. Alright, we can watch again. First one was a little slow. And why did she stop to say, are they still fighting? Hold on, we can do some, we have built-in stuff back here. Oh, that's not good. This is what StreamYard gives us as background music. This seems like a bad true crime recreation with this music.
Forty-three
Alright, so that was the
Y.
end of that one.
Yankee 1 for the record.
Shall be the same, but just a different angle. This is going to fight, it's going to begin, and then this is where it's going to spill over into.
Do the rock song from StreamYard for this one. Okay, the fact that these songs are so generic makes this better. She's vibing to it.
Are they still fighting?
They are still fighting.
Okay.
And this is where it gets real crazy. The chair! Like, dang. Security, like, ripping people off each other, though.
One minute and 28 seconds.
And then right at that VIP booth, they're like, look, we paid too much for this. We paid $300 for a $50 bottle. We are not moving. We are not leaving. Oh, man. Shout out to the StreamYard music. Oh, let me hit the play button. I'm sure we're going to get an appearance from Jesse Weber from Law and Crime soon. Oh, yeah, the limiting instruction when Dennis laughs. Wait, it's probably like... I don't know, was it back here? The Atkins at the board. Oh, good pun, Dirty Old Sailor, especially with your name being Dirty Old Sailor. Is there a bouncer in the house? Just the one chick in the corner. Oh, okay, this is beyond the intro. Where did he giggle? The laugh. Okay, it's right here.
That the witnesses testifying about occurred at a place that is a strip club. And so while that is not why the video is being shown, you're going to see some images that are things one might see at a strip club. So be prepared.
Losing it.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as the joys of the trial.
Like the courtroom is laughing because Dennis is laughing. Like, that's why the delay is so funny.
543Y. Is that a copy of that video that you pulled as a part of your investigation?
Yes.
You're in this time to say like the tender and admit and publish statement with 543Y.
All right.
No, and this is all, we'll get caught back up. This is Martinez Arnold, Duke. That was punched. And the first person to start the fight was Shell Kell. So obviously there's more people that end up getting involved. Particularly, it seems like Shell Kell's friends are getting involved. But yeah. What a day. Well, this certainly isn't boring. This certainly is not boring. And thank you again for the 10 and the hilarious observation there, Dirty Old Sailor. KL, great question. Did Hylton say how long Dennis will testify? They plan to have him up here for 3 to 4 days for this round of him testifying. I'm not sure if they plan to call him back. I wouldn't be surprised if they try to. But yesterday when they got back from lunch, Whitaker said thank you to Atkins for letting her know that they whittled at least what they're expecting to have him on the stand for down to 1 day instead of 3 or 4 was the words that she used. So, all day. Definitely all day. Somehow maybe 3 or 4. But good question there. Thank you, KL. Army Nurse says, where is the money trail in this RICO case? Well, I think it's on the floor there at Magic City. But all things considered, you know, it's interesting that they do keep trying to imply that this was for monetary gain, but they don't really need to have an element of pecuniary interest according to Georgia statute, as opposed to federal RICO where you actually do need that element, you know. There should be a pecuniary interest of the enterprise, and the activity they're engaging in is in furtherance of all things that the enterprise wants to accomplish. So there doesn't need to be a money trail, but they keep kind of poking at it and insinuating that there is, even though they didn't really look at financial records. So not sure if we'll see the defense really hammer that out when it's their case in chief, because the state, quite frankly, has opened the door to it. Like, imagine their whole case in chief is like, so this was over a dime bag? So this was over a Lucy? This is over a meal at JJ's Chicken and Fish. Like, what are we doing? You had 2 Percocet pills in the car that you were riding in as a passenger, and it may not have even been yours. It was in a purse under the seat. Like, I don't know what their case in chief is going to be like, but I think the questions might make us laugh at the state. Good to see you, Army Nurse. Great question. Great timing with the Magic City videos. Black Butterfly says, in her Woody voice, Shell kills a waste of space. Generational beef, you guys. Generational beef. FFS, no. FFS is next up is the chair in court with a chair expert. Oh my gosh. And Love will do the questioning. She knows chairs. She knows chairs that squeak. She knows chairs that get used in fights. Oh my gosh, FFS. The chat is on one today. The chat is on one. What a day. Oh my gosh. We might have to watch that again during lunch. John Coleman, no, it's not a male dancer club. I don't think we'd get that here. But I wouldn't be surprised if there's like some weird beef somewhere where, you know, these fights are breaking out because of a stupid insult. And someone getting mad that someone spewed an insult at somebody. You know, which is quite different than a fight breaking out because of gang rivalry and beef. Or to fight someone in furtherance of YSL the gang. So, this is so good. John, I think we're getting this today because it's your birthday. We all got a trip to Magic City today for John Coleman's birthday. So big shout out to John. Sports Highlight says, I love it here. We love it here. This is a great day. Very entertaining. Yes, Kevin, I'm working on a Whitaker emoji. I'll get one up there for you. The happy one, especially today, we'll get that up there. Because right now we've just got, oh, and I don't have my banner up. Right now I've just got I guess the Magic City Whitaker. This is Whitaker when she gives the instruction. Oh, and I've been off the screen the whole time. My bad. My bad. I'm here. I am here with you guys. Just the voice speaking through the courtroom. Great point, Black Butterfly. So they checked Yak and SB's phones. SB is, guys, these nicknames are crazy, but Shannon Stillwell, or SB, or Shannon Jackson, or Shannon Jackson Stillwell, Stillwell Jackson. Black Butterfly is suggesting that they checked their phones and had no hits, and that's why they were absent from whatever they provided to Agent Bernie. That we saw him go over at the beginning of this week on Monday and before the jury break. He was kind of split, like a Wednesday before they started their break. He wasn't provided. He wasn't asked to look at Yak or Shannon's phone records, which is really interesting. And Black Butterfly, I really think with the lack of integrity we've seen, I think this is more likely than not. I really do. So, thank you. Always have great insights, Black Butterfly. And speaking of Shannon Stillwell's name, Kevin Kirksey, Stillwell Jackson, shouldn't there be a separation, or am I incorrect? Honestly, I think if he has the nicknames, and I know it might be annoying, but I think it would be helpful for the jury if all parties kind of either used the government name and or use the government name. I think they should do the government name or the government name also known as, and give us the full thing at least every time you start talking about the individual. Because I think both sides should be trying to reduce the confusion of the jury. And there's so many names, there's so many nicknames, there's so many names that are similar, right? You've got like a million Quays. Like, so I don't think you're incorrect. I think Hylton just kind of said the whole name, both of the names. Okay, Grammar out here gifting 5 memberships. Guys, now I'm going to think of the membership gifting. I'm going to think of Magic City, drop in memberships. So, Shout out to K Grammar for dropping 5 stacks. Thank you so much, K Grammar. Let's get you in the banner. Oh, what a day. What a day. Oh, Peter Ortiz, this is Magic City that they're at this time. I know they talk a lot about Club Crucial, but this is Magic City. So that is, I think that's probably the most well-known Atlanta strip club, right? And I don't think Club Crucial is a strip club, is it? It's just like a club. I don't know. But yeah, this one from these videos is Magic City. Yeah, that says they will offer him immunity but can't force it. Like, okay, so I think we're talking about Martinez Arnold. Duke. They will offer him immunity but can't force it like Kenneth Copeland since they let him keep his right to the Fifth. He would be foolish to waive that for immunity. Oh, I agree, because who in their right mind would trust the state to not bring charges against somebody? If they lose this case, I'm not saying I think they'll try to charge a different person with the murder of Donovan Thomas at this point in time. I think if they lose this case, I think they might try to go after someone
Limiting
different.
instruction and make sure nobody has any issue with it. So the first paragraph that's kind of general would be the same. And then I would say in the next part of the testimony of this witness, you're going to hear about a statement made by defendant Diamante Kendrick. You may consider that statement only against Mr. Kendrick and only as to count 1. You may not consider this statement as to any other count, and you may not consider it in any way in determining the guilt or innocence of any other defendant in this case besides Mr. Kendrick. Anything else y'all want?
Your Honor,
Yes.
we just want to renew our objection on the admissibility of
Understood.
thank you.
And Your Honor, on behalf of Mr. Stillwell, of course, I joined Ms. Westmoreland, but additionally, I have a question. In the statement, there was certain things that we've already established are not admissible, like Mr. Kendrick. I don't want to mischaracterize what Mr. Kendrick said, but there was some speculation, or I heard that so-and-so were involved with other incidents, and we've all agreed that that would not be proper to come in. I just want to make sure that Investigator Dennis is
that as well.
clear on all that.
And for clarification, are y'all playing the statement excerpts? You're just asking him about things. And have you made sure that he knows what not to get into?
I did, but I will
Remind him? Okay, great. All right, why don't you do that real fast?
And Your Honor, I'm going to go back to something first.
Okay.
And then, so I'll let you
All right,
know
so
when
give
I'm
me
ready.
sounds good.
Back to Magic City.
All right. And then as soon as he gets back, we'll get the jury in.
And I don't know, that those types of limiting instructions, you know, part of my brain sometimes wants to be contrarian, wants to be a little bit rebellious. So when you tell me, like, only consider it in this narrow scope, I'm going to be like, well, wait, what do you not want me to consider out over here? So I think some of these limiting instructions are to the detriment of the defense. But at the same time, it does keep it in the record, and it should be done. Hopefully the jury should listen and take it seriously. Yeah, thank you again to Yadat. And very interesting. It's weird that they don't want to call Duke. They have Dennis talking about Duke right now. You'd think they might want to call Duke right after Dennis is done. And now they're saying, like, oh, maybe November, when Ashleigh Merchant's busy and notified the court she won't be available to represent for any matters. Yeah, David Cox, great point. You were not partying during a gang war. Come on. I mean, people break up and don't even want to go out to the same places they used to go in case they run into someone and get, like, upset, right? So if you think you've got all these targets on your back because of a whole gang being after your whole gang, why would you go like this is a common sense point. This is a common sense point. And not only that, but what is security like at Magic City? Because I have reservations where, you know, there could be metal detectors, you could get pat down. I don't think that's 100% reliable. But if you have a target on your back and you think you can't go in somewhere strapped up to protect yourself, and there's a possibility that somebody else gets a pass from security to be in there strapped up, it just doesn't seem like a sound decision. So the only explanation here would be you're reckless and don't care about your life if there's supposed to be a gang war and you're out here just going to Magic City where the ops are at by yourself. All right, the court sound is still off. It sounds like they're talking though. It looks like they're talking. But great point, David. And shout out to Modi getting caught up. Good to have you with us in real time. Okay, and you, well, I have it up, I think. So this is Shelkel and this is Duke. So Shelkel's on the left, Duke is on the right. So Duke is the one that was in the white t-shirt up here getting hit with the chair. Or I think he's in a white t-shirt, right? Or is the chair just white? He was the one over here though. So there's that. Yeah, I think that can be a possibility, Scrooge. Yep, and Mark says there's no cell records for Threat, who Woody said had the Infinity. Right, what was that timing? What was that timing? Hey to Flesh of the Gods. Flesh says both gangs go to the same clubs every week. I mean, not for nothing, but it sure doesn't seem like Duke was there with like any company at all. Yep, that's exactly it, Tremaine. I've been in a strip club where a shooting happened. There was a pat down, security, didn't matter, dude went back to his car. Oh, am I on, Dennis? Oh no, hold on, let me move. Let me move. Go back down here. Alright, maybe we were good without the sound if it's just him breathing. Just into the microphone. And Peter Ortiz, no, I don't go into club strap, but we had a process for like our breakdown at the end of the night, because that's when fights would break out. You know, we always made sure we took the cash box away before people started leaving the club and trying to, it would always be people were trying to go home with somebody and people would start fighting over the girl they wanted to go home with, something like that. Liquored up, but we always made sure we had our precautions, cash, anything already secured away somewhere. And always had security posted with us too. And besides guns, there was one incident, this is at Heat nightclub in Rochester. It was the daylight savings time, so there was an extra hour that night, Saturday into Sunday. I don't know the year, but it was a Saturday into Sunday where you had the extra hour. So you can imagine people were a little extra sauced and a fight broke out, and we just thought it was a fist fight, and someone shanked somebody. So it might not even need to be a firearm. Just cover him completely. Yep, that's what I think too, Chris Simmons. When you frequent certain clubs, the security stops patting you down. When I used to go clubbing, I always brought a gun in. And, you know, like sometimes there used to be a strategy to changing the security rotation just so there wouldn't be any issue with someone saying, I should be a familiar face. Well, if you change the security personnel, you rotate them. You can't get somebody mad at the door puffing their chest out that they shouldn't have to go through the security measures. But that really isn't a practice everywhere, and not really great security. Not really great security. So. Chloe, the shank probably did say YSL.
Ms. Hylton, unless there's something to be gained from having the witness search through and find them, how about next time you just hand the January flyers to the witness?
But I think it is important, Your Honor, given the stack that was in there. It is irrelevant. It is. Yes? Yes, sir. How many are there in that entire stack?
2.
All right. And did those all appear to be in, did they all appear to be in chronological order?
No.
So when you looked at it, did it appear to be the earliest date started at top and then it went in chronological order?
Yes, it started in, I think, 2014 or something.
Okay. And how many were from January of 2015?
Just these 2 that's in my hand.
What's the first date in January that's on there?
January 18th in Tampa, Florida.
That's in Tampa, Florida. What's the other one?
January 21st in Santa Ana, California.
All right. So in Tampa, that's January 18th.
Yes.
Not
2015.
January 11th?
No.
Not January 12th?
No.
13th?
No.
14th?
Nope.
15th?
Nope.
16th?
Nope.
Did you see any flyers in that stack from any of those days?
No, ma'am.
Any flyers from that stack in Miami, Florida?
No.
From January? Anything in January in Miami?
No, ma'am.
As a part of your investigation, did you learn that several YSL members went to Miami immediately following the death of Donovan Thomas?
Yes.
For immediately.
And as a part of your investigation, did Quindarius Zachary tell you that they went to Miami because Mr. Williams had a show in Miami? Or a
No.
performance in Miami?
No.
What did he tell you why they went?
To get away from everything that was going on.
That might be why Quindarius Zachary wanted
Did
to go.
anyone ever mention to you shows in Miami?
No.
And you didn't think that was suspect if they actually have a show in Miami and nobody mentioned a show to you? And somebody's telling you, this person that actually has a show, and you find out later, has a show. And the person's telling you, that person wanted me down there just because I was unsafe. And he wanted me to get out of the city. You don't think that's significant, you dummy? Like, this has kind of been an issue before, but the way it was just laid out right here makes it sound the dumbest it's ever sounded. PD Broker, your picture.
You been to Miami before?
Several times.
You been to Tampa before?
Several times.
What's the distance between Miami and Tampa?
That's about a good 6 to 7 hour drive, maybe.
It is not.
Now,
It is
I
not.
want to republish very quickly State's Exhibit 1LL.
What?
And again, what was the case number on 1LL?
Is that one L on the screen?
How does Dennis drive?
And I'm gonna show you 2LL. Is this the 1LL on the screen that you just looked at previously?
Yes.
All right, now I'm gonna show you what's already been as 2LL.
This is so stupid. And Hylton didn't even ask if he's driven from Miami to Tampa, but whatever, there was no objection. Oh, am I gonna block this exhibit? So Drew Drive, so this is still April 28th. And, you know, back to what Steven was saying, Steven listing out these strip clubs in the Atlanta area, it's hilarious because Blue Flame, Magic City, Pink Pony, I think have all come up in this case. Has Onyx come up in this case?
At that location?
All right, so earlier when I had the 0588 number, do these two numbers go with the same incident, 0587 and 0588?
No.
No, what we just talked about, 0588, which is 2LL, correct?
Right.
That's at 1903 Drew,
Correct.
and going back to 1LL.
Where is it? Oh.
Is that 0587?
That's Drew as well.
Okay, so that's fine. So are both 0588 and 0587 both associated with Drew Drive?
Correct.
All right. Earlier, we talked about the fact that 2900 happened between Adele and Drew. Is that fair?
Yes.
Is there another number on here that's 0531?
The one, this one, 3.
Now, in September of 2015, as a part of your investigation, did you investigate any shootings in which Mr. Shannon Stillwell was the victim of the shooting?
Yes.
How many such shootings was a part of your kind of investigation?
2.
When, do you recall when in September both of those took place?
The first was September 13th, from the, I don't know the actual address, I just know it as the Green Store.
Okay. And then when was the second?
The Tiara Jones murder investigation.
And did the Green Store shooting happen before the Tiara Jones homicide?
Yes.
And was there anyone ever apprehended for the Green Store shooting?
No.
Okay. What about for Tiara Jones?
Yes.
All right. Initially, do you know who arrest warrants were taken out?
Yes.
Taken out. Who?
Kelvin Watts, Bobby Hardy, and Jamal Ward.
And later on, do you know if there were specific people, was there anyone not charged out of those 3?
Say that again?
Out of the initial 3, Dominique Carter, Bobby Hardy,
No.
excuse me, Bobby Hardy, Jamal Ward, and Kelvin Watts, were any of them not actually indicted for that offense?
Kelvin Watts was not indicted, and then Dominique Carter was charged.
Okay. And does Dominique Carter have a nickname?
Stewie.
What about Bobby Hardy?
Smoke.
And what about Jamal?
Merle.
Okay. And are any of them affiliated with a gang?
All of them are associated with If Gang.
Now, Your Honor.
All right.
Guys, I see they're going to do a limiting instruction. I see that you guys are asking in the chat why they're jumping around with the incidents. It makes a little bit more sense today, more than ever before, why they're jumping around, because now they're grouping together things that they think they have matches from NIBIN. So we just heard a block about all of the 428, and then we heard a block about stuff with Martinez, Arnold, and Yak. And now we're going to hear, we'll hear a little bit with this limiting instruction. But we're going to see some association between some of the hits from the Tiara Jones incident.
Ladies and gentlemen, as you heard yesterday, and maybe prior to that as well, sometimes evidence is admitted against some parties and not others, or for some counts and not others. And when this happens, the evidence can be considered by you, the jury, only as to the party against whom it's offered and only for the count for which it's offered, and not against any other defendant or for any other count or purpose. In the next part of the testimony of this witness, you're going to hear about a statement made by defendant Diamante Kendrick. You may consider that statement only against Mr. Kendrick and only as to count 1. You may not consider this statement as to any other count, and you may not consider it in any way at all in determining the guilt or innocence of any other defendant in this case besides Mr. Kendrick.
Thank you, Your Honor. When you met with Mr. Kendrick, was he read his Miranda warnings?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I think where I left off is you said that you had, the interview was at the Atlanta Police Headquarters?
Yes.
Sitting here today, do you remember about what time of day you spoke with Mr. Kendrick?
Middle of the day, I guess.
Speak up. You said,
Middle of the day, I guess. I'm not sure.
were there portions of the interview where you took breaks?
Yes.
Right. You said you read his, did you read the Miranda warnings or did another investigator read it in the room?
I'm not sure.
Did you all read it from a card or did you have a sheet of paper that you read it
We
from?
usually give them a sheet and allow them to read it. We ask them their highest level of education, have them initial it and sign it.
Did he ever ask you to repeat anything when you were going over his rights?
Not that I recall.
Did you ever threaten Mr. Kendrick to get him to speak with you?
No.
Did you ever promise him anything to get him to speak with you?
No.
Did you tell him about the charges for which he was charged with on that day?
I believe Detective Thorpe did.
At any point, did he waive, well, initially when you spoke to him, did he waive his rights?
No.
Objection, Your Honor. It's commenting on my client's right to maintain his silence.
Sustained.
We were trying to establish the voluntariness of.
Come up to the bench.
Oops. Shout out to Doug. Jim M says, 2 months have gone by quick. Love this gang. Thank you for being here. And I'm picturing your dog saying this, so we are glad you were here too. Cutthroat Radio, good to see ya, says top of the AM to all the slimes. Mlat, Chat, and Cat. I work 2 jobs, y'all, so excuse my lack of support. I miss you all. Glad Cat is back. Hey, that's, if you're working and lurking, a lot of people in the chat, I'm sure, can relate. So we hear you, we appreciate you. And personally, me, I am glad to be back. Thank you for the warm welcome. And also thank you for the message here to get those likes up. Thank you so much, Cutthroat Radio, and I hope your work goes fast today. You got to take a little break, hop over to Magic City on a lunch break. We're traveling today. We're going to Magic City, we're going to Miami, we're going to Tampa. And you know what's crazy? Even if it takes you 7.5 hours to get to Tampa from Miami, you could get through that trip and still be watching a court day, one single court day. So Tony Angel says, good morning, co-conspirators. Good morning to you. Ms. Kim's good to see ya, says 2.4K watchers. Oh, this is a bit behind. Shout out to the 4K in the chat. Holy moly. And 479 likes. Cat deserves better than that. I hope that every one of you has a wonderful day. Thank you so much, Ms. Kims. I hope you have a wonderful day as well. And guys, remember, like button is free 99. Yeah, Red Bunny. And Red Bunny, you're hilarious in the chat. Dennis has thug's address memorized equals stalker. Yeah. But this is the one that they call a fan. Tamika, that's right. Right out the gate, Steele was on it today with like 8 objections or so in the first like 15 minutes-ish. Good to see you, Tamika. Alicia sends a 5. Thank you, Alicia, for the support. Gwen Garnett says, Dennis said the post is from a fake account. What the heck? Nothing new. Nothing new in this trial. And I'm still not exactly sure what... It seemed like they had to stay away from something with that picture, and Hylton did say the first one. We're looking at the first exhibit, not the other one. So I don't know if something was redacted or they had to show a different post with like the same image uploaded by a different account for this very reason. But again, like, the state hasn't figured out Instagram in a decade of this.
After you read him his rights, did he agree to speak with you?
Yes.
Okay. After reading it, he understood his rights. He agreed to speak with you.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
And let me just given that clarification, it sounds like it was just a misunderstanding, but let me just let the jury know that every defendant, every accused, everybody who ever is a suspect in a crime has a right to remain silent, doesn't have to talk to the police, and if they choose to remain silent, it is wildly inappropriate to comment on that. However, this was just a misunderstanding, so we're not going to worry about that. All right, go ahead.
I'm gonna go with wildly inappropriate. Wow. Yeah, this is a lot of instructions today.
Kendrick, did you speak with him about a fight that occurred at Club Crucial?
Yes.
And specifically, did you speak with him about a fight that happened at Club Crucial after Kenneth Copeland was beat up at Club Crucial?
Yes.
And was that fight somewhere around January 6th of 2015?
Yes.
And specifically, did he talk about his involvement in fighting an individual by the name of Bloody J?
Yes.
What did he tell you about his involvement in fighting Bloody J?
That when they got outside, he was the one that punched Bloody J.
And again, this is all after Kenneth Copeland was beat up inside of the club.
Correct.
Now we're back to January.
During the course of your speaking with Mr. Kendrick, did he talk to you about any conflict?
Did she misspeak here? Is she actually meaning to talk about Kenneth Copeland getting beat up in the club, or did she mean Duke? I'm personally confused.
Attention he had with an individual by the name of Rich Homie Quan.
Yes.
What did he tell you about the tension or conflict he had with Rich Homie Quan?
He spoke about he went to a club. I don't remember the exact date. And when he walked in, he saw Rich Homie Quan, and Rich Homie Quan, cousin or something. No one said nothing to him when he walked in. And then once he got to a certain area, he spoke of how Rich Homie Quan began pointing at him. And his cousin or something had pulled him to the side and basically said, don't do that yet. Don't do that. And he basically explained that he was just there, but he could see how everyone was kind of positioning themselves. And initially he wanted to leave, but he didn't want to look like he was basically scared or something, so he stayed. But it was basically tension in there.
Was this before or after January 10th, 2015?
This was after.
The incident that he was telling you about was after?
Yes.
When you spoke with Mr. Kendrick, did he acknowledge a beef between YSL and Ifgang?
Yes.
The Woody fight was before the 10th.
Did he ever speak with you about his desire or wanting to be a member of the Bloods?
Yes.
In speaking with Mr. Kendrick, did he ever appear to be confused about his understanding what a gang was?
No.
During the course of the interview, did he talk about gang banging or being a part of a gang?
Yes.
During your interview, did he ever claim to no longer be a part of a gang?
He basically spoke about moving on past that as the music was starting to take off, and he basically indicated that he felt like he was a nobody. He didn't respect the gang culture of having like leaders or different stuff like that, and he basically said he deemed himself a blood, so he started being a blood.
Did he talk with you about this incident following the fight that we just viewed a few moments ago?
Yes.
What was he able to tell you about what happened following that fight at Club Crucial? At Magic City.
He basically told us how he was filming a video that day, and it kind of fell through, and he got high, had some lean, and was kind of having a bad day. And then his friend Duke called him, basically telling him that they just jumped me, and he was like, "Pull up on me." And so they met up somewhere.
Well, hold on. You said pull up on me. What does that mean?
Meet me somewhere. And basically they met somewhere, and he felt like it wasn't his beef, but he's almost coming to the aid of his friend. And so they came up with the idea of going to retaliate. And
when they were stopped, where were they stopped? Where did they see the police at initially?
Trestle Tree Apartments.
And what's the significance of Trestle Tree Apartments?
Trestle Tree is a main hangout for Kelvin Watts and If gang members.
Okay. And I'm going to show you what's been admitted as 27 DDDP.
We just asked Griffin about this yesterday, so I'm sure he's having him ID people. And then this is Shelkel here. I don't remember who else was identified.
With the chain on, yes.
Okay.
So they just identified him. The sound thing kind of sucks today with the share screen, how the court's not picking it up. Sounds like they're asking a lot of questions, so they could just be identifying like one by one.
Now, did they ever make it to Trestle Tree? They being Mr. Arnold and Mr. Kendrick.
They made it to Trestle Tree, but there was a large police presence, and so they attempted to leave Trestle Tree. And according to Mr. Kendricks, he didn't know his way around over there, and so they had to make a U-turn. When they made the U-turn, that alerted police, and that's how the chase initiated or started.
And did he talk to you about the guns that were found in the vehicle?
Yes.
And did he advise to you which gun was his?
Yes.
And do you remember today which gun he said that was his?
Initially, he spoke about he had just purchased the stick, which would be the long gun.
Okay.
And then he was the driver. And so the handgun, I believe, was found in the driver's area.
During that interview, did you speak with him about the murder of Donovan Thomas?
Yes.
And I'm asking you specifically, did he ever tell you whether or not he could remember where he was on the night that Donovan Thomas was murdered?
Why are we buffering? Oh, we just caught up to real time.
I believe he did.
Do you remember where he said he was?
I don't. I think he said he was at his girlfriend's house.
And do you know the name of that girlfriend?
Busha. Busha.
Okay. Now, as you did your investigation over that span of investigating the incidents between January of 2015. At some point in 2015, did your investigation conclude?
It never really concluded. Our unit was tasked with stopping crime. Our unit was on the floor with our chief. Anytime there was a significant incident, they reached out to our unit to assist. Homicide usually dealt with if there was a murder, but gangs usually dealt with what led up to the murder, and what was coming afterwards. So we were tasked with different assignments or different incidents.
Okay. And towards the end of 2015, did you deem this gang war between YFN and YSL Operation Planters?
I didn't deem it, but that was it, became named.
And at some point during the end of 2015, what was kind of the result of Operation Planters, or what kind of happened?
Yeah, object. So she's going to overrule that.
I'm waiting for a response.
Can I?
Yeah,
No, not from you.
not from you. Your Honor, we believe that is going to be relevant as to how they moved on and kind of ended this portion of the investigation.
Sustained.
All right. Let me ask you this. When
I think she actually wanted a different basis, but
initially, was Kenneth Copeland the target? Did it appear as if Kenneth Copeland was the target of YFN in the early months of January 2015?
Yes.
At any point, did it appear that that target shifted to anyone else?
And speculation.
Sustained.
Now, I want to transition and transfer into music. As a gang investigator, has music ever become part of your investigations?
Yes.
Tell the jury, how does music become a part of your investigation?
In gang culture and in
'Cause I'm a
rap
fan.
music, a lot of times some of the artists either highlight, taunt, or humiliate their opposition through music. And I think it's part entertainment, but from the position of an investigator.
I'm going to object from the position of investigator.
Well, I can.
This is not relevant from the
Gang
position of
expert.
investigator to go to what the jury
gang
is hearing
expert
about the
testimony.
allegations.
Speak as your expertise as a gang expert.
You want me to repeat what I just?
No.
Your Honor, I'm also going to object. This is outside of his expertise as a gang expert. Now we're talking about musicology and lyrics, and that is outside his expertise.
Overruled.
I think you can continue.
I think you can
As
continue.
rephrased by you.
Okay. As a gang expert, tell the jury how music can sometimes be involved in gang culture and rap, and how those two can coincide.
And gang culture and rap music is sometimes used to taunt, humiliate, and highlight some of their actions or to humiliate their opposition. A lot of times, it's almost as if no one knows about it, then it didn't happen. So it's an opportunity to showcase what we did or to highlight what we did.
Objection on commenting on someone's intent, Your Honor. 704.
Sustained.
So what have you found? Let me ask you this. You talked about sometimes
What have you
music
found
can
right after that objection is
highlight,
sustained?
taunt, and humiliate. How have you seen examples of that as you've investigated, as a gang investigator? How have you seen that type of highlighting, taunting, and humiliation in music?
You said, how have I seen it?
Yes.
For example, the song Get It Back in Blood. Get It Back in Blood is basically celebrating retaliation, illustrating to anybody that I'm gonna get it back in blood. You do something to me, I'm gonna retaliate to get it back in blood. And it basically spells it out in the song.
And as a law enforcement officer, or a gang investigator specifically, when you're doing your investigation, do you look for music and then start your investigation, or are you investigating crime?
Objection asked and answered previously.
Whitaker doesn't know.
Well,
Respond,
I don't know the
Hylton.
answer to that because I wasn't here when he testified previously.
Sustain it, because she didn't argue back.
I don't recall specifically. That's all I'll say. I can't recall if he specifically talked about it. I don't recall.
Ask a different
Do you
question.
recall whether you already talked about this?
Judge, I've been here 3 times. I don't. I'm trying to keep up myself.
Okay, well, yeah. Why don't you just, if you need to hit that briefly, to
Just
go
very
ahead and
quickly.
do that.
Can you repeat the question?
Sure. Do you, when you're investigating, do you look for music and say, let me investigate this person, or does the music somehow come a part of the investigation?
Relevance, Your Honor.
Overruled.
We don't chase music, we chase crime. And through our investigation, all things are on the table.
That was so
we-
bolstering.
My job,
You do
when I
chase
work,
music.
What his job is, Your Honor, this is not appropriate.
Okay.
You knew that, Hylton.
In a song, when you may listen to a song that might have evidence of whether it's a crime or what you call highlighting, taunting, or humiliation, is the entire song often the subject of the humiliation, taunting, and highlighting, or might there be certain portions?
In order to the characterization of question, evidence, perhaps information.
Sustained.
When you're hearing a song, does the entire song always humiliate, taunt, and highlight, or could it be portions of the song that humiliate, taunt, and highlight?
just a portion. It might be a subliminal message,
Answers suck.
a small snippet.
704, Your Honor. It's the same thing, the intent.
Overruled.
And talk to the jury a little bit about subliminal messaging and how that can, what that looks like in a song.
Beyond expertise. We never had a Daubert hearing on this.
Yes, we did.
Not
Your
on
Honor,
this.
I have the Daubert order.
All right, we didn't have to take a.
You know Steele's just
either a
standing and not even
break or
sitting down.
approach.
All right, so. Cross is going to be wonderful. I feel like Doug might have been standing up that whole time too. Holy moly. I mean, I think that was a horrible answer from Dennis anyway, where like, just the part. Well, I mean, honestly, a whole song could be about beef, and Hylton's question sucked. Hylton was trying to say it doesn't necessarily have to be an entire song dedicated to a beef. It could just be a bar or two, right? And that would be very helpful for the state, because if you make one quick bar to make something rhyme, the state can now say, that's nefarious, it's beef, it's a shot at an op, without, even if the next line is, I go and hang out with my friends, or I go to the club with a bunch of women, like, but her question sucked, and Dennis, like, said, it's just a part, not the whole song. They are bumbling. They are bumbling. But I think Cross will be great. I mean, it would be nice to see some Cross today just to get through some of this now. Like, just crazy. And right, so like, is he an expert on sub-dissing? Like, what? How does one even get credentialed for that? Is there a course? Is there a course? Shout out to Raymond Rohrer, says, I like Kat's channel. She brings it as it happens. Ashleigh Merchant letter before the ink could dry. And I got that through Thugger Daily, but we did read it. And honestly, that was selfish, right? I wanted to read that myself. So shout out to the Honorable Thugger Daily. Before the ink could dry. Good job, Kat. It is what you make it. Yeah, we're going to make it a great day. Thank you so much, Raymond. Dirty Old Sailor says hoping for fireworks today. Fingers crossed and toes. We got a sneak. We have a single green amphibious emoji mixed in there. Real subtle. Thank you so much for the 10 and for all your support, Dirty Old Sailor. I think we're getting some fireworks. I can't wait for cross. And you know, Brian Steele loves to cross-exam on the lyrics because he loves to talk about what a great artist his client is and what a great artist the artists that he works with are. So, and Doug too. I want to see more Doug cross on the music stuff. I really do. So looking forward to Doug's cross as well. Danielle Judge, thank you so much for gifting 5 memberships. Super generous of you. You guys make sure you're saying thank you in the chat and using those custom emojis. You got 30 days. You got 30 days. Gotta make the most of it. And yeah, renew Harvey's motion. Is Harvey back yet? Harvey's still out, right? Because I saw Westmoreland. I didn't really pay attention to the screen when they were seating everybody. So was anyone looking when they showed the defense side? Is Harvey here? Shout out to him if he's feeling sick. That sucks. That sucks. Yeah, right. Daily quick bites. Like, to really go into understanding the lyrics of a song, especially from an artist that's on the rise and signed and dealing with contracts, possibly working with other writers. To really understand the full scope of it, you need to have an understanding of marketing, psychology, even psychiatry, a few other fields, none of which Rocky the Lion Cop Squirrel, oh man, now I'm gonna see Rocky, knows a damn thing about, nor would any of the YSLs. And it'd be one thing if they wanted to introduce 1 or 2 lines here or there that in time and place seem really specific to an overt act or something that's charged. But when they want to introduce a lyric about money, because they're trying to say that money was illegally obtained and weapons were illegally obtained and anybody that ever robbed somebody, they were doing it in conspiracy with their fellow YSL associates, right? Like, they want these lyrics to come in where they talk about money. And I think they, like, love the connection between sex, money, murder and YSL for that reason, because money is in the phrase. Like, of course a song in this genre is going to talk about money. That doesn't mean it has anything to do with the case that the state needs to prove. And I think the sheer cumulativeness of it is prejudicial. Like, I'm not opposed to introducing one lyric about money and letting the jurors decide if that lyric about money is nefarious. But when you spend all this time, at some point the jury is going to start having this issue where, is this really a waste of time? Surely they wouldn't be wasting our time this bad unless what they were saying was true. And that's not the way a trial should be run. Oh boy. Oh boy. Exactly. Sex, money, murder, that sells. Like, oh my goodness. And it's so interesting to compare it to movies and books, authors. Like, why is it different when it's in a lyric? Shout out to One Happy White Girl on a positive note here. We'll bring the happiness. Gifted 1 Catnut Williams membership. Thank you so much for helping someone become a slime. Gwennon says, cheers to the best chat with a capital C. Thank you so much, Gwennon. Red Bunny says Dennis has a personal demonstrative of Jeffrey in his basement. The Helga Pataki Hey Arnold shrine. That is for his personal uses. He's in love with the green heart with Thug. He was trying to match him last time he was there. Oh, that was interesting. So Jeffrey Williams wore what I think was like one of his more like remembered outfits, the green suit with the slim tie, the skinnier tie. And then the very next day, Detective Dennis is like matching him on the stand. I think that was the second time Dennis was on the stand, right? It was right before DK took the stand. He was there for like 3 days, and the second day I think was the green suit mimic day. Oh, Red Bunny, you have great recall. Definitely a fan. The Helga
Well, too early
Patak
for lunch, but give us a few minutes. Thank you.
Okay, they're gonna take, I guess, a short break. And we get to hear it though, since it's not at the bench, so that's good news for us. Thank you again, Red Bunny. Army Nurse out here sliming. Thank you so much, Army Nurse. And then MM with the pumpkin. It is October. So thanks for the gifted membership. I love that. And I guess, all right, I've got to, we'll get on some Halloween stuff in a second. I almost have it ready.
There's a rough of that Daubert hearing.
Miss Hylton said something about that.
No, that was me, sorry. There's a rough of the court's ruling at the very least on the Daubert hearing, but I don't know that we have a rough of the actual hearing.
And we have our notes, we're checking right now.
All right, and
YouTube.
We have YouTube.
everybody knew, right, that the state was at least going to offer Investigator Dennis to testify about the lyrics, right?
I did. But what I was not aware of.
Just seems like the kind of thing that if y'all.
No, hold on. I disagree with Whitaker here because it's whoever wants to present the expert witness needs to make a showing of their expertise on the given subject matter that they're going to testify to, the area of expertise. So they should have identified this specific thing, analyzing subliminals.
Wanted the court to be, having looked at this, you could have given me a heads up on.
I was unaware that there would be testimony as to, this is decoded messages. That was never
Well,
discussed.
all right, no, but I ruled on that, and I sustained the objection on that, and Ms. Hylton understands that. So on the broader topic of, is he even qualified to testify about lyrics as a part of gang investigations, which I understand y'all now asserting that was never covered.
I'm not asserting that. What I understood was Detective Dennis, over objection, would testify, in this song, this is said. This lyric is said. That's what I believe the lyric is. That's the lyric in this song.
Right.
That's it. Now we're getting into, we're sending messages.
No, we're not going to.
I understand. That's what I was objecting
She's not, right. And so is there any other objection to him being able to testify about using lyrics in his investigations, in his opinion, which is only his opinion, as to what significance that has to his investigations?
Well, I'm not waiving my objections because I've objected to it, but that's what I believed was going to be testified to. But just that
Understood, but I'm
limited
asking,
amount.
it seemed at the bench that some people were maybe saying, we don't believe that he was ever qualified as an expert to be able to testify to any extent about lyrics. If I'm just misunderstanding, then please correct me, but we don't need to find the hearing transcript and sort it out if y'all aren't maintaining that.
I don't think that you're incorrect. I think you're correct. That's what we said at the
Okay.
bench. And just, don't want to seem like we're being cagey about it, but it was in December of 2022.
Okay,
when we
well,
had
you
the
know,
Daubert hearings.
it may be that the easier thing to do is to just bring him in and do this little part of it now. I don't mind doing that if y'all,
I don't want to speak for everyone else. If there is a rough of the finding
I
in the
don't know.
Daubert. Perhaps that might be
Oh,
helpful.
I've looked at the finding. That doesn't, I mean.
Well, not the
that-
order.
It's the ruling.
Okay.
It appears to be just the ruling, not the actual hearing itself. I can email that to everybody.
I'm not sure.
That might be helpful.
Well, y'all can certainly look at it, but that won't take very long. And then if anybody wants, we can just have him come testify outside the jury's presence, and I'll make a determination as to whether he has the necessary expertise to be able to testify in the way that was about to be asked.
And Your Honor, to be clear, it's not about the lyrics, it's about gang promotion in the music. So it's not specifically about, I think maybe Mr. Weinstein said musicology. We're not talking about.
I know that, which is why I overruled that objection.
Hylton and Love both always like go left field to a different argument. Stephen T. Satchel says, wait a minute, doesn't the indictment claim that there is a money reason for the enterprise? Yes, but what they've shown in the case so far is just individuals. They haven't tied together that it was a conspiracy together, that these gang members were conspiring together to come across money illegally through illegal means. And honestly, I would argue coming across weapons through illegal means. That seems to point
A
back
rough of
individually
the
to
Daubert
Quindary
hearing. What
Zachary.
we've got a rough of so far is some of his trial testimony. So, well, regardless. I'm going to recess for a few minutes. It looks like y'all are maybe trying to pull it up from the live stream, which is fine if you find it. But I'm going to recess while y'all do that. And if any of the defendants need to use the restroom, y'all go do that as well.
Please do it now. But yeah, so Stephen, I think this is why the lyrics, I feel like they're trying to, like in a circular manner, bring some of these lyrics in that talk about money and use it to reinforce this theory that YSL gang members are conspiring together to come across money. Because they were looking to use the lyrics as evidence for what they were alleging against these individuals. Right? They're not looking at the financial records. And then we get to a day like today with Detective Dennis on the stand, and Hylton asks him, and he gives an answer that implies that they don't pursue lyrics. They're not looking at lyrics as a way to do his investigative work, his detective work. That's no way that that's true. There's just no way that that's true here. So there is, but there just hasn't been stuff at trial to go to this charge, at least not in my view by any long shot. And I'm sure I have a different sidebar open with the super chats, but I feel like if I look over at the chat and give it a minute, like the chat's gonna be like, yeah, nothing so far. It's been something in a purse under the passenger seat of a car. It's going to be somebody individually might have robbed somebody. And the state just wants the jury to believe it was all a group, a gang. The songs mention YSL, mention slime. So obviously because they're saying slime, everything they do is one big conspiracy. There's no specificity to anything that they're doing to prove their case here. Which is why, I was really hopeful that the stuff with the NIBIN, I thought this would be an opportunity for Dennis to kind of bring some cohesivity together to some of the storylines surrounding chunks of incidents, whether by individual or by space and time. And it was almost getting there this morning. And then it just fell apart. They just started jumping all over again. So, I don't know. Stephen, thank you for the food for thought there. And just look at how hard they're fighting for lyrics once again. And if you guys are new to this trial, this is like the 20th time. That might be on the conservative side. Like the 20th time that they've had a 30-minute plus issue about lyrics. And the state fights so hard every single time to get something in, even if it's just one line of a song. So that just hints at how much the case needs things like that. Big shout out to Stephen T. Satchel, also gifting a membership here. Alicia dropping a 10. Thank you so much for your support, Alicia. And Dirty Old Sailor, I'd had this up on the screen. Saw a lot of love in the chat at that point in time, but great time to highlight to all my fellow veterans out there. Thank you for your service from the bottom of my heart. No, thank you. Thank you. Because you are a vet yourself. I'm sure there are other veterans in the chat. And probably some active service members. Right? I would imagine so. So big thank you to everybody in the chat that is a veteran or an active service member. Show some love. Great reminder, great reminder. And one issue that I care about, if you guys didn't know, a lot of my work when I mention like real estate clients, a lot of it's focused on the probate space. And sometimes we get these mixes of relocation, downsizing, issues with VA loans. Veterans that are in poor health can't get the health care that they need, and they need to move because they can't live in the house, and maybe it has a second story, and they can't go up the second story anymore. So certain issues in terms of healthcare access for veterans, affordable housing for veterans are issues really close to me. So when I say thank you and say we should show our respect, instead of just thinking like, thank you so much, also when you hear about certain issues like that, realize how many veterans are impacted by lack of access to good health care in a timely manner, and how housing issues can affect veterans as well. Really super huge issues. Thank you so much, Dirty Old Sailor. And look at, yeah, there's a ton of love here. Steve says, thanks from an old Vietnam vet. What is the phrase now, guys? A young old Vietnam vet. So Steve, you are a young old Vietnam vet. No, I'm not a vet. I am not a vet. Not me. I'm too clumsy. I don't think anybody would be safer or better off with me in a military position. Thank you, Lance. Lance says thank you for your service. KYB says I separated from the Navy last year after 8 years. That is a lot of time. That is a lot of time. That puts you back like 2016, 2015, depending on the timing there. So shout out to KYB. Retired vet here from Donkey's Noggin. Yeah, so thank you so much. Love to see the chat join in on a good moment. Ian Rabbit, Vietnam veteran. Shout out to Ian Rabbit. Kimberly Parker's husband just retired from the Navy at 25 years. Rosalina says, shout out to all the service members, vets, and their family. Love to see it. Thank you for your service. Yeah, that's the other issue too. You know, sometimes I like lose my train of thought on stream, or like sometimes I see something move on my screen and it throws me off while I'm speaking. But this too, this is a great aspect that I didn't include. Mental health access for veterans, mental health support and resources. Oh, Raunchy Dad says, my dad died from Vietnam-related cancer. It's no joke serving in a war. Stephen Holloway says, U.S. Army from 95 to 2015. On a side note, I was stationed in Georgia for 14 years. Many trips to the ATL, many nights and nightclubs up there in a previous life. Now, hold on, were you in a video that we saw today? Because 2015, I'm just playing with you. Thanks for sharing your story. And I mean, no offense by joking about 2015 and you being in Georgia. Just very coincidental that we watched that Magic City video today. Yeah, the VA is also trash. Trust me, Navy vet here. And it's like, I feel like if you don't find a good person to help you fight to get your appointments, it takes so long to get an appointment. It's just so tiring and bulky. Old young vet. Okay, wait, I did the words backwards. Not young old young vet. Okay. Shout out to Destin to B's dad. Dad is a Vietnam vet. JC's retired Army. Brian Murphy's retired. Keisha, my uncle's having that issue now in Georgia. 2 Gulf Wars and can't get proper health care. Like, just stupid. Blue's house, I feel stupid I didn't know. Navy vet.
Hey there, young thug.
All right, Jesse Weber. We're gonna make Jesse Weber be a little quiet. I didn't know that, Blue. Shout out to Blue's house. Love Blue's house. You guys know I'm like not great with keeping up with movies, entertainment, the comic space. Chloe Albert's Revenge does a number on me with some of her references because she's so sharp and quick with her references. And every once in a while, I get to learn about what's going on in that space because of Blue's house. Blue is one of my like longer term friends from YouTube. And if you guys are into anything comics, movies, let's get Blue's house up here. And you're almost at 10K. You're getting close, Blue. Look at you go. Shout out to my guy, Blue's house. So glad to see you in here, by the way, and thanks for your service. Biff says, I mostly these days work with vets, get them appointments and stuff. No, seriously, like just the little busy work is not a little thing. It seems like it's little, but it's such a huge thing. Like I've come across these stories where veterans have broken down in tears thanking, and I'm hearing the story as like a second or third person or seeing it while I'm on like a conference call or something. But the veteran is like breaking down in tears, thanking somebody for helping them book an appointment. So when something seems like a little task, it is not a little or underappreciated deal when someone like Biff is out here helping get that done. Those resources, that support it's just incredibly important. Scrooge is Army vet combat veteran. A shout out to Scrooge McBeats. Damar, disabled vet. Shout out to Damar. Thank you for your service. Look at all this. Love to see it. So many stories. And that's what I was like, surely there's like someone in the chat, right? Look at all of the stories. And for better or for worse, like, kind of sucks that so many people needed to be involved. Like, look at that. I appreciate you guys so much in the chat. And thank you again, Dirty Old Sailor, for kicking off. Like a really nice moment in the chat. Dimples Dawson in the same vein, exactly for this reason. Dimple says, Kat, I love the channel and the family. Cheers. Love you guys in the chat. Love the whole community. And as always, big shout out to the mods who they're the glue that holds us together. Make sure we don't go crazy in the chat. So thank you, Dimples, for the kind words. Jay, thank you for the $2.99. And then Stan Busy here dropping 5. I think I'd gotten this. I got to update my banner. I'm behind. Big thank you to Stan Busy. Or is it like Stan Busy? Stan Busy. Do you do music? You look like you might do music. Let us know. And thank you so much for gifting 5. Steven says, well, and I might be off now, but 3,375 on, 859 likes. You guys know what to do. And I think since this was posted, we hit 1,000 likes. So thank you so much, you guys. I don't really know how much of an impact likes have, but I always love to see you guys in the chat make jokes about how you hit the like button or why you hit the like button. And I love to see that you guys are willing to give the reminder and make sure the channel has the thumbs up. Super sweet of you guys. Thank you so much to Steven. Chloe Albert's Revenge says, who's this sounding like Reggie from Bad Boys? Well, you must be talking about Detective Dennis. And he's like, I think he likes to hear himself, or maybe he can't help it because he keeps like hot micing. He's like, can I answer? Do I continue? And the judge has to tell Hylton, like, no, Hylton, you need to give him a new question. And he's just ready to go. Ready to go. Shout out to Chloe again. She got a preemptive shout out earlier, but a true shout out now to Chloe. A big shout out here to Mrs. R for the 5 with the green heart. Always I love how green hearts have just like, they just explode with this trial now. And we're gonna get something going on. Looking at a computer. Oh, I have it muted. It's not the court. So let's rewind there. My bad, you guys.
Wait on Mr. Short.
Yes, they just went outside to get.
Well, Mr. Botts is here.
Is he here? I didn't even see him. I didn't see him.
Mr. Botts.
Go ahead.
Anyway. All right.
What's to Mr. Botts? He gets forgotten.
Have a seat.
Yes, please do.
So understanding the court's ruling in regards to Detective Dennis not being able to testify about subliminal messages or anything like that, and just going really to the basic issue of what he was qualified for, I'm just going to take my direction from the transcript that was thankfully sent to us by Ms. Percifield, as well as the court's actual order. Let me say first that the Daubert hearings were held initially back in December of 22, but I think Detective Dennis, if I'm remembering correctly, was one of those who we weren't able to do then, so he may have been in 2023. Okay. That notwithstanding, I don't have any recollection of the detective being questioned or talking about his ability to interpret lyrics as part of his expertise. And so if we're relying on what the court ordered or what the court ruled, I look at page 6 of the court, and I know you have it in front of you.
I do.
The court's order, which was drafted by the state.
It's adopted by the court, though, so that's
Right.
really neither here nor there. Go ahead.
Right. And so I just know that there is nothing in there where he is qualified to testify about anything in regards to any lyrics, in regards to interpretation of rap lyrics, nothing in regards to his training or his qualification thereof. So we'd maintain our position that he is not qualified to testify about what the state intends to qualify.
I thought that what y'all were looking back at was the live stream of the Daubert hearing.
We couldn't find it.
Okay. Well, the order on page 5 says that Detective Dennis also, quote, has extensive experience in evaluating their social media and communication practices, unquote. So if nobody can answer for me one way or another what it covered, and you maintain that you don't think it covered this, or you don't know what it covered, I'm happy to just have him come in here and let's hear his expertise on that and go on with it.
We're fine, because we do not accept communication patterns that they're talking specifically about rap lyrics. That's our position.
I don't know. Let's get him in here.
They're gonna mini Daubert, Dennis.
If nobody can remember. And we don't have a transcript. Yeah, I need the detective, please. And Ms. Hylton, did either of y'all handle the Daubert on this witness?
No, Your Honor, and what he was qualified in is a gang expert, and I am positive he talked about how gang members use music.
Were you there for it?
I was present.
Okay.
And
is this from your memory?
This is from my memory, how music can play a role in gang promotion, how music can play a role in gang, in the promotion of the gang. And that is what we're talking about. We're not talking about lyrics and musicology, but how does music play a role in the game?
Do you recall the Daubert hearing
November.
involving you
Yes.
in this case?
Yes.
Do you remember whether you testified to your expertise and experience in terms of looking at lyrics and songs and using those in your gang investigations?
Yes.
Okay. Given that, anybody want to voir dire him on that topic, not his expertise, but whether he in fact testified about that already? in the Daubert hearing.
Can I say
Yeah.
something else? We talked about lyrics the last time I was here with the halftime song, me and Mr. Adams. Also, the last time I testified, the second time.
Is it going to be anything beyond that? That same type of testimony?
No, that's it, Your Honor. I mean, it is, how do gangs use music, period.
What's your question going to be?
Whether or not he is qualified to do any interpretation of music, rap lyrics as relates to his expertise in gangs. Not whether or not he's familiar with communication patterns of gangs, but specifically whether he can look at a particular rap lyric and make any interpretation about what that means to gangs, specifically in regards to this case.
Is that something that was already covered in the Daubert hearing?
Yes.
All right, we're not going to recover it. I mean, I don't have any reason to not believe this witness.
Understood.
Okay. Let's get the jury,
And
well, honestly, we should
I'll-
just let the jury go out to lunch at this point. How long are we going to be with this witness?
Dang.
Your Honor, probably about another hour and a half
that's
at
it?
that.
I'm happy
All
to
right.
be wrong.
Do we know whether lunches are here yet? They're not? All
That is
right.
great news.
All right, ask for continued objection in regards to that, please.
Okay. Let's get the jury back in.
That is like I've never been more happy to be wrong. I'm like, all day. And she said 1 hour. Oh, wonderful, wonderful news.
Laura.
And holy moly, we gotta update this banner. You guys are going bananas with the sliming out here. So, Muck Duck says, I heard we must be conspiring to be part of the cat crew. Let's spend some money. And then comes in and drops 50 gifted memberships, guys. And then another 50 gifted memberships. So, holy moly to Muck Duck Inc. That is incredibly huge support for the channel, and that's 100 people that just got access to really fun channel emojis. So, if you guys want an excuse to be able to spam something in the chat, spam to Muck Duck Inc. Spam some duck emojis. And I think Slimer, we could use the Slimer custom channel emoji for the muck. So you could spam some Slimers too. This is incredibly generous, Muck Duck. Thank you so much. All the
right,
different
thank you.
ducks in the chat. Who did the green snake emoji?
You and just one member of the defense approach.
And guys, yeah, I don't know if I remember some Daubert hearings. I don't remember watching a Daubert hearing for Dennis. So I don't know. It could be because I tried to pull a playlist together of all the footage I was able to find of, from like 11 Alive. Law and Crime wasn't covering a lot of the early stuff. 11 Alive did more coverage in the courtroom with video. And I don't remember while I was going through and digging through that. There are a decent amount of videos in there, and I didn't go through all of them fully. But I don't remember catching a glimpse of Dennis in any of them. So I don't think I have a link to that hearing.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm sorry to get you back out here only to tell you that I'm going to release you for lunch. I sort of had a thought about something when y'all were on the way out that I think we need to probably take care of before we continue with the testimony of this witness. So I'm going to release y'all for lunch, and if y'all could be back at 1:15, please. Thank you.
I I wonder if they're going to give us arguments right now, or whatever they're taking care of right now. So, I have to see if we go to the seal. And to be fair, guys, this is a very unproductive day. And Love's not there. It's not Love's fault today. Not directly and entirely Love's fault.
Okay, you can go ahead and be seated. So, actually, in the last, 2 seconds, Ms. Percifield has received the rough of the Daubert hearing. So she's going to send that out to everybody. And if it's already resolved, then it's resolved and we can all just go to lunch. If not, we'll stick around here, do that little bit of a Daubert hearing, and then go to lunch. So just give us a few seconds, or, well, a few minutes.
He's like, please concede. Please just concede the issue.
Part of it, not all of it. So, honestly, you know what, Ms. Percifield, how about you be looking, and why don't we just go ahead and do our mini Daubert?
Your Honor, we found it online too. We could share it if you want to do it that way too.
Oh, if you found it and we have an answer, great.
No. We have the YouTube position.
Oh.
Didn't watch it yet.
How long? I mean, I would imagine it's pretty long, right?
It's an hour.
I have it, but I didn't see the length.
I was here for an hour.
Unless that's searchable.
I was here for an hour.
You were here for an hour?
Teach him how to search a
Yes,
transcript.
in my Daubert here.
Okay, I don't think it's,
You can search a YouTube transcript on
Yeah.
a PC.
Yes,
that is so cool.
most of the
Shout
time.
out to the
So if you give
Those
me,
guy.
words?
yes,
That's amazing.
if you give me a few minutes,
Okay.
we'll know if this one is searchable.
Yay.
Did you send it to me? Somebody be looking at the transcript that we have, and
Can you share the YouTube link with the state?
This is sharing with the state and recording right now.
Thank you.
yeah, I think it just takes a minute on our internet for things
Share
to
it with
get.
us too. We want to watch it.
You have it? I'm not searching, I'm trying to find the link. Hold on.
You got it.
Percifield, I'm sending it to you.
Okay.
Alrighty. And all the youngins in the room on the defense side are like, we can search it. We got this. Now, what's interesting about that is Whitaker was really excited to hear that that was a thing. So maybe she'll be more open when someone suggests looking at a YouTube replay in the future, since she knows now that it's word searchable. Because she kind of like scoffed it off previously.
Detective Dennis clearly testified about lyrics and understanding what's going on in the music, and it maybe just meaning something to the average listener and other people, to other things to members in a gang. So
That's page 16.
well, what I'm looking at is page 51, but this was covered and he was qualified, so I'm satisfied.
Page 51.
51, 52,
41.
41. $55. $16. All right, so He's qualified. We're breaking for lunch. See y'all back at 1:15.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank y'all.
Alrighty there. Now, I'm not young, but I'm missing this entirely, and I just have a vague guess that this was like opposite sides of, you know, Neil Young was on this side and Skinner might have been on this side of like a social issue, probably a war issue, right? So Jim Cox says, I hope Neil Young will remember Skinner Gang 74. So I need an assist from the music heads in the chat on this one. And also shout out to another music artist with Young in the name. Look at that. And good to see you, Jim Cox. PD Broker, thanks for becoming a member, and I'm loving your picture today. All day I've loved your picture. It is great. Chloe Albert's Revenge. Oh wait, are they coming back? There's captions on the screen. Who knows? We'll keep it like partially up. But Chloe Albert's Revenge says, Beyonce and Becky with the good hair beefed hard. For real. Well, that wasn't even subliminal though, to be fair. That wasn't subliminal. And this is what I mean when I say Chloe's just got like a encyclopedic thing to pull references from. Just incredible. Joe K says, what gang is Eminem part of? Yeah, some of his lyrics like get pretty detailed. Gwennon Garnett says, you all should check out Congress's Rap Act. That might be, I think I've like heard discussions of that. And I did just get Rap on Trial in the mail. I haven't read it and probably won't get to read it until, I don't know, sometime in the next couple of weeks. But I did get that book and I'm looking forward to reading it. So the Rap Act with Congress. Okay, so if we do, and I'm sure we could pull up. Oh, interesting. Okay. Kind of shout out to them for making the acronym here out of Restoring Artistic Protection for the Rap Act. Shout out to them for that. And it looks like there's actually a summary hearing here. So I'm going to link to this if you guys want to bookmark it. And it might be something to do a dive on. So I'll keep that up. And probably email it to myself with a snooze reminder. So thank you so much, Gwennon. And then Shannon Alexander says, well, I guess I'm gonna stop singing Aretha Franklin, giving him something he can feel. Yeah, you gotta be careful, because anything can mean whatever the person hearing it wants it to mean. And that's obviously what you meant it to mean, too. He might say I'm prostituting. Oh, well, 403. And I love the idea of letting art be subjective and not making a complete determination on what anything is supposed to mean as the audience member. What was in the mind of the artist when they were creating their message. So this is all, a lot of the stuff that's argued in this YSL trial is just stupid to me on a conceptual level. And then, yeah, Stephen T. Satchel, subliminal, this is the pot calling the kettle black. Right? Like, just the way the state pursues their questioning, too. There's always, like, a slick commentary in the question that feeds the person on the stand with the type of answer, what we're trying to hint at to the jury. And the witness usually catches it. And their answer is a really slick way to let the jury subliminally draw an inference. So who knows? S for subliminal is the word today. Big shout out to Jamila Jackson for becoming a member. Thank you so much, Jamila. Violet Williams also became a member, but not Violet, not Williams. Prayer Changes became a member as well. Thanks so much for joining the channel. And then as people are joining, Dee Dee's like, look, I'm going to help 10 people join, which is super generous of you, Dee Dee. And if you guys ever see Dee Dee in the chat, Dee Dee is hilarious. So if you see her comment something, you'll probably get a laugh if you tune into whatever she's saying. Great to see you today, Dee Dee. Stephen T. Satchel also gifting a membership. Thank you so much. And then we got some mod love from My Pet Goldfish 101. Shout out to all the pet goldfishes. Amazing community mods, and you are doing amazing. We're going to mute some of this noise. Thank you so much for the kind words and for the mod love. Touche says, so wrong for Paige to rule to continue this case without committing to review the testimony. I don't know because I wasn't here is also wildly inappropriate. And she did the little giggle when she said that. She did the little giggle. I don't know because I wasn't here. Which, yes, that's true, but it's problematic consistently. Good to see you, Touche. Thank you so much for the 10. Dirty Old Sailor says, thank you, Kat. Your commemorate are spot on about veterans. I applied to use the VA twice and was denied twice. And it's like, from my understanding, it takes time to apply, wait, and then get the decision, right? So all that time goes by. All of that time wasted, and then you got to do it again. It's just bulky. I was in the Navy for 20 years. Thank you for your service. Reason, wife, now deceased, made too much money. So wait, have you been, I'd have complaints for other reasons, but were you also denied after your wife was already deceased? It's stupid. It's like stupid that, you know, I feel like marriage can bite you in the butt. But if you really want to be married and get married to somebody, I feel like there shouldn't be these things that can allow the government to strip you of your access to something as an individual. So I have a whole like rant in my head about that. But Dirty Old Sailor, that's really frustrating. That is really frustrating. And even worse with the context there at the end. So thank you again for your service, and that sucks, and that's why I think that needs to be an important issue that we don't just think is no big deal. We hear the word veterans a lot, we say thank you for your service, but paying attention to the actual, you know, the circumstances of the healthcare, housing, resources, just pay a little more attention. I think it can make a big difference, you guys. Joe says, this case has taught me even lawyers, quote, fake it till you make it. Baldwin case dismissed from one box of ammo not handed over. Yet this trial goes on. Listen. And again, I think a lot of that comes down to different judge and maybe different, it shouldn't come down to this, but different, not trying to make light of Helena Hutchinson's death, but different circumstances, because the question was, is Alec Baldwin like directly responsible? Does he have responsibility for her shooting, even if he says it wasn't intentional and it wasn't some big gruesome violent incident leading up to the fall of Helena Hutchins. But I do think even though it shouldn't make a difference, I feel like here in YSL, the judge is looking at all of the stuff in the indictment, and rather than looking at it as a matter of law, they're trying to hold on to something in part because they feel like this is such a huge, scary indictment that they don't want to let something too small cause the trial to end in a mistrial. And I don't really think that's a good approach. I don't think that's a good approach because it allows the back door to stay open to continued shady behavior, mistakes that impact somebody's constitutional rights. It's a whole mess. So good point. And I always love the comparisons to the Rush trial. That's like really sticking with people. And then Peter Ortiz says, please help me find a RICO case. I don't think we know where the RICO is. We've just got an appearance once in a while from this old RICO. That's all we've got. I'm a Vietnam vet, so thank you for your service. 68 to 70 in Riverine Forest 112. GMG 1. Agent Orange got you. Another common story. My VA treats me great. That is great. And that's the thing, right? The VA can make a difference. And when I say the VA. It really is the individuals that work at a specific branch, right? It's the people. So if you don't have great people, they don't know how to find and connect you with the resources. They're not going out of the way to make sure your appointments are not just booked and scheduled, but, and I don't know about you in particular, Peter Ortiz, but a lot of veterans need transportation to their appointments. And if that's not organized, it falls apart. So it is great news and a good reminder that it's possible for a VA to do great work if they have the resources and the team to do so. Probably a good parallel to prosecutor teams, prosecution teams, right? If you get the people in there with the right intentions and you give them the resources, the two together can make something great happen, right? So great news, I'm glad to hear. And then the next part, you say, my heart was destroyed by Agent Orange, 100% disability. That is like just a nightmare scenario. And I think some younger people don't really understand that this was a thing, that Agent Orange was a thing. I think like Vietnam is starting to fall out of the history teachings a little bit. And I think people forget that veterans with disabilities caused by things like Agent Orange are still here with us. And I'm glad you're getting good treatment, but it's a somber reminder. So thank you so much. You really didn't need, this is an incredibly generous super chat, which you didn't need to send just to share your story. I have so much appreciation for you, Peter. So thank you for the super, but heart to you on this one for your message and sharing your story, because I didn't know that specifically. And you're getting a ton of love here in the chat. You are getting a ton of love. And I saw it originally when you posted too. The YouTube feed was like a red blur of people replying to you. So thank you so much again to the chat. When people share, the chat always shows a ton of support and love and encouragement. So love you guys all around. Do we need a 60-second mod love session? 60-second positivity event. You can do all caps, you guys. There you go. So we'll get that going there. Tons of love there. Obi, 1000%. Getting 100% service connected needs to be easier for our vets. And love that phrase. That's a simple way to put it, service connected. Sometimes just having a clearer way to communicate is a big appreciation. Thank you so much, Obi, for that phrase. All the love here. Biff just with the mods need an OnlyFans, take advantage. Oh man. Okay, so 20% is the threshold, right? So if you're below the 20% at the VA, you do not get care there, even though I believe everyone should get it. And then Iron Rabbit says, my VA gives me good treatment. Back in the 70s, the American Legion used to have veteran advocates to help navigate the system. Yeah, and I think there's kind of like a hybrid, and I really could go ask some colleagues about their change of career path a little bit, but there are some people that do kind of like hybrid work with healthcare, VA healthcare benefits, that still seem to call themselves an advocate and are very close to the American Legion, but they're not using that title anymore. So I'm wondering if this is why. So maybe like they cut that actual program, but the individuals that filled those roles, they still want to do the same thing that they were doing. So that would explain it. And most of them have some type of, VA benefits, they're licensed in some way towards like the healthcare side of it, rather than any affiliation with the American Legion, even though they're widely involved with their community's American Legion. So shout out again to you for your service, Iron Rabbit. And that just made a little bit of something click. And also good news. This is such good news. So Steve Kirkland also has good VA care, good help from Steve's VA. So that is awesome. 100% disability, PTSD, and Agent Orange. Again, like, Agent Orange is a menace. Like, just wild. And that was one of the, like, I remember being in school and thinking that was, like, the craziest thing I'd heard at that point in my life. Like, like, I remember, like, you can't really conceptualize it. I don't remember how young I was. I want to say, like, maybe 7th grade. So, like, old enough to be able to do some critical thinking when you're learning or hearing about something. And it just seemed so, like, you just did this without considerations of what it would do to people in the long run. And I think that was the start of realizing, like, you know, the concept of we go to war to fight the bad guys and our good guys, and we win, and our good guys are always safe. I was like, oh yeah, that's something that definitely isn't a reality. You know, when you're like 6 or 7 years old, you just think it's like black and white. Oh man. So much experience with either directly or a family member with Vietnam and exposure to Agent Orange in the chat, which is just like crazy to be aware of. Crazy. I'm sorry, Kristen. Same thing, Tanisha. Yeah, man, like, and we're not always the good guys, man. Big wake up call when you hit a certain age. Like, you don't really, when you're like in elementary school, you're just kind of like, cool story about cops and robbers. Like, I don't know. And then, like, as you develop, as you get older and start thinking on different levels more critically, you're kind of like, well, hold on a minute. Hold on a minute now. So, oh man. Yeah, the Vietnam soldiers should have gotten recognition long before they did. 1,000%. So thank you for Vietnam veteran service. And thank you again to everyone sharing their stories and being open to it in the chat and being supportive. Jennifer Devine says all these veterans in the chat fought for these artists' right to freedom of speech. Right, you're fighting to defend our country, our Constitution. So here we are, and we're trampling on, like, kind of a pretty important amendment. So great point, great parallel there, Jennifer. Thank you for the 10. Oh man. And Retired Phoenix, of course. Thank you, Chat and Kat, for recognizing service members. Our family sacrifice too. You know, my grandfather, he passed away several years ago already, but all the way through his end of life, the friends he kept around him were his friends from the service. So, you know, I always think there's having some sense of unity is great, and there's probably people in the chat. I hope you guys find friends in this chat. I really do. I think that support and having a friends group, a community, can be really beneficial. You hear that it means a lot when someone thanks you for your service. But I also think just having friends, having people around, I think it helped my grandfather. He was in poor health, but he lived longer than he was expected to after certain diagnoses because, in my opinion, he always had people around him laughing, playing cards, people stuck together. So I always just hope there's some positivity that can come, even if it's online. Even if it's online. So thank you, Retired Phoenix. And then Iron Rabbit, thank you again for the 5 gifted memberships. Muck Duck Inc. says, I've been slimed like I'm on Nickelodeon Slime. You deserve all the love and support. This is an amazing group of people here. Thank you again, Muck Duck, for all your support today. Thank you. Don't thank me. Dropping 100 gifts, letting people use new channel emojis. Yeah, and I think there's a distinction there too, Peter. You know, there's a difference between like the politics and the mission versus the individual service members, right? So And I hope, I feel like my political views are very muted. I'm kind of like jaded to a lot of stuff, but my stance, I guarantee you, everybody in this chat, there's something I'll align with you on and probably something I won't align with you on. I'm all over the place. But one thing I think is we should take seriously how our resources are used. And unfortunately, we look at our physical people, bodies, humans, our service members. Unfortunately, they get looked at as resources. And if we're wasting those resources, that's really tragic to me. That shouldn't be happening. And that's a short take on my opinion of some of our decisions with where we go to war and how long we stay at war. And it's all love to the service members. And a shaking my head at the decisions that get some people in harm's way unnecessarily. And then Joe K says, are lyrics now a thought crime? I mean, guys in the chat, don't start coming up with some song lyrics. Be careful now. Be careful now. It's going to come back and be used against you in the future. Oh, man. It's like a pet peeve of mine. Like, if it's specific, that's one thing. I'll say it over and over again. If you have a lyric that really relates in time and place to something, cool. Argue it. Let the jury decide. But don't just slather the jury with like a million, like, we shouldn't just be trying to convict people because they're corny on social media, posting pictures of money and guns. Like, tie it to the actual crime and criminality and conspiracy. That's all I ask for. Because being corny, being a cornball, posting corny things on social media for look at me, isn't really criminal. But I think that they want the jury to just like look down automatically, so they don't need to prove to the jury that XYZ was actually happening. So, at AK, did Hylton say she had proof when at the podium? Now, I think she said that we have the Daubert hearing. So, I don't know if she didn't know that she wouldn't be able to pull it that quickly. But unfortunately, she was right. Like, so whether she worded it as proof rather than we could reference the hearing or the order, I think she should be more careful with her words. I mess up my words too, so I try to have some understanding. But it's a little bit different when you mess up your words in ways that have big meaning on the record in a trial. So, but yeah, I think she just meant that she was aware that there was a hearing and that there was an order. I think that's all she meant there. Jason Sorensen says, people need to understand cops get made experts in everything. And they're allowed to forget everything, right? They're allowed to like not know anything and then also be an expert at the same time. Like, oh, I don't know. Oh, but you want to ask me to monologue. Like, this is a TED Talk on an issue that I'm not really, I'm probably more opinionated on than an expert in from an academic standpoint. They get both. They can know nothing and know everything at the same time. During Karen Reed, they let a cop testify about wounds from a car accident. Cops are special. Oh boy. Yeah, guys, if you want to see some awful, awful expert testimony, and I know Chloe will know the name. What was the name of the expert from the Commonwealth that the defense had to educate them on physics, but they were supposed to be a physics expert, but they were pretty much, their expert testimony was like stuff and things. I know Chloe will know the name. That was like painfully hilarious. Trooper Paul, shout out to Risa. Trooper Paul, shout out to Factual Lie. Guys, look up, if you want to watch something, in all caps from Chloe, Trooper Paul. If you want to watch a painfully hilarious, also kind of tragic that this is even happening moment, look up Trooper Paul's, direct will be really slow and painful. Look up the cross-examination of Trooper Paul in the Karen Reed trial. Like, holy moly. Holy moly. And compared to that, Dennis is like up here. If I'm weighing it, Dennis is like up here compared to Trooper Paul in the Karen Reed trial. Oh, man. Yeah, the kind of this way. Yeah, they're allowed to lose their reports. Oh my goodness. Everybody's remembering Trooper Paul. Yeah, and an honorable mention of Crash Daddy. You guys are hilarious. Daily Quick Bite says Paul studied forward. And heck yeah, being a cornball is freedom of speech. Now, I personally can say that I think somebody's corny for doing certain things, but I'm not... They can still say corny things. Oh, okay, so Uncivil Law has a compilation. When we start back up, I'll pull that up, because I'll probably watch that. I honestly might have seen it. But whether I've seen it or not, I do agree that this is probably hilarious with Uncivil Law. So I will pull that up and drop that in the chat once court restarts. Oh my goodness. And speaking of Chloe, thank you again, Chloe. Chloe says, ask him? Wow, let's just ask the defendants if they think they're guilty too. And what I thought was interesting about, we're going to ask Dennis questions about the Daubert hearing. Earlier he said, I don't remember, I've been here 3 times. So like, pick and choose. Sick day cooking again. What are we cooking? Dennis looks like one of the generic fish in Bikini Bottom. Stop it. Oh no. There's like really never a SpongeBob reference that doesn't make me laugh. Much love to you, Kat, and shout out to all the slimes in the chat. Shout out to Sick Day cooking again with the SpongeBob reference. Hilarious. Oh man. And I think SpongeBob is like generational humor at this point. They've been around like 25 years, right? Rod's, and I never know how to say your middle name, so thank you for the Betsy at the end. Is it like Rod's Killis? Kyle's? Betsy? So, Betsy, thank you so much. Betsy says, big shout out to Kat, the mods, and the chat. You all rock. The real VV. Law and Order certified says, I love when you say holy moly, new to your channel. I don't even know when I started saying that. It's been for a long time, though. It has been for a long time. Stephen T. Satchel says, this bill limits the admissibility of evidence of a defendant's creative or artistic expression against the defendant in a federal criminal case. Now, this is going back to, let's see, paste the link here in the chat in case you guys missed it earlier. But the RAP Act. So there you go. That is dropped in the chat. And when I get a chance, I'll throw it in the video description as well. But yeah, I'm excited to read this, Steven. I am excited to read this. And also, Steven says, big thank you to That Ill Kid J for the link to William's song, STS, your initials. I've queued it up for later. Awesome. Love that there. And shout out to That Ill Kid J. That Ill Kid J makes music and has had a bunch of songs played during Club Classy and gets a lot of love when his music is up. So shout out to all the talented folks in our chat. I like to support music, you guys. I am not musically inclined myself. No talent, just gotta support the artist. And it's better that way. Back to the Magic City. That has been hilarious today. Dirty Old Sailor says they're moving furniture to make room for more strippers. And Dirty Old Sailor also says, I'm strong to finish because I eat my spinach. I'm Popeye the Dirty Old Sailor. Man, hold on. Spinach is green. You gotta be careful. You gotta be careful now. You are what you eat. You must be slime. And shout out to Popeye. Classic cartoon there. Chloe. Twerkin' in furtherance of YSL is the Fulton County version of Step in the Name of Love. Oh boy. There really wasn't much of that going on in those videos though. There was like 1 or 2 girls and the back was kind of dark and I was looking at the fight. But I really only saw like the 2 girls in the front like just doing a little bounce. So, I don't know. I've never been to Magic City, but maybe it was just the room that they were in. I thought it would be more performances, more pole artistry. But what do I know? That was a short video clip. Shout out to Chloe. Leah's dad says, if today is when the state is to present their full theory for the first time, this cross will be beautiful. I know Steele's gonna get in. And you know what, guys? Squirrel Brain is supposed to be Thorpe, but at this point, if you just want to call all the detectives Squirrel Brain, that's fine by me. That's fine by me. And right on time, right? The full theory, and not for the first time, because now we're going back to lyrics. But presenting their full theory, they have to use the lyrics to explain everything. And the lyrics they're going to use, there might be one or two that seem specific, but I guarantee you they're going to try to use lyrics that are just like talking about money in general. Something that wouldn't be unusual for a rap lyric. I don't know if they've got specific lyrics. Like we might get stuff like this. Let's see if we get any yak lyrics in the indictment. Kind of hard to search because they don't call it lyrics every time. No, they don't really have Kendrick with lyrics until 2020 in the indictment. We ride around with guns probably as big as us, and we be on some Tupac-ish hit 'em up. Play with Unfunk and get hogtied. Play with Unfunk, they all die. Talking about knocking off your big homie, even his small fry, why would I lie? Alright, so if they can prove some get back and forth with Unfunk, I would say there could be specificity with something like this. Now, with this, I don't know if that has any specificity whatsoever. They just say they ride around with guns probably as big as us. They're not saying we come across these guns illegally. We conspire to get these guns illegally. So, like, I don't know. This one could be a maybe, if there's more foundation, in my opinion, for specificity. This is just kind of like... And it's a we. So, who's the we? What else do we got here? And then they're just referencing Hail Mary, more Tupac, and then Hit 'em Up. So, like, a lot of this is playing on other lyrics. More music. And then why would I lie? I got mob ties. All right, so where's the tie to the mob? like, hold on. Hold on. I want them to prove this connection in trial. Tell them to spin a bend, they send shots flying, knocking off your big homie. So, and these are all like separate quotes. Like one quote will be like 8 words, and then it's they're separated here. So they're probably separated in a song by other bars. So we'll have to see. If we're talking about yak, these might be some of the lyrics that Dennis wants to talk about today. That Ilka J just says bars. So we'll get back over here in case, you know, in case court pops back up or Jesse Weber wants to pay a visit. And honestly, Miss Chocolate, there were so many pauses and breaks today that you could probably catch up with most of this day in a short amount of time. So. Yeah, that's really where I stand. You still have to interpret its meaning. I'm not a fan of creative interpretation of art and music. I'm certainly not a fan of using it in lieu of actual evidence of a crime. Right. Because it's almost like they want to, like, treat lyrics like their testimony. So, which isn't okay. It's not okay. And shout out to Michelle. Michelle says Fox 5 Atlanta stream doesn't have their channel logo or scrolling news ticker. Now, the reason I typically lean towards law and crime is Fox 5. There's two. I think 11 Alive usually doesn't have closed captions. I think that's 11 Alive. And then I think Fox 5 is usually quieter. So law and crime for the most part seems to be more consistent with having the closed captions, even though they suck sometimes, and having average or better volume compared to the other streams. So that's why, but however, Fox 5, we've used it as a plan B, and it's great to know that it's working well today. If you guys think today Fox 5 you'd prefer to watch on Fox 5, we can switch over. But Michelle, thank you for the helpful information, because Law and Crime doesn't always have their stuff together either. 403 is ready, says, I wish YSL clothing line would send a cease and desist. Like, stop mentioning us. Hope you're doing well. Hope your appointment went well, 403. FFS says, fun fact irrelevant to the case. I just looked at my profile picture in that comment I posted. I got the exact same thing on right now. It's chilly out. Oh, like you're wearing your outfit right now? It is cold in Florida today, comparatively. It was pretty hot last week, of course, when the power was out, and it's in the 70s today instead of the 80s. So we're finally getting Florida fall weather. Shout out to FFS, my fellow Floridian. Shay Marie, thank you for becoming a member. Mr. Nobody, you had me laugh in real time. That's not a strip club, it's a WWE chairs match. The Dennis laugh was still hilarious. Chloe Albert's Revenge says, somebody open a Waze app and correct that man. Yeah, I get with like traffic maybe, but like 7 hours from Miami to Tampa is just kind of like, I don't know. I wonder if like any one of the jurors has like Florida family members or has done a drive through Florida where they're kind of like, I don't know. And then Shay Marie says, glad to be an official co-conspirator with the green amphibious emojis. Thank you so much, Shay. That's what Lay said. Says, this is the most 403 of all time. I object for the chat. Thank you so much. A lot of it seems, and I don't know, I think the reason it's being allowed is because some of the same foundational questions might seem the same at a broad level, but Hylton's re-asking them to get into a different individual or a different incident, a different day and time, which is annoying. But again, she said she only has an hour left, so they were supposed to have Dennis for 3 to 4 days, and they whittled it down to half a day maybe. We'll see if that plays out as predicted by Hylton. But I actually think it's applaudable if Hylton really only has an hour more, because a lot of today was taken up by these pauses and these breaks. There really hasn't been that much active time of direct testimony. So I'm going to call it like it is. This hasn't actually been that long or drawn out with the testimony itself. So, although it is still another overlap with some stuff I swear we've heard before. Ms. Jazzy Jazz says, why do they not say who or what they are talking about from the start? I don't know. It's like they don't care about the jury following. And you'll see that difference with the defense, with the cross-examination. They'll say things like, and on, and they'll repeat the date again. And on, and they'll repeat the date again. And also on that same night date, like they're cueing the jury to realize this is all the same instance in time. And the state doesn't do that. They really don't do that. But yeah, this is a lot of info to follow, and I'm really wondering how will they do in closing. And I can't imagine anybody but Love doing the closing. I don't think she would allow for that. And I think it's going to be a mess. I think it's going to be a mess. Great food for thought here. Thank you so much for the 10, Miss Jazzy. Chloe Albert's Revenge says, oh no, not about Dennis. Dennis's voice is somewhere between sexy and creepy, and then the breathing starts and it tips full speed creepy. Yeah, no. The voice doesn't do it for me, guys. So I'll let you have half of that, Chloe. Retired Phoenix, thank you so much for gifting 10 memberships. Super generous of you. And good to see you. Hope you are doing well. That's what Lay said, and it's the same question, guys. Put a 1 if you have this question. Why are Shell and Woody not taking the smoke for this? Seems like the evidence points to them being the real problems here, if we're being honest. And now Shell Kel seems like he's in and out of jail, and Woody, we've heard that he's been in and out for, you know, his largest stint was like firearm related with the feds. So I don't know. I don't know. Like, granted, they're in and out for what seems like other reasons for the most part. But there are some people on trial here facing very long sentences. Why aren't they in the same boat? Why aren't they in the same boat? And obviously, Shell Kel wouldn't be, like, part of the YSL enterprise, right? He's the ops. But still, it just doesn't seem right. It doesn't seem right. Keno Scott says, hit the like. Cat deserves better than that. And you put 2 T's in the that. Hilarious. Thank you so much for your support, Keno. Tamika says, I'm back for a few. So mad that because she wasn't there, valid objections can't be addressed properly. Hence the issues with moving forward with a new judge. And again, shout out to Bruce Harvey. I mean, it was an awesome motion, and I understand that the other defense attorneys, you know that would just be a new trial, so I understand why there was a little bit of divergence there between the defense counsel, but conceptually, I think there's no rational way to say Bruce Harvey was wrong with his motion there. Like, it'd be different if the trial was like 4 days in. Oh, we only got to catch up on 4 days and the pretrial rulings. But you got to catch up on 100 days and everything that transpired since 2022. Shout out to Tamika. Shout out to Tamika in the chat. Put some T's in the chat. Chloe Albert's Revenge says, y'all remember that hardcore beef between Dolly Parton and Jolene? See, I know that reference. And that was definitely like, not gonna lie, love Dolly Parton, but whoever Jolene was, Dolly seems like she just wanted to put it in words and not actually take action. Right? So, couldn't that be the same case for somebody else that put something in words? They don't actually act on it? Thank you so much, Chloe. And yes, I'm so glad I actually, like, caught in full your reference here. And then Tamika says, and he set up Pooh Shiesty song, stay in YSL's lane. Listen, Dennis is a fan of probably a few people. So, and we'll hear more about that. If you guys missed Detective Dennis's previous testimony, I'm sure we'll, by nature of the way direct is going, we're going to get some of the same hilarious questions on cross-examination. Let's see. AK. I think AK is going to have a great point by the first line here. The state should have charged the individuals so there could hopefully be consequences and closure for the families. Right, and if you try the individual, and let me be clear, some of the stuff that is tied into this indictment has been tried, has been adjudicated separately previously, and it's coming back years later in this indictment for the gang charge, right? So not the actual, this isn't to adjudicate the guilt on the act itself, but rather now, if the act that you've already been convicted of or previously pled to, or maybe had dismissed, or not dismissed, I guess we couldn't bring that in, but now we're asking the jury to consider whether that thing back then that you've already dealt with, you're now charged with maybe you did that thing in furtherance of YSL. Like, you could rope someone up for their whole life with this type of mess. And a whole bunch of resources. So I agree, AK. I think trying it in, like, individually would be better, but don't forget some of this stuff has been tried individually already, and now it's coming back because of the count 1 and, like, count 30 is the, which one is it? The count 30 and 31, 33? I have it up. Let me look real quick. Oh no, I'm just making up random. What is the count? Oh, 42. So okay, there's a bunch of them. So like 42, 43, 46, they're all just participation in criminal street gang activity, conspiracy to commit a crime, participation. So any of these charges could tack on to somebody now in relation to something that they did and have already been settled out in a different trial or through a plea previously. And that just seems like a tricky and unfair area allowable within the statute. But you also say the RICO case to make a name for Fani is horrible for everyone involved. All around. All around. And just imagine this comes back with a not guilty verdict after all of this time. How would the victims' families feel? And I'm not saying a not guilty verdict would be the wrong outcome. I'm just saying if after all of this, if you're the family, if you're a taxpayer, if you're a resident of Fulton County, and this has been the thing for years, and it's not guilty, like what would that symbolize? Thank you so much, AK. Shay Marie, thank you so much for gifting a membership. Shay Marie said, look, I'm doing a +1. I'm joining and I'm bringing someone with me. That's very nice of you, Shay. Thank you so much. And then Queen Shadina says, hey, Kat, today is my birthday. Happy birthday to Queen Shadina. So let's get some party balloons in the chat. YouTube expired my channel membership and I can't figure out how to renew. It's because you have an iPhone. It's the iPhone thing. I don't know why it's so difficult, but you got to join through a link as an Apple user. It's really stupid. And let's see. Let's get some balloons in the chat for Queen Shadina. Love the flood of balloons. I see we're a bit behind. We're getting a Trooper Paul mention still. Shout out to Bliss, who's a little bit behind but catching up with us. And not shout out to Trooper Paul. Yeah, happy birthday. All these birthday wishes. I'm sorry I'm a little late on getting to that. I hope you're still here, Queen. Yes, John, they are still on lunch. They are still on lunch. Ooh, we got some crowns from Peter. That's fitting too, I like that. Thank you for all the birthday love there for Queen Shadina. And to become a member, this should give you the option to allow gifted memberships and also join if you want to rejoin. Anybody in the chat that's looking for that link. All right, is Lawn Crime doing something? No. No. Okay, so Brooke Harrington, shout out to Brooke, says 11:14. Okay, let's see. Let me try to search for this YouTube video through Google because YouTube's like search filter, the farthest time range they let you pick to filter stuff is within this year. They don't let you choose something that's outside of this past 12 months. Which seems like YouTube's been around for a while and they have a huge user experience team. You think they would have fixed that by now or made it easier to use. Let me go to my pretrial list because now that you're saying that it's like 6 hours long, I really might have that in the pretrial thing. Because there isn't one that I've gone back and watched 5 hours through so far. Pre-trial. So 9 days ago. I mean, that would be about, it's going to still say 1 year ago. I don't think it'll say 2 years yet because we're still in October, or 1 year. Music exec. What date was this one? And guys, if you wanted to check out some of the pre-trial stuff, I'm not sure yet if I have this video in the playlist, but there's like 41 videos in here compiled from pre-trial days. There's that playlist link in the chat. Okay. Might be this one. Nope, November 16th is the one I'm on. Oh, and Brooke, if you're in the chat, do you know if he showed his face? Because if I'm pulling it up from a different stream, it might not have the same timestamps. Let's see. 11, November 8th. Yeah, and I think I'm missing it because I jumped from November. Do you know the channel, Beck? Okay, Law and Crime. Okay, so it must be, and I have the other window open. I think, let me make sure this is the right one. Okay. Oh my gosh. Come on, YouTube. And I'll add this over to, there we go. Make this full screen. Let me close like the 7 other videos I have open.
All right. The court having considered the arguments of counsel as well as the testimony of Detective Ty Dennis as well as States 2, which is his CV, and States 2B, which is a continuation of his CV, which specifically breaks out his gang training and the cases that he's been involved in to include civil matters that he's been involved in as well as States 3, which was admitted yesterday to the court. We'll take notice of that.
Okay, this is a typical Glanville ruling.
And the case law and arguments of counsel, specifically rule as follows. On November the 14th of 2023, this court held a hearing pursuant to OCGA 24-7-702 to determine the admissibility of testimony in the state's proffered expert, and that would be the former detective Ty Dennis, retired detective Ty Dennis. The state's request that the court declare Detective Dennis as an expert in the following areas. The field of criminal street gang recognition, culture, practices, investigation, identification, as well as specifically the Englewood family criminal street gang and the Young Slime Life criminal street gang.
And they have the video already, you guys.
The
They were looking
examination
through
of
it through the
Detective
transcription.
Dennis and from his CV shows that he has been qualified as an expert witness at least 10 times in the area of criminal street gangs.
Okay, this is sped up and it's still a little slow, so.
Having heard evidence, testimony, and argument from all parties, which this court will apply to all the named defendants specifically in this case, I'm going to find that this evidence is admissible pursuant to OCGA 24-7-702B. We have had our evidence code our new evidence code since July 1st of 2020, and it applies the tenets as set forth in Daubert versus Merrill Dow Pharmaceuticals at 509 U.S. 579-1993 to criminal cases. And as I mentioned earlier, and I'll mention yesterday, I mentioned today that expert witnesses formerly were governed under the provisions of 24-7-701, but as of July 1st of 2022, the rules of OCGA 24-7-702 mirror the requirements of Daubert, and they now apply. OCGA 24-7-702 provides a witness who's qualified as an expert by knowledge, skill, experience, or education may testify in the form.
And this is just like the statute that gets added to the orders. At the end, we'll hear probably like a sentence or two about what specifically this expert is qualified to testify about.
Of an opinion or otherwise, and in this particular case, Detective Dennis is being offered due to his background, training, education, and experience. If the expert's scientific, technical, or other specialized knowledge will help the trier of fact understand the evidence and determine the fact and issue, the testimony is based upon sufficient facts or data, the testimony is the product of reliable principles and methods, and the expert has reliably applied the principles and methods to the facts of the case, and OCGA 24-7-702E provides guidance as to trial courts on how to apply this code section, and it indicates that it's the intent of the legislature that in all proceedings, the courts of this state in Georgia are not to be viewed as open to expert evidence that would not be admissible in other states. So, in interpreting and applying this code section, the courts of the state may draw from the opinions of the United States Supreme Court in Daubert, General Electric, and Kumu Tire citations which have been previously provided, and other cases in federal courts applying the standards announced by the United States Supreme Court in those aforementioned cases. And the 11th Circuit in United States versus Fraser, 387 F. 3rd, 1244, 11th Circuit, 2004, explains that a witness qualified as an expert may testify in the form of an opinion as permitted in OCGA 24-7-702 if that testimony is based on sufficient facts or data, the testimony is the product of reliable principles and methods, and the witnesses apply the principles and methods reliably to the facts of the case, and that is Fraser at 1259. This court must perform a gatekeeping function concerning the admission of expert scientific and technical evidence. To determine whether expert testimony is admissible, this court must consider three factors. One, the expert is qualified to testify competently regarding the matters he intends to address. Two, the methodology by which the expert reaches his conclusions is sufficiently reliable, as determined by the sort of inquiry mandated in Daubert. And three, the testimony assists the trier of fact through the application of scientific, technical, or other specialized expertise to understand the evidence or determine the fact and issue. And that's citing City of Tuscaloosa versus Recross Chemical Inc. at 158 F. 3rd, 548. Pinpoint 56, 11th Circuit, 1998, and Daubert 509 U.S. at 589. The proponent of the expert testimony must always bear the burden to show that his expert is qualified to testify competently regarding the matters he intends to address, the methodology by which the expert reaches his conclusions is sufficiently reliable, and the testimony assists the trier of fact, citing McCorvey versus Baxter Healthcare, 298 F. 3rd, 1252, pinpoint 1257, 11th Circuit, 2002. The court finds that the state has met its burden as to Detective Dennis's testimony. The state is presented from Detective Dennis at this hearing and has entered his CV, marked as States 2 and 2B into evidence. The testimony and his CV shows his extensive experience in gang investigations. His educational background is that, as he testified to, he has an associate's degree in criminal justice from Land Lake College in Illinois from August 1997 to May of 1999. And he furthermore has a degree in sociology and criminal justice from the University of North Alabama at Florence, Alabama, where he matriculated from August of 1999 to May of 2002. His CV is replete with his employment history from the position he holds right now with the Rockwood School District as the Director of School Safety from August of 20 to the present. He was previously, up until that point in time, August of 20, going backwards from May 13 to August of 20, he served with the Atlanta Police Department Criminal Intelligence Unit Gang Special Enforcement Section. He's been a member of the ATF Safe Streets Task Force from January 2015 to March of 2020. He was a police criminal investigator from the City of Atlanta Police Department Zone 6 from 2011, his total service being 2011 to August of 2020. And then he was a patrol officer from September of 04 through August of 2020, his total service. But he has participated in countless.
This is sped up still a little. Is he like realizing
Investigations related to the criminal activity.
Was he realizing that something he thought he needed to say or include isn't on the paper copy? Like, why did he stop when he has the order in his hands that he's reading off of to look over? Because remember, his computer screen used to be over on this side for him when he was in this courtroom.
Dealing with homicides, firearms, robberies, shootings, and carjackings. Conducted the processing of crime scenes for evidence such as weapons, fingerprints, physical evidence, gang paraphernalia, and photographs. Analyzing GCIC and NCIC reference to checking criminal histories as placing wanted persons in the system, arranging case management organization case files.
Organizing case files. And I promise the live court day is still on the Georgia seal. We're not missing
He's a detective for 10 plus years. He is specialized in criminal street gangs with investigation, documenting, and monitoring since 2013. He's taken over 100 hours of training focusing on gangs and gang violence. He's been certified as a gang expert, has testified in at least 10 trials with the prosecution of gang-related crimes such as murder, shootings, carjackings, and armed robberies. He has testified this, over the past several hours of his many experiences with the gang members.
All right, here we go.
And he has done gang consulting work in premises liability cases. He has testified significantly on the background and
Okay, so that bit he just said is civil.
of the IF gang, the composition of the IF gang, their interface with the YSL gang. He has done cell phone extractions, looked at social media, monitored jail calls, interviewed defendants, people in the community, alleged gang and non-gang related gang members as sources of information. He's done at least 50 cell extractions, listened to many, many jail calls. He's familiar with people talking in slang or in code. He told us about terms mac and cheese or get the biscuit, or I'm gonna wet you up. Hand signals. He specifically testified about the culture and practices of the IF and YSL gangs and gave his opinion in respect to the YSL and IF gangs.
You guys with the biscuits already,
Detective
you guys
Dennis
are so
also
quick.
testified his knowledge of gang terms, investigatory principles, and the Atlanta Police Department's 6-point investigative strategy for identification of gang members. He's testified to the content of the trainings he's attended and explained how those courses and his experiences have assisted him in learning about gang investigations and gang members.
Yeah, what is the gang version of the mac and cheese? I need the chat's assist. What is the gang meaning behind mac and cheese? Because the mac and cheese reference slang that I know is not really, it's like a loving thing and not a hateful thing. So, what? I broke it. I broke it. Brittany says, what in the world did I walk
Detective
into?
Dennis has explained how their interrelationship between the IF and the composition of the IF gang and YSL with each other and one another. And he's testified how each of how these gangs have developed. He's explained indicators in social media posts, communication patterns, and criminal gang activities can show association or membership in gangs. For the above mentioned reasons, for described testimony, this court finds that his testimony meets the requirements of Daubert and OCGA 24-7-702. The court will reiterate, like I did yesterday, that these particular, this testimony, such as Detective Dennis's, much like Detective Belknap's, yesterday has been accepted in numerous federal courts, including the 11th Circuit, under which I provide citations have been provided yesterday. But Augustine, Wilson, Ledbetter, Hankey,
Okay, they're going on to other stuff. Okay, hold on. We're going to address, thank you chat for the Mac 10 thing. Now, Mac 10 and cheese is a whole meme, so is it really gang activity? Hold on, I'm just gonna pull up the search results. This is one that came up. Well, no, I can't. I think YouTube would hate me for that, right? Alright, whatever. I'll dispute this with YouTube. But, like, this is an example. Oh my gosh. But it's code. It's code. Oh my goodness. So, sorry for the Glanville throwback. If you want to watch more of that on your own time, including if you go earlier in that stream, you'll be able to see the voir dire. So, the actual qualification and testimony during this hearing by Detective Dennis. So, but technically, remember Hylton said she wanted to show the order, and they don't really say in there, and the judge already agreed. So if you guys missed her saying that, the judge had to reiterate that she was excluding any expert testimony about subliminals and whatever. The issue is she's still leaving this gray area where he can talk about his opinion of what lyrics mean. Which, I don't know, you could say it's opinion, but when you've already got the jury thinking that this guy's qualified as a gang expert and an expert on gang slang, and then they're supposed to suddenly think, oh, this is just opinion now, they're going to give more weight to his opinion, maybe because of his title. They might not, because he seems like a bumbling dolt on the stand at times. But still, I think the caution, there should be a caution about them taking his opinion more seriously, because he's also been qualified and has testified already back and forth as an expert witness, specifically an expert on gangs. So, but here's, I didn't hit the send on the link, but here is the Detective Dennis Daubert. We'll get some alliteration there. DDD. Oh, so they said that was slang for getting money? Like getting that mac and cheese? Is it similar to, like, cheese being a money reference, but they made it mac and cheese instead of... Unless it's a combo? So, getting weapons and money? But I don't know, there are so many people in this world that wake up and say, I'm about to go get this bread today. Like, there was a time where Facebook... You log into Facebook and somebody on your Facebook's gonna be like, about to get this bread, gotta go get this bread. Yeah, gotta go get this cheddar. Where's, did Obi just say that? Somebody in the chat just said cheddar. Like, oh man. Oh yeah, maybe mac and cheese is just another name for the sex, money, murder. And that's the thing. Okay, so let's look at the words, the lyrics to If I Had $1 Million. They say, if we get rich and we have $1 million, we still want Kraft dinner. We still want mac and cheese. The actual food mac and cheese. The Kraft dinner mac and cheese. Like, what does that mean? What does that mean? Right, and then they pair it with the phrase, gonna wet you up, which I think wet you up is maybe more known as slang for something that could be done in harm of somebody else. But when you pair it with mac and cheese, my brain goes where Ike is taking it. That's the actual reference. So I don't know. Yeah, I would buy you a boat. And the Dijon ketchup. And green dress, was that slime? Hold on, we've got to look at the lyrics to If I Had $1 Million. Not a real green dress, not a real slime dress. Let's see. Since we're on lunch anyway, shout out to the Bare Naked Ladies. It's a little bit of a throwback here to a classic. And there's a Ratatouille appearance over here. But let's interpret these lyrics. Are there any subliminals? Is there any slang in here that parallels what we're hearing is indicative of gang activity? If I had $1 million. Remember, Jeffrey Williams says if a lot, and they're trying to use phrases where if you don't back away, I'll shoot you in the face. They're ignoring things. They're thinking it's definitive even though there's an if. So keep that in mind. If I had $1 million, well, I'd buy you a house. And if I had $1 million, I'd buy you furniture for your house. Maybe a nice Chesterfield or an ottoman. And if I had $1 million, well, I'd buy you a K car, a nice Reliant automobile. Well, see, they're not renting. They're not renting. So this is a +1 for the Bare Naked Ladies. They're keeping Detective Gaither and Dennis off their back. And if I had $1 million, I'd buy your love. This could be a gray area. What does that mean? Is that crossing the line there? And sidebar to the chat here, yes, wet is also reference to ice diamonds. And that's important because they tried to say the Lil Uzi Vert diamond embedded in his forehead skin was him having a 24 million bounty, whatever, on his head. A whole mess. The chorus, if I had $1 million, I'd build a tree fort in our yard. Oh my God, they're gonna have their own gambling house, guys. If I had $1 million, you could help, it wouldn't be that hard. We can all do this together, they're conspiring. If I had $1 million, maybe we could put a little tiny fridge in there somewhere. What do you need a fridge for? What are you trying to keep refrigerated? For the lean? For certain prescription pills that you're not supposed to be doing certain things with? You know, we could just go up there and hang out. Like, open the fridge and stuff, and there'd all be foods laid out for us. Like little pre-wrapped sausages and things. Oh, are they talking about shell casings and bullets? They have pre-wrapped sausages, but they don't have pre-wrapped bacon. Well, can you blame them? If I had $1 million, well, I'd buy you a fur coat. Well, that coat that Yak had on in that footage. Let me take this banner down, by the way. But not a real fur coat, that's cruel. And if I had $1 million, well, I'd buy you an exotic pet. Yep, like a llama. I think they say llama, not llama, right? They pronounce it as llama in the song. Or an emu. And if I had $1 million, well, I'd buy you John Merrick's remains. Ooh, all them crazy elephant bones. Guys, the bodies and the bones. And if I had $1 million, I'd buy your love. If I had $1 million, we wouldn't have to walk to the store. Does that store have working surveillance? If I had $1 million, no, we'd take a limousine because it costs more. Well, be careful now because what you ride in, I mean, I don't know, limousine might be okay, but if it's a Sprinter van, you'd really be in some heat here. If I had $1 million, we wouldn't have to eat Kraft dinner. But we would eat craft dinner. Of course we would. We'd just eat more. And buy really expensive ketchups. Ketchup's red, you guys. That's right. All the fanciest Dijon ketchups. If I had $1 million, well, I'd buy you a green dress. But not a real green dress. That's cruel. So is this going to be a slime dress? Like, what are we doing? And if I had $1 million, well, I'd buy you some art. Is that to clean your money? A Picasso or a Garfunkel, an Art Garfunkel. Another good reference in here. Well, if I had $1 million, well, I'd buy you a monkey. Oh, for the banana clips. Haven't you always wanted a monkey? If I had $1 million, I'd buy your love. Blah, blah, blah. If I had $1 million, I'd be rich. So guys, I mean, there's so much stuff in there that points to, they could be conspiring. They could be having a gambling house. They could be laundering money through the purchase of art. Like, I'd buy you expensive reptiles, amphibious creatures. Oh my gosh. Reformed convicts trying to show Velveeta some love over here. Yeah, the slime dress. And I don't know. I'm assuming hopefully soon, but who knows? Who knows? Heck yeah, was that the green store? Man. And again, huge qualifier there, if. Right, AK says I forgot Rico's for the money and the property. Oh, and big thank you again to Brooke Harrington and also Beck in the chat for helping us get lined up finding that Law and Crime rewatch video. It's also now added to that playlist of like all the look back content from before this trial kicked off. Well, before like the actual jury days, really what we're calling day one kicked off. So thank you so much, Brooke Harrington. That was extremely helpful. And then, oh, She Loves Fantasy's been here for 8 months. You might be like one of the longest members for this channel, because my channel's a baby channel, and I didn't really do anything with it for the first month. I'm so honored that it's you, She Loves Fantasy. I really don't think anybody has a membership for longer than you. I'm so honored. My friend, you guys show She Loves Fantasy some love in the chat. Yeah, Peter Ortiz, you are guilty. If I sing I Shot the Sheriff, am I guilty? You did it. You did it. And what's crazy is a sidebar there on that thought. You could actually say in a police statement you did something and it might not even be true. I mean, there's coerced confessions, false confessions all the time. She Loves Fantasy says, I agree, there's gotta be more regarding lyrics. Remember, Doug mentioned ghostwriting, collabs. There's a lot more in the production of these songs. And, it's like they don't want to bring in some lyrics or videos that other artists are using and think it means anything when it's called Homicide and there's a likeness to a certain somebody in the video, right? They don't look at the specificity in that direction, but they see the specificity and attribute the writing and the lyrics. In most cases, when it's a Jeffrey Williams song, obviously they're attributing it all to Jeffrey Williams, regardless of the fact that he's on a label that probably has a lot of cooks in the kitchen. So absolutely right here. And Doug has made great arguments. Excited to see him do some cross. We all know that Steele loves to ask about Jeffrey Williams song lyrics, but we're going to see a little bit of that, I think, from Doug in relation to music, lyrics in general, but also in defense of his client, Diamante Kendrick. No S. Queen Shadina, thank you for becoming a member. It worked. Thank you guys in the chat, the mods, for always fixing and then helping people navigate that iPhone YouTube beef. The two biggest gangs out here rivaling. Leanne Lee says subliminal messages. What about direct messages like Eminem, 50 Cent, Shakespeare? Why these guys? I don't know. And shout out to Touche. Touche's out here gifting some memberships. And, you know, I can switch back to the regular banner. We'll get this updated. My objections, I'm off. I know I'm off because I didn't really, everything surrounding that Daubert, I haven't really updated it. So I'll notate this. We'll keep a question mark for this objection counter today. It's close enough. I mean, at this point, there's enough numbers, enough objections that we get the perception of the ratio. And then we'll get Touche in the banner. Thank you so much for gifting memberships. And holy moly, how did we get to 257 members? Oh my god, you guys, let me update that. We've got like
He's not already
we got movement
with that degree of specificity.
Did she say she's not
already qualified with that degree of specificity?
I think she's asking a question if he's not already qualified with that degree of specificity. How do you guys decipher this? Because it cuts off in a not good way.
He's not already qualified with that degree of specificity.
Hylton sounds like she's stuttering inside. That might have been definitive. I don't think there was an if cut off before that. I think that might have been he's not.
Go ahead, whichever one of y'all is going to handle that part.
Detective Dennis, as a gang investigator, did music sometimes come up in your investigations?
Yes.
How did it come up in your investigation?
A lot of rappers participate in gangs, and so it often came up.
And as an expert, when you said a lot of gang members rap, do gangs in your experience use music in order to promote their gangs?
Yes.
Do they also use music and sometimes to promote fear and violence in their music?
Yes.
I think it's, if you could focus more on what his training and experience with regard to that is.
All right, so this does seem like a mini Daubert. Paige wants to have it be spelled out for these things that Hylton's trying to have him specifically testify to as a gang expert. It sounds like she said he's not actually qualified for that specifically, and they're doing a mini Daubert hearing right now. The jury shouldn't be in here for this. So it sucks that they cut out. I understand why the court doesn't catch all the audio. They're trying to be careful, but that kind of sucks.
Sure. Tell the court about your training experience in using music as a part of your gang investigations.
In my almost 10 years in the gang unit, we investigated countless different gangs, gang members, music, literature, social media. Like I said previously, nothing was off limits. And music, like I said earlier, a lot of times we weren't investigating the music, we were investigating the crime, and the music came up, or someone made us aware of a song that referenced something in reference to the crime in which we was investigating.
And as you heard those songs, how did you then use that as a part of your investigation?
That helped understand sometimes why a retaliation happened, or were they taunting a rival, or were they highlighting something that they did or something like that, and that helped us investigate what we were doing.
And how often over your 10 years of being a part of gang unit would you say music came up in your investigation?
A lot, like a percentage.
Yeah.
I couldn't even, 75% to 100%, I don't know.
Okay. And
What?
have you
That's
ever had the
not
occasion
realistic.
to teach on how music and gang culture, about music and gang culture?
Yes, I think I said last time I had a presentation that I talked to other investigators and students about hip hop and gang culture and how they go hand in hand.
And how many times have you done that presentation?
More than 10.
More than 10.
Sorry to be a pausing McPauserton, but I am so bothered by 100%, not because that's just unrealistic to say that all the time, everything you've done 100% involves this. But you said earlier that you don't pursue your investigations, you don't chase the music, you chase the crime. But then you just said, actually 100% of the time, that actually is here. So where's your chase starting from?
And just tell the court a little bit about what you talk about in that presentation.
In the presentation, I basically use movies, music, and show through entertainment how in the African-American community, they can be brainwashed through entertainment, and how gangs has been pushed on the African-American community through entertainment. I think I referenced last time the movies Boys in the Hood, Menace to Society. I didn't know what a Blood or a Crip was until I saw Colors. All of that is through entertainment. The same thing with music.
If you could tell the court briefly, what were some of the songs that you used as a part of your presentation?
Part of my presentation.
I'm more interested in his own training than his teaching other people. I mean, I get that he must have had something that from which he could then teach other people, but we're skipping that part.
So again, over the course of your tenure, you said you maybe had about 75 to 100% of your cases are with, may have had some type of music involved in your investigation. Have you had you yourself trained specifically on how music can be a part of your gang investigations?
I took every gang class that they offered us. We took gang training through Gypstick. We took training in other jurisdictions. We took whatever gang training was offered in an effort to learn trends, music or what have you. We also had monthly meetings with other departments, and we also information shared about music, gang trends, and different things, because a lot of times something that was happening in Atlanta or happening in another jurisdiction eventually was going to come to Atlanta. And so we often shared this information over the course of my years through my training and my own background. I was able to decipher a song, decipher movies and entertainment, and understand what's being said. And through interviews with individuals involved in our investigations, a lot of them would help us understand some of the music and some of the lyrics that they were saying.
Course indulgent.
Hylton's like, oh God, that was a bad answer. Look at that was a horrible answer. She asked for what training.
All right, does anybody have questions? All right.
Oh my goodness. A huge thank you to Stephen T. Satchel. Holy moly. And this is two separate ones.
I want to hone in specifically on your training, right?
100 drops.
I heard you say that you've given a presentation about gangs, but I'm asking you about gangs and specifically rap music and rap lyrics as it relates to gangs. What is this presentation that you've given, and are there any literature, is there literature or any material that you have that you can share with us that you've used in this presentation?
I don't have the presentation with me, but in the presentation, it's my own accumulation of entertainment, music, and presenting. I present to kids, I present to adults and other cops in educating them. In the gang unit, a lot of officers don't understand what's happening right before their eyes. And so for myself, I was tasked with educating not only our department, but other departments when I worked for the ATF, them as well as students about this information.
What literature specifically have you used to educate either yourself or other investigators in regards to the relationship to rap and rap lyrics to gangs?
You mean, when you say literature, you mean like books, or are you talking about magazines?
I'm talking about books, I'm talking about learned treatises, I'm talking about studies, anything like
Training
that.
materials.
None of it.
None.
Magazines, we might use any hip hop magazine or different examples that's in a magazine might be something that we are able to reference because of the wording or something like that. When you reference books, I've read different gang books from other officers. I've read a book out of Compton. I think it's A Lonely Day in Compton or something, and it was written by gang detectives out of Compton, because a lot of gang, they were privy to a lot more information than we were in their own work over the years.
Right, and what specific information, here's what I'm trying to get to, Detective. I'm really not trying to trick you or anything, but I want to know specifically, is there a book, is there a training manual that specifically deals with rap lyrics as it relates to gangs?
No.
Okay. You referenced before, I think you used the words, my own background is used to decipher this information. You talked about movies. Mm-hmm. So are we talking simply about you looking at the movie Menace to Society?
Yes, I've seen it, yes.
Right, looking at the movie Boys in the Hood?
Yes.
And you're saying that that is what you have used to form your expertise in regards to rap lyrics and the relationship between rap lyrics and gangs?
What I'm saying is, based on my own upbringing, growing up in a gang-infested environment, my own education, my own training, as well as watching these said movies, is where I formulated my opinion.
Have there, other than what you yourself have experienced in your own personal life, right, have there been any, for example, instructors, professors, or anyone else who have taught you using material or lesson plan in regards to the relationship between rap lyrics and gang? No?
No.
All right. Those are all the questions I have.
Anybody else? Any redirect?
Nothing from the station room.
All right. So, and then has a part of what you have done, how does that intersect with what you know about gangs?
What,
The music and the lyrics?
from listening, I'm a rap fan myself, and from listening to music and watching
No.
movie
That is his expertise, is that he's a fan.
videos, YouTube, I'm able to understand what is being said and what is being expressed. Of my life, it's just like watching anything, I can understand it. And by me being a gang investigator, a regular person might listen and think it's art, and it may be art. But for myself, with my education and my background and investigating gangs for a number of years, I'm able to understand exactly the message that's being kind of, what's the word I'm looking for? That's being given. I can't even think of, but I understand when someone says, I caught somebody down bad. To you, you may look at that and say, oh, they caught somebody down bad. But for me, that means you caught somebody and you were able to.
This is a problem for him. He just gave a subjective interpretation rather than one that could definitively be explained by some type of academic backing. He just rammed himself into interpretation.
Hurt them, kill them, or what have you. So I'm able to decipher what is being said. A regular lay person does not understand that. They look at it as just art or a lyric in a song.
Okay. All right. Once again, I'm satisfied that based on his training and experience, he can testify as an expert as to maybe a double meaning within rap lyrics.
Your Honor.
And it's obviously ultimately going to be for the jury to determine whether they, believe and accept as credible anything he or any other witness says. Yes, sir.
And Your Honor, that's my issue. I understand the court's ruling. I just asked you to consider what he has testified to. He has no specialized knowledge beyond the ken of any layperson. I understand his saying that what he grew up around. I grew up in Brooklyn too, and maybe there are members of the jury who have the same experience, life experiences as him. But that's not what the purpose.
I understand. I'm not basing it just on where he grew up. It's
Right,
his training and experience as a gang investigator.
But specifically in regard to the
But none of that
interpretation
training
of
was music.
rap and rap lyrics as it relates to gangs, he has not given the court any information whatsoever to indicate that he has any specialized knowledge that will qualify him as an expert, such that his opinion could go to the jury for them to look at him as an expert in that field. None whatsoever. And I'd maintain my objection. I'd ask that he not be qualified in that particular area.
All right, I understand, and your objection is overruled. I mean, this just happens to be words that are set to a beat. It's no different. All right, let's get the jury in here.
I think this was really ignorant of the judge. If it's just words set to a beat, then you shouldn't have someone in uniform, also qualified as a gang expert, giving a more, what's going to be perceived as a more informed evaluation or interpretation of what those words mean. You shouldn't be elevating his interpretation. This is stupid. And he got her with that down bad because she really thinks that's the only thing it could mean. Oh man. But again, huge shout out to Stephen T. Satchel. This is extremely generous, not just once but twice, gifting 50 memberships. And the other sad part is this means this will push Hylton towards the maximum length of her direct testimony, because now she's going to ask about all of it. not for nothing, but this isn't the first time that they're going to be able to cross-examine somebody on the down bad thing. So I think the defense will make him, I think it might be more beneficial. All right, we're caught up to real time. More beneficial for them to be able to cross him on his interpretation of down bad than not questioning it at all, because he's going to seem like a bumbling buffoon if he tries to say, he's either going to say it can mean different things and I interpret it this way, or he's going to lie and say it means that somebody was shot and killed.
Investigator Dennis. Before we go back to where we left off at, just a few questions, just a few additional questions. You talked about during your investigation back in 2015, you were able to go to social media and pull things from social media. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
All right. And even after 2015, did you still pull or were able to view social media of individuals that were a part of that 2015 investigation?
Yes.
You have permission to approach?
You may.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 1TT and 544Y. Can you please tell if you recognize what's in first State's Exhibit 1TT?
Yes.
And did you pull that from social media?
Yes.
And is that a fair and accurate depiction of the picture in which you pulled from social media that contains a blue car and an individual standing on a blue car?
Yes.
You're on this time to state like the Tender State's Exhibit 1TT into evidence. 1TT into evidence.
All right, that's admitted.
And then also looking at State's Exhibit 544Y, is that a picture that you pulled from the Instagram of, whose Instagram is that? Let me ask.
It appears to be Shannon Stillwell.
And what was the Instagram handle?
OG_Bull, BOOL.
And
Excuse me, I'm sorry. Could you use the microphone, please? Thank you.
And is there a date on that image?
March 28th of 2015.
Your Honor, this time to state like the Tender State's Exhibit 544Y into evidence.
It's admitted.
Your Honor,
Yeah,
I do have a
sorry.
specific objection.
Okay.
I can approach now, or I can approach before it's published.
Yes, go ahead and approach now.
Right, so, and I kind of forget the OG Bull, but I remember I think we got to see this picture either through another witness and or through one of the evidentiary hearing days. So again, sometimes, guys, the information, there's so much, one thing pushes something else all the way to the back burner. Can't recall it with clarity, so I'll have to wait and see. But I know we've seen some picture from OG Bull before. So, yeah, attitude on 10. I feel like my attitude's on 10. Like, that frustrated me.
I'm going to also show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 545Y. Do you recognize State's Exhibit 545Y?
Yes.
And what is the State's Exhibit 545Y?
It's a post from Mr. Stillwell's Instagram.
Okay. And was that also pulled in, appear to be, have been posted in 2015?
Yes, same date as the other picture.
Yeah, and this time the state would like to tender State's Exhibit 545Y into evidence.
I'm just renewing my objection from when we litigated these before.
Okay, it is admitted, all of the objections that were made before are preserved, and as to 544Y, that's admitted, subject to whatever modification the two of you agreed to.
And preserving the objection.
Sure.
Thank you.
All right.
First showing State's Exhibit 543Y. Excuse me, 544Y.
Oh, the sound is cutting off again when they pull the screen up in court. I'm not, am I blocking anything? Let me move. Go over here. Yeah, so it says 128, so January 28th, or March 28th. Okay, glad they zoomed. Welcome to Bloody Paradise. And they're using the 100 as LOO. So it's either welcome to B100 DY Paradise. But wait, he's wearing blue! What? And then driving through Cali with some real right N-word, a bunch of exclamations, slat, B, yak Gotti. Hello? Anybody home?
Now, looking at Stacey Exhibit 1 TT, why was
I wish we could hear. But we've heard a million about this too. The standing on, what is this supposed to be? Lucci's car? Whose car was this supposed to be? Yeah, that was Lucci's car, right? Thank you, guys. Oh, and they're approaching, because we're at the seal. So they're approaching over that. So we'll have to try to guess if they're going to keep half of this muted. Oh, they're making the witness leave. Womp. Womp womp. Yeah, there's definitely some objection somewhere. There's a thing that sounds like the dog bark. Let's hear the arguments. Come on, Doug.
Mr. Weinstein.
Your Honor,
Give us a mistrial motion.
this one you cannot fix. This is bad character evidence that came in. The state should have prepared their witness. I move for a mistrial. This absolutely cannot be unheard by the jury. It was heard clear as day in his deep, sonorous voice. They have heard it. They have absorbed it. It cannot be fixed. 404A, Your Honor.
Here, whatever response the state might be able to make on that.
Your Honor, that was not the
We'll hear.
state's intention.
I'm sure it wasn't.
Your Honor, that wasn't even, that response didn't even come across my mind that would even have come out of our witness's mouth, Your Honor. The state's intention was to solely talk about the vehicle that he was standing on and the fact that he was standing on that vehicle. If you can just give us an opportunity just to look at some case law just to see if we
Your Honor, I'm sorry. How many times has this man testified in a trial? How long has he been I know he's a retired investigator. How long has he been an investigator? He knows he is not supposed to say that, Your Honor.
I would find it surprising if he isn't aware that that's not supposed to come out.
Just say
I
it,
do not
Paige.
believe that the state intended to elicit that, and I think that you actually yourself acknowledged up here at the bench that you don't believe that was the state's intention.
I do not believe it was their
Nonetheless, it
intention.
happened. I'm going to give y'all about 15 minutes or so to find whatever you might be able to find.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right.
Holy moly. So something must have been said in relation to maybe testimony about Lucci, maybe a conclusion from Detective Dennis that Lucci is the leader of a rival gang. That I'm trying to think of what specifically was said, and maybe we'll hear more when the case law is delivered. Maybe Hylton will quote what was said on the stand so we can actually hear it. Oh man. And we can rewind, but I don't think we're gonna hear it because it's the sound in the court when they have an exhibit on the screen. It's not pulling the audio from the questioning. So it's just gonna be silent. So we're not gonna hear what was said that did this. Oh, I don't know why I just got wonky. Let's full screen this.
Now, looking at Exhibit 1 TT.
Sorry, that's a little. See, and it mutes. The court's been doing this all day, you guys, so we're not going to hear it. No, the sound's been going out all day, and that is problematic. Sylvia might be saying what was said in her chat. But the court's been doing that with the audio whenever an exhibit's been shown all day. So... yeah, and Sylvia's chat is saying what was said, so... I'm telling you, he probably said it was a rival gang leader, and he was standing on his rival gang leader's car to taunt or something like that. He probably made that conclusion when it's not supposed to be his conclusion to make. So this is just going to be the motions again.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. How many times has this man testified in a trial? How long has he been I know he's a retired investigator. How long has he been an investigator? He knows he is not supposed to say that, Your Honor.
I would find it surprising if he isn't aware that that's not supposed to come out. I do not believe that the state intended to elicit that, and I think that you actually yourself acknowledged up here at the bench that you don't believe that was the state's intention.
I do not believe it was their
Nonetheless,
intention.
it happened. I'm going to give y'all about 15 minutes or so to find whatever you might be able to find.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right.
Thank you.
Guys, I don't know, but that's what I've got, is that he probably stated flat out that Yak was standing on a rival gang leader's car to taunt him. Something to that effect. So. And I'm looking. All right, so a mention that... So Sylvia said he mentioned about Kendrick coming out of prison. So, oh yeah, heck yeah. Raymond Rohr, Raymond says, whatever it was caused a reaction in Weinstein I have never seen. He's the most self-control in the room, always tries to be polite, and the judge even said you even tried to give the state the benefit of the doubt by saying you don't think it was intentional by the state. What's weird, though, is clearly, of course, with this type of witness, the state takes the time to prep. We know that they went through the Operation Planter storyline. And Hylton said we didn't think we needed to prep him not to say something like this. So I think you're right. Great point, Raymond, is that this is Doug. And this is his client, to be fair, right? So even though the other co-defendants have some standing on this because of count one, I mean, this is Doug's client. This is his guy. So... And, but yeah. Yeah, so I don't know. And to give the state 15 minutes to find case law, panic at the state's table. And Shia, if it's oh, the chat's moving quick. If my voice is chopping in and out, that might be me. If you mean when the court feed is on, the court audio has been going off all day whenever they switch to the court screen. So.
Hey there, Young
Jesse.
Thug Trial Watchers. This is a long.
Jesse said hey to us. Get past this. Oh yeah, you guys can do a 60-second session, 60-second rant. All right, so that just caught back up to real time. Yeah, and Joseph Papp is saying, it appears what Dennis said was that Kendrick or Yakati had just been released from prison when he was standing on the car. Now, I want this specific language. I want to know when he was standing on YFN Lucci's car, when he was standing on this car belonging to blank. Because if you pair, this is bad, but if you pair both mentions together, that's like, you can't unhear that conclusion. Someone gets out of prison and then goes stands on the op's car, right? That's a little bit different than just saying someone's standing on a car. But it's also, it's prejudicial if it's already been excluded that the jury is not supposed to hear about this time. And then it's brought up, right? So I think it could be this layer alone is problematic, but I think there might be two layers here that are also equally problematic. Let's see how the state argues it, guys. Let's see how the state argues it. Or tries, or whatever. Shout out to Raunchy Dog for becoming a member. You know what? I'm glad you're green. I'm not going to say you look good in green. Shout out to Raunchy Dog. I love your commentary in the chat. Especially sometimes it's really great paired with your name and the picture. And then Naz says, oh, Naz is gifting 5 memberships. Thank you so much for that. Let's get you in the banner. Thank you so much for gifting 5. Super nice of you to do. And that means 5 more people are green. So we'll get Naz in the banner. Update that. And again, I think my objection count is a little off today. Sorry. Chloe says, oh no, Trooper Paul. I was mesmerized by Trooper Paul not because of his testimony, but he's the only human I'd seen that so closely resembles an actual crash test dummy. He really did. He really did. He had like the smooth kind of oval head and like the posture. Oh, Chloe. Chloe, you are definitely a squeak sponsor today. Man, Trooper Paul. Definitely. Oh, I gotta get that link from Uncivil Law. Oh my gosh, is it the one called Trooper Paul Reinvents Physics? Okay, he has several. One is Trooper Paul reinvents physics itself, and then another one that says Trooper Paul is an idiot. Yeah, we're gonna do the reinvents physics itself. Where's the share link now and how YouTube's changed? Oh, it was in the Google browser. All right, guys, so the link I'm sharing in the chat is from Uncivil Law, and we were talking earlier about Trooper Paul, an example of a very, very unqualified, but somehow was qualified expert in like physics and crash reconstruction in the Karen Reed trial. And Uncivil Law highlighted and reacted to key moments. So that is being dropped in the chat now. Oh, actually, I'm making it a banner because I'm still editing the banner. So let me go back to the comments. So there you go. Definitely worth bookmarking. It's a 16-minute compilation clip. And it'll show you the ridiculousness, unfortunately, of how some expert testimony goes. What can be qualified as an expert. It's not very confidence building. But it happens. It's a reality. So thank you again, Chloe. Ms. Tutti says, Air Force retired vet, to my AD mems, go to the doc for everything. Thank you so much, and thank you for your service. Good to see ya. And then Ayana Davis, is there a new part of that? I think Jim's in the chat. So guys, if you see Jim R and you liked those, the part 1 and part 2 of, it was like skinny on the screen. That's how I can describe it. But when we were reading those documents that were skinny on the screen, those were from Happily Angry Lawyer on X. But here, Jim R. If you like those, show some love to Jim R. I've seen him in the chat today, so he should see it if you say you liked it or give your feedback. Is there a new part? I'm looking, sorry, there's a lot of tags. Especially like all the reactions right now at the mistrial. Okay, I do see a new part, a motion filed by Love. Oh, we read this yesterday. We did read this yesterday, Ayana. It was, I don't really know where in the stream, but if you scrub and look at yesterday, we did do a lot of reactions and commentary. And I think Jim was in the chat for it as well, for this. So do that. And you guys check out, again, you guys might hang out mostly on YouTube. I don't know if everybody uses X, but if you do use X, you can follow Jim /Happily Angry Lawyer. Here's the link. And that is to the post that, the document that we just pulled up as well. And good to see you, Ayana. David said, thank you for the gift membership. Glad you got one. Thank you for the 2. That girl Mia says, I'm catching up, but how is this not 403? I think there's 2 layers here. You know, Whitaker doesn't exactly know, and some of the context is similar context but being applied to different incidents than the other incidents that Dennis previously testified for. So it's a bit of the same conceptual overarching questioning, but it's applying to a new thing, a new overall topic. Good to see you, that girl Mia. Ike says, I'm positive Wet You Up was invented by R. Kelly. Oh no. Oh no. Not the R. Kelly mentions. And Wet You Up. Raymond Rora says, appellate court judge friend of mine qualified me as an expert. Well qualified, I respect to women watching. 75 and still practicing. Well, it'd be like that sometimes. And that's the thing, right? Like, if we're able to say I'm an expert in something because of how I grew up, like, guys, you guys in the chat, Guys and gals in the chat, by these standards, what's something you feel like you could be an expert in? Like, I'm an expert in, like, filling things in a way that's efficient. Like, you need to pack a moving truck. You need to pack a freezer. I know how to, like, fit things in, like, Tetris style. I'm really good at that. I'm an expert. I'm an expert. So, thank you, Raymond. You are kicking off a new game in the chat. Gina, thank you for the 2. Oh, that's kind of cool. Kevin Kirksey says, trivia of the day, the first McDonald's is in my home city. Does it look cool? Like, is there something, do they keep it, like, looking a little bit more classic? Love that. Do they still use beef tallow for their fries? Ooh, and okay, so our expertise in the chat. I think Jazzy's saying she's an expert in lyrics. I think you are, probably by these standards. You probably are more of an expert than Dennis. And I'm saying that as someone that doesn't really know your qualifications, but who cares because Dennis didn't have any. Walter, expert in truck driving. That's what's up. Cash Money Cass says penguins. Love that. Factual Lie says I could be an expert in physics if Trooper Paul was. Guys, and all we know about Dennis is he said something about Yak getting on prison and standing on the car when that picture was shown. So, and that's problematic because the jury is not supposed to hear about him being incarcerated. It could be prejudicial. But additionally, you're saying that while in the context of him standing on an ops car. So you're saying you're allowing the jury to hear big bad guy just got out of prison and pairing it with this picture. It's like extra worse, extra bad. Who said they're an expert? Where is... Okay, the chat's moving quick. Expert in EMS, bowling, and dogs. I saw someone say, read the chat regarding Thugger Daily. What do you mean? And guys, like, please understand that the mention of him being in prison is enough, right? So there might not be more, but that shouldn't have been done. That shouldn't have been done. There's a reason that, like, the defendants present the way that they present in court. The jury is not supposed to have the vision, the visual of someone already being condemned for being a bad person. Red Bunny says, I'm an expert at spending money specifically online. I love the qualifier, like, specifically online. Yeah, right, we're gonna probably get a curative instruction for something that can't once again be cured, but whatever. B is an expert in YouTube. Carrie says, green hearts for all the slime experts in the chat. That's what they all say, Casper. That's what they all say. Yeah, there's absolutely no way Dennis doesn't know this. Mark Wardle, expert BS detector. Yeah, it's just... Dennis the Menace is who we have on the stand. let's see. Black Butterfly says, Thug rapped about a ghost in Tiny Desk, and it's a Rolls Royce. The state misinterpreted, and this was Dumb Dennis. Oh my god. I remember this now, because Brian Steele was like, he's always complimentary, but I feel like he was extra complimentary of this Tiny Desk performance. And it's one of those things. How many of you guys, put a 1 in the chat if you know of Tiny Desk and the channel Tiny Desk. Put a 2 if you don't. So it's one of those things, like, just out of curiosity, what are the odds that a juror knows what Tiny Desk is? Like, there's so many ones. There's so many, and it's okay if you don't know. So there's a couple 2s in here. There's a few 2s. It's significantly leaning 1. So, and guys, Tiny Desk, all sorts of genres of music, performing live, but in like a casual, usually like more mellow. I don't want to say mellow because sometimes it is high energy, but it's more like a close-knit live performance type setting with all different artists. Probably, I'm sure everybody in the chat and artists that you like has done a Tiny Desk concert at some point in time. Unless you're one of those people that only listens to like underground, nobody else can listen to this thing. As soon as someone hears about it, I don't listen to them anymore. But Tiny Desk is huge. Huge channel. Tons of artists are on it. And the state tried to say he was up there gangbanging on Tiny Desk. So, like, man. Yeah, that's a good word. Much more intimate of a performance. That's really a good characterization, I think. But yeah, good stuff over there. Shout out to Tiny Desk all around. Also, KC Dog says, you've got me cracking up. You've had a few days in the trap. Is that because of the mac and cheese thing? Stop it. I just Googled the meme. Raunchy Dog, thank you for gifting 5. And I'm gonna love this. Let's get Raunchy Dog in the banner. A big shout out to Raunchy Dog. Dropping 5 gifted memberships. That girl Mia says, what am I gonna do when this is over? I heart y'all. Well, listen, I mean, I don't plan on doing, like, all-day streams forever and always. I do want to cover the Courtney Clenny trial. That's a Florida trial. Self-defense, so affirmative defense. She just said this week she intends to use a battered spouse syndrome defense. And that's interesting because this trial, she's been in custody since November of 2022, or actually a little before that. Her bond hearing was in November of 2022, because she gets a quick bond hearing. It's a different state, different jurisdiction, but still. So I do plan on covering that. I've gone over a lot of the exhibits in that case. I wasn't that interested in it first, but think it's really interesting because we're going to see a two-way toxicity argument. And her argument, and I don't think she'll be convincing to the jury if certain evidence gets in, but she's really got to make the case that she was constantly in fear because past character, bad character evidence. So when you put forth a battered spouse syndrome defense, it gives you the room, and this, she hasn't been granted this. She's filing a notice of intent, so we're waiting to see how this plays out. But if she's allowed to make this defense, she'll be able to bring in bad character evidence of the victim, of Christian Novomselli. And I'm not really sure how much that'll help her. We've gone through a lot of them on this channel. She's got a lot of notes, like personal journal style notes in her phone's notes app that was entered into discovery. And if that stuff's admissible, I mean, she talks about how she hits and throws things at him to relieve tension because it makes her feel good. And in those same messages, she doesn't say, he hits me, he causes me harm, he hurts me. She just says, we fought and I gotta stop doing this to him because it hurts him, and sure, it relieves tension, but I shouldn't be throwing bottles at him while we're on vacation. So, some of this stuff comes in. I don't really know how an expert witness, and I'm sure some expert witness will be called to explain away how this can actually be rational behavior. because some victims don't act in the way you might expect them to. That's true. I'm not sure how an expert witness that can testify to that in general will carry over and be able to explain Courtney Clenny's specific behavior. So I do want to look at that. And yeah, if you're hearing weird sound, it's probably this. But I do want to cover that trial. I do think it'll be interesting to watch the attorneying, the lawyering. And there's been some issues with the prosecutors in that case too. I think she has a huge uphill battle. Based on what I've seen, I've looked at a lot of the exhibits. I personally think that I don't know how she'll come out of this not being found guilty. I think they charged her appropriately. They're not overcharging her. But the state, they've messed up too. They violated attorney-client privilege. So the state kind of, in my opinion, had a decent shot at a case. They didn't need to go above and beyond and cross the line of integrity, of ethics. They violated attorney-client privilege and read a bunch of texts with the attorneys and the family that were engaged in the course of the defense of Courtney Clenny, and in some way, the parents, because they were separately charged with the laptop issue. And the judge agreed that state prosecutors, they overstepped their bounds. So, kind of weird when you have a case that might be a decent, easy shot for the state. They still can't just do their job properly. And yeah, a lot of mentions of Sarah Boone. Oh, they're back.
Wait, sorry, do we have everybody? No, we don't. Yes, we do now. Okay. No, we don't. Yeah, I know.
Shout out to Wendy for becoming a new member. Thanks so much. Finding good cumulative errors. I love that. Well, there's plenty of them in this trial. There's plenty. Wait, did we tie the hair back? Or has it been tied back all day? Is it getting real?
What is the state?
Yes, Your Honor. The state will ask that you deny defendant's motion for a mistrial. The state would like to cite the court to Swims v. State, which is 307 Georgia, 651, a 2020 case, Your Honor. In that case, which was the defendant's only enumeration of error, and I'm in Division 2 of that opinion, Your Honor, Swims contends that the trial court erred in denying his motion for mistrial after his character was improperly placed into evidence during Chelsea Owens' testimony. When the state asked Owens if Swims offered any reasoning for why he wanted to escape, Owens responded, and this is what the witness said in that case. I asked Swims, why would he do that? I said, why would you want to do that? He told me because they did not honor his fast and speedy trial. He was looking at getting off on a technicality because they didn't honor that. He didn't have that for his defense. He said he was doing time. He had a lot of time in West Virginia that he wasn't never going to get out. In that case, Swims' trial counsel immediately asked to approach the bench and moved for a mistrial. The trial court judge overruled Swims' objection and denied his motion. The state resumed its direct examination of Owens, who then testified that Swims provided another possible motivation for attempting an escape, that Swims had murdered Clemson. I asked him, did y'all kill that child? And he told me, why do you want out of here so bad? So that was how the testimony continued. I'm gonna skip down. A trial court's denial of a motion for mistrial based on the improper admission of bad character evidence is reviewed for abuse of discretion by examining factors and circumstances, including the nature of the statement.
Hylton, slow down reading, please.
Sorry. The other evidence in the case and the action taken by the court and counsel concerning the impropriety. and they cite Smith v. State, 302 Georgia 699. A passing reference to a defendant's incarceration does not place his character in evidence, and they cite Lewis v. State, 287 Georgia 210 at Penn site 212. Furthermore, Owen's passing reference to Swim's incarceration in West Virginia for an unstated crime was an unexpected answer to the question asked by the prosecutor, who was attempting to establish that Clemson's murder was the reason Swims wanted out of jail so bad. And they see Walker v. State, 282 Georgia 703. A non-responsive answer that impacts negatively on a defendant's character does not improperly place his character in issue. After Swim's mistrial was denied, the state did not inquire further into Swim's crimes in West Virginia beyond the single confirmation that his incarceration there also served as a motive for escape. Your Honor, given what occurred in this case, Your Honor, the state's intention when I
Hello, YouTube.
asked the question, what was the significance of that picture? The state's intention was solely to talk about the fact that Mr. Kendrick was standing on that car being that of Rayshon Bennett. His mother had identified that car yesterday during her testimony, Your Honor. So it was an inadvertent response, which was non-responsive to the state's answer, Your Honor. And given that is what occurred, Your Honor, the state would ask that you deny their motion. Furthermore, Your Honor, other factors that you look at in order to determine whether or not a mistrial should be granted is the nature of the statement, other evidence in the case, the actions taken by the court.
The what?
The actions taken by the court. Was the reference isolated and brief, and whether the jury's exposure was repeated and extensive, and was it inadvertent? Additionally, Your Honor, within the indictments, Your Honor, we did charge Mr. Kendrick with, as one of the overt acts in this indictment, which is Act 58, and he's also charged in this indictment in count 63 of this indictment, Your Honor, of possession of a firearm by a convicted felon, previously convicted of a felony involving the use or possession of a firearm. Your Honor, so for the purposes of having to prove that count of the indictment, we will have to enter Mr. Kendrick's certified copy of his conviction, of course, with a limiting instruction that only be used against him, Your Honor. So the fact that came out during that testimony would not be substantially more prejudicial, Your Honor, given that, one, the jury has heard this indictment, and as well as this evidence will come out, at least that he was convicted, because we have to prove that portion of the indictment, Your Honor. So we would ask that the court deny his motion.
All right.
And we have instructed our witness past that as well.
Right, Doug?
Ms. Weinstein.
Thank you, Your Honor. In the Swims case cited by the state, correct me if I'm wrong, but I do not believe that was a seasoned officer that testified about the bad character. Is that correct?
I don't know if it was seasoned officer.
Yeah, no, I looked. It's not.
It's
It was
an
a fellow
inmate, right? And I think there's a distinction between a fellow inmate and an officer with decades of experience. And it's not just I that think that. I mean, I think if you go back and look at Posey v. State, which you may have already looked at, 152 Georgia Appeals 216, there you have a case where a seasoned officer testified about bad character of a defendant. The court in that case called for, there should have been a mistrial. It says that when it's impossible for the trial court by corrective instruction to rectify the harm done by improper testimony, a mistrial must be granted. And again, the issue here is you have a seasoned officer, someone with years of experience testifying. And in Posey, there's really very instructive language from our courts. where they say, we reiterate here, I'm sorry, I'm talking too fast.
And too loudly.
Yeah, you know what? I'm going to tone it down. We reiterate here what we said in Boyd.
Look at Yak.
It may well be argued that peace officers are not always well acquainted with our rules of evidence and that statements such as the one here are merely inadvertent. I'm going to stop the quote for a second to say something, which is, again, here we have a peace officer, here we have an investigator who is well seasoned. The quote continues, but if we refuse to reverse this judgment, then we provide no incentive to district attorneys and solicitors to counsel their witnesses, especially law enforcement officers, to avoid extraneous and inadmissible outbursts. It is high time that this court go on record as opposing without reservation such conduct by law enforcement officers. Posey is exactly on point. Posey calls for a mistrial. This officer should have known better. The state should have properly prepared the witness to not issue, to not blurt out, to not state so clearly that my client was just getting out of prison. It cannot be corrected, Your Honor.
All right. Any last words by the state? Well, actually, never mind. It's the defense's motion, so y'all don't get any last words. All right. I think I am finding that this was not intentionally elicited on the part of the state. However, I also am finding that this witness as a law enforcement officer should have known better than to make any mention of it. It is, however, significant that one of the charges against Mr. Kendrick in this indictment is that he is a convicted felon. Were it not for that, I would grant the mistrial motion. But given that this jury already knows that he's been convicted and is a convicted felon anyway, even without this testimony, I don't think that a mistrial is warranted. I am, however, going to give a curative instruction and as a sanction for this having occurred, that's the end of the testimony from this witness. There's going to be no more testimony from him. So he's done.
Wow.
All right.
Okay, it was a bad wow, but also
what
a
I'm
whoa
proposing
wow.
to say as an instruction is defendant Kendrick's prior criminal history has no relevance to this case except as to count 63 and should not have been mentioned. Further, this witness as a former law enforcement officer should have known better than to make any mention of it. Likewise, Mr. Kendrick's criminal history should not be considered in connection with any of these other defendants or any of the charges against them in this case.
Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
And I hope Steele says that, look, just because Yak has a conviction doesn't mean that this doesn't unfairly prejudice my client, because they still heard about that, and this could impact how they decide against my client.
I would also then, because we didn't have the opportunity to cross-examine, so it would be a confrontation clause, it would be reversible error. So I'm moving.
Let me ask you this. Have y'all cross-examined him the two times before? All right, so we're going to strike everything he said today.
And the notes, just like you did before, all the notes, they have to go back, give them to the court if you don't mind, put them under seal, or that's what I remember you doing, but whatever you did with them. And if they can't follow that instruction, please alert your honorable court if you don't mind.
You're right. Can we just ask that we could just stop our testimony and give them an opportunity to cross-examine him?
No.
No.
I guess you can ask, and the answer is no.
But I don't.
The answer is no. You can make a record.
Yes, Your Honor. Your Honor, I don't believe that my question was broad.
It's not your fault.
And I understand that, but Your Honor, the testimony that was given today, this was a one-time infraction, Your Honor. And we would just ask, we can understand that if his testimony, if the state no longer can question him, we would ask that all of his testimony from today is not stricken because of one mistake. Like, this was one mistake that he made, Your Honor. We would stop our questioning of him, allow the defense to cross him on what has come out now, but all of the information that he's provided this far, he has been careful. He has not said anything today that was even remotely close to what happened here right now. I believe it was a mistake on his part. Maybe as a state, I should have instructed clearer, and I will take that responsibility, Your Honor.
Don't do
But
that.
given that this
You
was
had an out.
one moment in time, the state is going to ask that we will stop questioning.
Wow.
If that's the sanction that the state has to stop questioning him, Your Honor, we will take that sanction and ask that the defense be allowed to cross him and that we be not allowed to direct him, and that's fine, but not that his entire testimony from today be struck, Your Honor, given that that was one mistake that he made
Why would you
very
poke the
short in
bear?
time, Your Honor.
All right,
We would just
understood.
ask that.
Do
Our
I need to
ruling
respond to that,
stands.
Your Honor?
You don't
Okay.
need to.
Thank you.
Yes.
I did not mention it, but also all the exhibits admitted through this gentleman need to be taken back under seal
Yeah.
as well and disregarded by the jury.
Look at
please.
Hylton's. Hylton's gonna deflate. Oh man. Wow. I mean, I guess you gotta try, but why would Whitaker why would Hylton push buttons that way? Oh man. And guys, I share, and this is not in the same circuit.
Do you have another witness available?
Yes, Your Honor. We're
Okay.
trying to figure that out.
All right, go ahead and
Yes, we're trying
get
to
them
figure
lined
that
up.
out.
Excuse me, Your Honor. I have one question. Is retired investigator Dennis going to
Coming back?
return to the stand at
No.
some point? I'm not sure if the state had planned on that or not, or
They
if your
did plan on
sanction
that.
would bar that as well.
Oh, no, he won't be returning.
Thank you, Your Honor. I just wanted that clarified.
Me too. I didn't need that clarified, but I wanted it clarified.
Unless you'd like for me to have him come back and admonish him.
Oh,
But I'm not going to do it in front of the jury because I don't think we need to highlight it further.
please admonish him.
Okay.
Oh, that's not necessary.
I kind of would like to tell him he should have known better, though. Y'all can just relay that. Okay.
Excuse me, Your Honor, and I'd like to renew my motion for mistrial prior to the next question.
All right. It is denied.
Thank you.
Okay. Do you have another witness you can put up now, or do I need to give y'all a few minutes? Okay.
What a day, man. We basically had Dennis on the stand to take us on a trip to Magic City. And like, here we are. What a huge oof for the state, guys. And I know I'm behind. David Cox, 1,000%. They ought to be grateful it's not a mistrial. And it's almost like they were pushing Whitaker's buttons. Like, Whitaker was really generous there. I started saying I'm going to link to something on X. It's a appeal in the Dallas Court of Appeals where, because a cop expert or a cop witness on the stand mentioned in front of the jury that the defendant had shackles, was currently shackled while sitting in the courtroom, which the jury is not supposed to be aware of. Her case was overturned on appeal. This was back in July. Doug Gladden had shared it on X, and I'm so glad I could find it. Super interesting case. And it really reminded me of this today. So if you guys are new to the concept of why it's prejudicial, I mean, it's kind of common sense once you think about it. But if you've never thought about it before, it's prejudicial for the jury to imagine the defendant in an orange jumpsuit, in shackles, in handcuffs. Because think about when you look at a mugshot of somebody, you think like, oh yeah, that person looks guilty, right? It's just innately prejudicial. So it's not supposed to happen. And cops who testify over and over and over should know this. And the state should be prepping their witnesses of this. Honestly, you should prep all of your witnesses of the basic things that they shouldn't mention. But so I'm going to link to that. I'm going to say Doug Gladden. Honestly, he has great posts on X. He's a lawyer. He does appeals work, I think all in Texas. But the actual link I'm linking to is on this specific appeal. So I think that would be a nice nugget for you guys if you want to check it out. Great ruling. Great ruling. Oh yeah, I forgot. It's the Rice Street Blues, not the orange jumpsuit. Oh man. Peter Ortiz, I love this. Peter Ortiz just says boom with his characteristic booms. Thank you so much, Peter. Love it. Touche says, I bet Love tries to bring this back up again whenever she's back. What if she files a motion of reconsideration? Oh my god. I can picture it. And she's gonna try to argue it again and again and again. Exactly, again and again and again. Thank you, Touche. You really might be right. I don't want you to be right, because I don't want her to go on, but you might be right. Miss Love Disappointed Father says, Fonny's about to show up. Imagine if Adam a baby was in there and we had to listen to him argue that. Brad says the judge has to try everything to protect the state. Guys, I don't want you to think that that sanction is no big deal. That sanction is a huge deal. And I'm saying that because we talked about it earlier in the stream. Detective Dennis is supposed to be their way of getting the Operation Planters PowerPoint, the storyline in front of the jury. And this wasn't going to be the last we saw him take the stand. His job is essentially to bookend all of the witnesses in between. And if they say something damaging, the state hopes that by on-ramp and off-ramping their testimony through Detective Dennis, they can kind of filter it the way they want it to be remembered by the jury. So this is hugely damaging to the state, and you could see Hylton try to fight for it, stupidly. But she really needs Dennis. Like, oh my gosh. But I think she's not playing with these mistrial requests anymore. This is moving the needle a little bit. She's still trying to hold on for dear life to keep this trial going. But the state's gonna mess up again. The state is going to mess up. There's no way that they won't continue to mess up. And another thing, and I'm not sure if this will stick, but I like that she was annoyed with the former police officer, former detective. I feel like she gave him grace with the gang expert witness mini Daubert hearing. I feel like she gave him the benefit of the doubt because he's formerly APD. And then in just a few moments from that, that's all out the door. And she wants to tell him herself, admonish him herself, that he should know better. And maybe some of that will carry over instead of all the time she just thinks positively of these former detectives, retired detectives. So, and I'm not saying it will. She could wake up tomorrow and you guys know everything could be a-okay. But maybe she'll hear the defense out a little bit more when they raise preemptive concerns. All these times you hear Shart say, well, if somebody mentions this, I'm going to move for a mistrial. Maybe Whitaker will take that more serious from now on. Maybe. Maybe. Yeah. And I wish that we could still have the cameras looking at the court in moments like this. Army Nurse says, like I said before, mendacity in its best form. Yeah, I think M for mendacity. Good word today. Very good word today. Thank you so much for the 2, Army Nurse. Retired Phoenix says, wouldn't want to be in the States meeting tonight. Oh my gosh. Just staring at each other with a scowl on their faces. Thank you for the 2. I wouldn't want to be there either. Angie Lay, thank you so much. Gifting a membership. Super nice of you and good to see you. Ms. Jazzy Jazz. Yes, I think Dennis is officially Squirrel Brain. He needs a badge with just like a giant nut on it. I think he can officially be Squirrel Brain, you guys. Yeah, I don't know. Imagine if this entire break is just Paige admonishing and yelling at Detective Dennis. Oh boy. Kevin Kirksey says, since direct was happening and cross can't they at least... Hold on, wait. Since direct was happening and cross can't, can they at least can't warrant or trigger a mistrial? So, I don't know if you're behind in the stream, but it seems like, for what it's worth, for where we are, they're fine with the resolution that the testimony ends. His testimony today is being stricken. His exhibits from today are sealed. They're not going to be sent with the jury. The jury can't look at them as part of their deliberations. They're supposed to forget it. And that he cannot be called again in the future as the state planned. That's it. He's done. So I think the defense is happy with that. So I think the motion for mistrial right now is done, but don't worry, there will be another opportunity maybe before this weekend. We've got a day left. We've got a day and a couple hours left. We could see another motion for a mistrial before the weekend. Thank you so much for your support, Kevin. Chloe Albert's Revenge says, so what now? Feed the jury roofies so they can forget? Yeah, I don't know how they're supposed to forget. I'd forget what I'm supposed to forget at this point. Like I said, I have a limited amount of focus, mental resources, right? So if you want me to forget all of this stuff, right, and this is my capacity of things I can keep straight, and you want me to add one more, well, something else is going to fall off. I'm going to forget that thing. So, Chloe, I have no idea. It's not even... I don't even think they're pretending to think that it's possible. They're just like, we're just going to give the instruction and just keep it going. Oh, boy. Oh, Jenny! You guys, shout out to Jenny. Put a 1 in the chat if you think yes. Jenny says, so does this mean Dennis was caught down bad? This is so good. I love this. This is great. Yeah, what does down bad mean? Down bad like Dennis? Oh, man, please adopt this. Please, guys, start saying down bad like Dennis. Look at all the ones. Look at all the ones. I mean, I didn't really give 2 as an option, but, you know. You guys could do a little jury nullification in the chat and say 2 if you want.
Why is the possession of a firearm by a convicted felon, why is that already in before the jury? That wasn't bifurcated?
Oops. A Glanville problem?
It was not bifurcated, Sean.
Did nobody ask that it be bifurcated?
This has been a long trial, and I know you're not asking about my client's charges, but my recollection is I asked for my client's charges to be bifurcated.
I think we did.
And it was denied, is my recollection.
It might be.
And so,
It might be, I'm gonna check, you overact as well, and that's why I think that, I'm gonna check. So it's an overact, so like a felony murder.
Mike.
Okay, what is the overt act? That they're convicted felons? That would be weird.
Yeah, there's holding back on it.
I mean, there has to be some reason, but, oh, that,
187,
That's why it wasn't exact.
okay,
189.
well,
The 187 is just possession of fire. It's
189.
Guys, get some popcorn.
Okay, that explains it. Okay, well then I guess my instruction will say as to count 63 and alleged overt act 189. Okay, where'd my instruction go? Okay, thank you.
Yeah, Marv, the producer, this is so true.
Okay,
I'll wait
which
to read it.
actually then has to change my instruction as to the rest of them too.
Is it really worth all of this trouble? Yeah, but Marv, the producer, says this is actually worse than the mistrial because they, the state, are going to have so many different
In order to be
witnesses that can't speak
correct,
to
my
things
instruction would be his prior criminal history shouldn't be considered in connection with any of the other defendants except to the extent the jury finds it relevant to Overt Act 189, which y'all may not want said at all. You may want me to just not say anything at all about it. So what's the defense preference,
I'd say
everybody
just say
other
the
than
witness
Mr.
is
Kendrick?
gone.
You know what I'm asking? Yes. So I was going to say that his prior criminal history shouldn't be considered in connection with any of the other defendants or any of the charges against them, but that's not actually true if it's an overt act. And so do you want me to just not say anything at all about the other defendants, or say it shouldn't be considered against any of them except to the extent it might be relevant to their determination of Overt Act 189?
But, Your Honor, I thought we discussed this. The overt act is coming in as an admission by Mr. Kendrick, which violates our confrontation clause right. That's the instruction the state was supposed to give to you when they were talking about the same thing,
Right,
overt
the
act.
conviction itself.
Right.
In that,
So that would insulate us, not Mr. Kendrick, of that overt act. And that's the instruction I tried to do. I cannot formulate it, and you asked the state to do it. And it goes
yeah,
to Mr.
I mean, I'd
Ryan.
love for both of you to at least come up with your best effort on it. So
So it does not apply to Mr. Matthews, Miss
any of the rest
Williams,
of them,
right?
basically. But so
That's the instruction you've been waiting on.
I know. But I think, yeah.
Imagine if she's just like, we need to take a break for the day so I can think about this.
If I may just continue speaking, that's why I believe that Mr. Ryan's jury verdict, Mr. Kendrick's conviction, Mr. Stillwell's conviction, and there might be one more, the guilty pleas, Mr. Winfrey, but I've discussed that, should all be kept out of this trial. Because somebody like me, Mr. Williams is not a convicted felon. He can't cross any of these people unless they testify. And I don't believe that a limiting instruction will be fashioned. That's my belief.
And y'all are planning to prove those as to the defendant who's convicted with their convictions, but are you doing anything beyond that?
No, Your Honor, and I think that was what Ms. Love was working on as far as crafting instruction, that it only goes against the defendant whose conviction, it only goes against that defendant, not the other.
Even as an overt act, even in consideration of RICO?
And I think that is where, as I say, we've been trying to word it, and Mr. Steele and I have had brief conversation, figuring out the best wording.
But do you agree that they can't consider, even if they find that overt act with regard to Mr. Kendrick or Mr. Stillwell, it normally would be that, you don't, if you find that any of the co-conspirators committed an overt act, which then they would have found that as to these people if they believe the conviction, then all you need to find with regard to the rest of the co-conspirators is the rest of what's required for the RICO violation, not a separate overt act. You know what I'm saying? And so how is it not in some way considered, it's not necessarily considered against them, but it checks a box that has to be checked with regard to each defendant that somebody committed an overt act. Okay, here's somebody who committed an overt act. And so it checks that box for what's required for RICO.
Can I ask, Your Honor, for this purpose for right now? Can we do the curative instruction that they disregard what you said?
Yeah, but I mean, what do I say? Disregard it with regard to any of these other defendants or any of the charges against them? And then y'all
Hylton
just
asked
are gonna
you to
have to
wait.
prove something else, or what? Because I don't want to give them the wrong instruction. I mean, and it may be that it does have to be some other overt act with regard, I don't see how it can't, how you get around confrontation clause,
Yeah, Hylton, how?
you know?
They don't
Yes,
know.
Your Honor. I guess my thought is if you're striking, for purposes of today, if you're striking his entire testimony, then everything he has said is,
I know, but I'm trying
Yes.
to tell the jurors, Mr. Kendrick's criminal history is not relevant except with regard to count 63 and overt act is it 189?
Yes, Your Honor.
But really, I mean, is that,
can we,
or you can just strike overt act 189 out of the indictment, that would be easier.
And that was our position, because there's no way, respectfully, that a highly intelligent juror like we have is going to be able to follow this gymnastic.
and I guess our thought is, since you're striking his entire testimony now, can we deal with the felony portion of the instruction later?
I mean, I'd love to, except for the fact that now's the time to do it. I'm taking their notes away and I'm saying to them, what you heard about him having just gotten out of prison, you need to disregard except for some very limited reasons.
But since we have not put his conviction in, if you just tell him disregard everything at this point, there's no evidence before them about him being in prison right now. So my point is, if you just tell them disregard everything that they heard, there is no other evidence for them to consider right now.
So then I would say his prior criminal history has no relevance to this case. And yes, it will ultimately have relevance to count 63. And I know we don't have what the conviction is or why he was in prison yet, and they're being told to disregard it anyway. But I mean, if y'all can come up with some better wording, great.
What is?
I mean, I can just say this witness, as a former law enforcement officer, should have known better than to make any mention of Mr. Kendrick having
She
been
really
in
wants to
prison.
admonish him.
No, I don't think that part is necessary, Your Honor. Given I do think it was a mistake on his part.
He really wants to. Whitaker really wants to yell about Dennis. Oh, man. And is Heart of Inspiration in the chat with us today? It's busy in here, but Heart of Inspiration called this, you know. Whitaker.
Can you read your instruction again?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Let me stop.
Defendant Kendrick's prior criminal history has no relevance to this case except as to count 63 and overt act 189 and should not have been mentioned by this witness. Further, this witness, as a former law enforcement officer, should have known better than to make any mention of it. Likewise, Mr. Kendrick's prior criminal history should not be considered in connection with any of these other defendants or any of the charges against them in this case. I'm going to strike the testimony of the witness today, disregard the testimony exhibits, I'll collect your notes, blah, blah, blah. I mean, I guess that can just do for now, and we can get into the nitty-gritty of it with regard to RICO later.
got a squeak from Adam. All right, let me clear this objections counter, which I added a WHOMP to. All right, 5 squeaks.
I just think if we can't come up with something better in the next couple of minutes, that's what I'm going to go with. Do you want me to catch you up?
Oh, no,
Okay.
Whitaker was ready to tell Adam the story of how Hylton and Dennis messed up big. And muted. Having a witness dismiss in the middle of testimony one time is kind of like significant, right? Like, whoa, whoa. But it's happened before. It's happened before. So, how many times? Love saying, glad it's not me this time. Shout out to Shannon Alexander. She probably is. Like out to lunch, catching the updates on her phone. Like, huh. Although Tamika, Love probably feels like this wouldn't have happened if she was there. Oh my goodness. She'd still be arguing if this was her. Mason Martin, so everything he testified to is gone, even pics. So today, any new exhibits, there were some exhibits that have already been admitted previously. But the new stuff is under seal,
anything?
not available to the jury anymore. From today.
Your Honor, I think the limiting instruction should be similar.
I'm sorry.
You're okay. My apologies. Your Honor, let's see. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you anyway. Can y'all hear him? Okay.
So the state's recommendation would be the similar limiting instruction that you've been giving as relates to the other evidence or convictions to any other defendant other than the ones in which, it's related to in the counts of the indictment. Something of that nature.
Okay. All right. So our issue that we're struggling with is that it's an overt act in the RICO count. And it's apparently going to be proven ultimately by his conviction, which is, of course, testimonial. And how can that be considered against any other defendant? And that hadn't been sorted out yet.
Did he sit down to avoid a squeak?
I'm just going to say should not be considered in connection with any of these other defendants in this case. All right, that's what I'm going to say. So let's get the jury out. Yes. Do you need to approach if I don't have the jury here yet?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. I'm on it.
Okay, so they don't want the media to hear this because the jury's not there. So whatever they're talking about, they want us not to hear. What a day. I mean, there's definitely been, like, it feels like 50-50 Georgia Seal time today with anything productive going on. Like, just a ton of Georgia Seal. Yeah, Chloe Albert's Revenge. I have a word. FUBAR. Yeah, that's really good here. I would say that at the very least, this is FUBAR. Leah's dad says, these kids made, quote, mistakes and you jailed them, Hylton. And I like that you said jailed them, because they're supposed to have this pre-indictment diversion program, and people are sitting in jail without indictments for months and months, sometimes years. Like, what's really the point of this? Why are we doing any of this outside of this case too? These pre-indictment diversion programs, all these requests for funding, or broader latitude with what a prosecutor's power can be. Why are we pushing for all those things if we can't even use what we're using appropriately? But that's a rabbit hole. Shout out to Leah's dad. And then Danny's been a member for 1 month. Wait, zoom in on Doug at the podium, you mean? Oh, man. I don't know if it's full screen, if it really gives me... It just makes the words bigger if I try to zoom in. So, maybe there's like an app I can get that gives us like a zoom in lens on a YouTube full screen window. We'll have to see. I know whatever he was doing was probably great and hilarious. I love Doug's facial expressions. Thank you, Danny, for being a member. T-Vel says, Adam, respectfully roll out YSL on all y'all today. Janky Grandpa says, love is going to be mad Hylton didn't fight harder. I agree. Imagine we get a pep talk email boosting Hylton up next. Sheeny Beanie says, what the heck? The jurors are not going to follow yet another convoluted curative instruction. This is preposterous. Mistrial all day. And I agree, and I think Whitaker was kind of in tune with that when she was asking, you know, if we're asking them to disregard his prior conviction, except in relation to these other two things, it's kind of gonna, in a prejudicial way, highlight that for the jury. So some of these curative instructions can't properly cure something because they also end up causing another issue. Colleen says, been working and lurking, love that, for 2 weeks. So glad to be back in the Slat chat with y'all for these bombs. Yeah, this is a day. This is a day. Glad you got to be here live and in person in real time and not all the way in the bushes for today. Thank you, Colleen, and shout out to anybody working and lurking. Raymond says, better to have an entourage like Eminem than a gang of employees like Jeffrey. Might be a hidden message there. Well, we can't ask Detective Dennis, so who knows? Who can explain to us?
Okay, let's get the jury out.
I do think this is a possibility, Red Bunny, that Red Bunny says, I truly believe Paige wants to grant a mistrial. She's just waiting on the 100% right case law to back it up. She's trying to do everything right by the law. I think that this is still a possibility here. Probably closer to a possibility. Jason says, this is a good theory too. Paige did this hoping to force the state to limit the state's witnesses. She had enough of Giggly Dennis. This is, you know, love that if that's what she was doing. This might be possible. Hilarious. Alethea says, Whitaker better not backtrack.
This is Officer Rodgers, D. Rodgers.
Do you mind, I've just got to give the jury an instruction before we have your testimony. So do you mind just hanging right outside that first set of doors? And we'll wave you in just a second.
Oh man, chat, be nice.
Maybe you should hear it too.
Be nice in the chat. Thank you for the super chat, Alethea. Sean Turner said the state is down bad. Yeah, big time. That was a big sanction. Thank you for the 2, Sean. Gina Semino says, Rap on Trial, powerful story on Hidden Brain podcast on Spotify. I think it's the same people as the book, right? The same authors or commentators. So I didn't, so on Spotify, I think I saw it also. I think they have some content on YouTube for people that don't use Spotify. Maybe they have it all on their website here. The book. So it's coming up in all the usuals, Apple Podcasts, Spotify. I don't actually see it on YouTube, but not doing an extensive search.
Gone. I am sorry for the delay. I need to give you all an instruction. Defendant Kendrick's prior criminal history has no relevance to this case except as to count 63 in Overt Act 189, and it should not have been mentioned by retired investigator Dennis. And further, Investigator Dennis, as a former law enforcement officer, should have known better than to make any mention of it. Likewise, Mr. Kendrick's prior criminal history should not be considered in connection with any of the other defendants in this case. I'm going to strike the testimony of Investigator Dennis that was given today. You're to disregard today's testimony and the exhibits admitted through Investigator Dennis today in their entirety. We'll collect your notes from today and shred them. If there's anybody that is not going to be able to follow those instructions, please let the court know that now by raising your hand. Everybody good? Okay. Yes. And he's all we've heard today so far. Anyway, we are going to hear some further testimony from other witnesses. So just, I know some of y'all are trying to conserve paper, so we'll do the same thing we did before if anybody's written on both sides, but otherwise, is that what your question was going to be? Okay. All right. So just flip to a new page now, and we've got a couple more hours, and we'll just collect them at the end of the day. All right. Okay. Call your next witness.
United States called Officer Rodgers to stand.
What's the last name?
Rodgers.
Okay, thank you.
The dog bark noise.
David Rodgers, DAVID, RODGERS.
And Your Honor, for ease, this is starting of the Act 159.
Okay, thank you.
Officer Rodgers, where are you employed?
City of Atlanta Police Department.
And how long have you been with the City of Atlanta Police Department?
I just entered my 14th year.
And if you can tell the jury briefly about your history with the Atlanta Police Department.
While at the Atlanta Police Department,
This is Christian Eppinger.
worked patrol for a little while before moving over to the Special Operations Section. Did about 8 years there before moving over to Special Enforcement, where I did time at the Auto Crimes Unit, and my last assignment there was at gangs before my incident.
And we're going to talk about your incident in a moment.
Yes, ma'am.
When you were a patrol officer, what zone did you work for?
I started in Zone 6.
And did you work any other zones as a patrol officer?
No, ma'am.
All right. Now, you said that your last assignment prior to your incident was you working in gangs.
Yes, ma'am.
What did you do while you worked in gangs?
While on gangs, we were tasked with proactive enforcement, keeping up with wanted gang members and the apprehension of those persons, and that was about the gist of it.
And how long did you work as an officer in the gang unit?
I was only there for 8 months.
And in those 8 months while you worked as an officer in the gang unit, what, if anything, did you do differently than the investigators in the gang unit?
Typically, we were out in the streets more, certain high crime areas, presence, things of that nature.
And as an officer with the gang unit, did you have a specific zone that you worked, or did you work the entire city of Atlanta?
Citywide.
And how closely did you work with the investigators in the gang unit as an officer in the gang unit?
We worked hand in hand. If they had certain targets or subjects that they wanted apprehended, we would go out and look for them.
And was that one of the primary responsibilities as an officer to assist with the apprehension of suspects?
Yes, ma'am.
I want to direct your attention to February 7th, 2022.
Okay.
Were you working that day?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was your normal shift when you worked as an officer with the gang unit?
My normal shift was Tuesday through Saturday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m.
And let me ask, in 2022, were you working as an officer in the gang unit?
Yes, ma'am.
When you began your shift today, were you assigned to assist in any apprehensions on that day, February 7, 2022?
At the start of that day, we didn't have any activity. We were actually waiting on fugitive to go and serve a paper that day, or serve a warrant that day. And we were made aware that the target got mobile, and that's when we were called.
Okay. And who was the target that fugitive was looking to arrest that day?
Mr. Christian Eppinger, for the charges of armed robbery and aggravated assault, I believe the case was.
Mm-hmm. And how did you get involved with the apprehension of Mr. Eppinger?
Well, we were contacted by the surveillance investigator at the time, Investigator Storno, and so we made our way from Marietta Boulevard over to Cleveland Avenue. Me and my partner for the day, we staged for a little bit and briefed while we tried to gather more resources and be updated on current information of his status and whereabouts.
Okay, and you said your partner for the day, let me first ask you, was your partner in the same vehicle as you?
No, ma'am, we were in two separate cars.
Okay. And if you're in separate cars, how was that he was your partner for the day?
We typically do everything in twos, but we were the only two officers for my unit working that day.
And who was this other officer?
Officer J. Teasley.
Teasley?
Yes, ma'am.
Teasley?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And you said that, were you both at Marietta prior to getting the call to assist?
We were in the area. I was on Marietta Boulevard. I don't know his specific location on the west side that day, but we were over there.
And you said that once you received the call to assist, is that when you made your way over from Marietta Boulevard to Cleveland Avenue?
Yes, ma'am.
Once you got over to Cleveland Avenue, did you go directly on Cleveland Avenue, or did you stay somewhere else prior to getting on Cleveland Avenue?
No, ma'am. Prior to, so we briefed, him and myself, we briefed on the side of the Interstate 75 just before Cleveland. Talked about what we were going to do and who we were looking for, what he was wearing, things of that nature. Tried to gather more resources as far as zone crime suppression units. I think I called upon the fugitive unit that day, but they were tied up doing something else.
Now, do you remember what the description was that you were given for him?
We were told black jacket, white pants. I believe it was an orange hoodie.
Tell us what happened once you got over to Cleveland Avenue.
All right, after the brief, Investigator Storno told us that he had left the gas station and was out on foot.
Just a second. If you hear an objection, if you'll just pause.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear it.
It's okay. I know it's a little bit hard to hear. Everybody needs to use their mics. Hearsay.
Yes.
Your effect on the listener.
sustained.
Okay. Without telling,
I'm sorry, overruled.
Okay.
Overruled.
based upon what Investigator Storno said, what did you all do?
He told us he was on foot walking from the gas station into the condominium complex. At that time, we left the side of the interstate, moved in, coming down Cleveland Avenue, turned on the Steel Road, at which time I locked eyes on Mr. Ebinger, pulled into the complex.
Let me stop you right here. You said the condos in which he was going to. Do you recall the name of those condos?
I don't. The address, I believe, is 2637 Old Hateville. I don't know the exact name. The Steel Road entrance, I don't think it's a specific signage at that entrance. I think the signage is on the other side.
Have you heard of Colonial Square Apartments?
Yes, ma'am.
Does that sound familiar? No.
Not at the moment.
Okay, that's fine. Is this location within Fulton County?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, you said that the address is 2637 Old Hateville Road. Does the apartment complex have multiple entrances?
Yes.
Okay. Is one of those entrances on Old Hateville?
Yes, ma'am.
And is the other on Steel?
Yes, ma'am.
If you can just describe for the jury, if you're on Cleveland Avenue, what are some landmarks where that apartment complex is?
Steel Road sits between now it's a Chevron and a Checkers restaurant. I think the address, well, I don't remember the exact address for the Chevron at Cleveland, but it's Steel Road sits in between the Chevron right there at Cleveland and Interstate 75 and the Checkers.
Okay. Once you got onto Cleveland Avenue, what did you do?
Turn left on the Cleveland Avenue, coming southbound from the interstate. We crossed the overpass, pulled up at Steel Road, made a left turn onto Steel Road, at which time I could see Mr. Ebinger walking through the complex, at which time I made to go make contact with Mr. Ebinger.
And at the time when you went to go make contact with him, were you inside of the gate at 2637 Old Hateville Road?
Yes, ma'am. It was it's a block of homes right there at the entrance. I think I remember him being on the sidewalk.
And at that time, once you made entrance inside, do you know where your partner was?
I don't. Last I checked, he was behind me, turning off of Cleveland Ave on the Steel Road.
Okay. Once you got into the apartment complex and you see who you believe to be Mr. Ebinger, what did you do?
I tried to pull ahead of Mr. Ebinger, get out. I gave him commands, advising him that he did have paper. Also, told him he had warrants. He kind of looked at me, looked past me, proceeded to walk past me. At this time, I'm traveling behind Mr. Ebinger. I go to put hands on him, start to pull on him and things of that nature. And as I'm pulling on him, trying to grab him, I kind of start to look over my shoulder trying to locate my partner because Mr. Ebinger at the time was non-compliant, still walking, still kind of doing what he was doing. And when my partner wasn't there at that time, I chose to transition from lethal force and downgraded to my taser. Went to go tase Mr. Ebinger, but when I went to go access my taser, I couldn't drop the hood. I didn't drop the hood. And so when I turned my body to access it with my right hand is when I started feeling these shots.
So let's kind of slow that down, okay? Let me ask you this. At the time and when you went to go apprehend Mr. Ebinger, did you have your body cam on?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you have dash cam in your vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Now, you said that you got out the car and you went to go and grab him. When you got out the car, did you have your gun?
Yes, ma'am. I had my gun drawn on him at first, came out lethal force. He was known to carry weapons and things of that nature. And like I said, I go to put my hands on him because he kind of walks past me. After I told him who I was, announced my agency, let him know that he had warrants. He kept proceeding down the sidewalk. And so as I'm engaged with him, I'm kind of looking back over my shoulder for my partner, and he isn't coming, so I had to switch to another plan since I wasn't physically able to overcome him. And so at that time, I holstered my weapon and decided to switch over to my taser. Had trouble accessing my taser.
What made you decide to switch from your gun to your taser?
Just the sheer size of him. I knew I wasn't going to be able to overpower him, but at the time he didn't have anything in his hands. And so I felt it necessary to transition.
Okay. And so when you went to go transition to your taser, were you able to draw your taser out?
No, ma'am. I stumbled with my taser, with my left hand, at which time I reached over with my right. And at that point, he had flanked me and started to fire upon me.
Okay. And when you say he started to flank you, what did that mean?
So he had veered off to my right side.
Okay. And then, did you see when he drew his weapon?
I did not.
Okay. What was the first thing that you felt?
Just a warm sensation. But I knew something was wrong because when I went to re-access my weapon, I could not have use of that arm. And when I turned around to track his person, all I remember seeing was the muzzle of the gun, the white pants, the black jacket. But at that point, I was pretty much out of the fight.
And we say you were out of the fight, what do you mean?
It's even after reaching for him, I feel like I remember reaching for him with my left hand, but my body was kind of beginning to shut down, probably from the blood loss. I don't know.
Okay. And once you started feeling those, like that bullets and that impact, where did you end up? Were you on the ground? What happened?
I remember after looking at him, I remember turning away. I feel like I took a knee. I might have even laid on my face. I sat there for a minute. I gathered myself. I got on radio, let radio know I was shot. And then at that point, Investigator Johnson came over to render aid. He pulled me around the corner, and yeah.
Okay. And after that, were you taken to the hospital?
Yes, ma'am. We waited on the ambulance for a little bit, but we kind of had a talk and a discussion, and I just requested to be put in one of the UC cars, and we made our way to Grady.
And so you said you were talking. Were you alert at the time after being shot?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you eventually make it to Grady?
Yes, ma'am.
And what were the injuries that you had as a result of this shooting?
Well, I was informed that I was shot 6 times, once to the back of the head, 4 to the back of the right shoulder, and 1 to the back of the right leg.
And did you have to spend some time at Grady because of your injuries?
Yes, ma'am. I did about 7 days in the hospital.
And are you now back to work at this point?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Court's indulgence for a moment. I'm going to show you what's been first amended as 32B. Do you recognize the individual who was depicted in State Exhibit 32V?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I recognize him to be Christian Eppinger.
And I'm also going to show you 18V. Do you recognize who's that in 18V?
Yes, ma'am. That profile looks similar to his.
And I want to zoom in on 18V. Are you able to see what is depicted on the side of his face?
No, ma'am. I'm not able to make that out.
Okay. All right. I have no further questions.
Any defense questions for this witness?
Just 1 or 2, Your Honor.
All right.
Officer Rodgers, good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
You hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. If I heard you correctly, you found out, or you came to find out after the fact, after your encounter with this guy, that you were shot a total of 6 times?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You were taken to the hospital, and you were there for a period of time before you recovered.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and you are back to work at this time?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you described the person who was on the screen, the person you encountered, the guy you encountered as a Mr. Eppinger?
Yes, sir.
All right. All right, I'm sorry that happened to you, sir. Thank you for your questions. That's all I have, for your answers. That's all I have.
Any other? All right.
Officer, good afternoon. You don't see that gentleman in this courtroom, correct?
No, sir.
No further questions. Thank you, sir.
Anybody else?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right. Any redirect?
No redirect, Your Honor.
All right, officer, thank you for your time and you are excused. Call your next witness.
It'll be Sergeant JT Davis, Your Honor. Let me just confirm he's outside.
So yeah, so Christian Eppinger is a severed co-defendant awaiting trial. He also has, I don't know if it's still outstanding, but he was also, I don't know, I think he has other charges too. So, from another trial.
Davis, okay.
And that's really, you know, the defense highlight his name. Do you see him in this room? And he's there because he's still part of one of the, I mean, how many counts does Christian Eppinger have? He has several in this. But Christian Eppinger is part of this indictment, so because there's this overarching gang charge, the jury could find that that was also everything that Christian Eppinger did was part of this criminal street gang activity in Rico.
Whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Have a seat. State, spell your first and last name for the court style into the mic, please.
John Davis, JOHN DAVIS.
And where do you work?
City of Atlanta Police Department,
And how long have you been with the City of Atlanta Police Department?
26 years.
And what do you do currently for the City of Atlanta Police Department?
I manage the body cam unit.
And what do you do as the manager of the body cam unit?
What I do is to ensure that officers that are out on the streets have body cameras that are operating properly. If any issues, I address those issues by troubleshooting, replacing, and sending them back to the Exxon unit.
Okay. And if you could just tell the jurors, are all officers with the Atlanta Police Department fitted with body cam?
Absolutely, yes, ma'am.
And since when have all officers been fitted with body cam?
This is dated back, I'm estimating 2015 or so.
2015 or so. And how are the body cams kept within the regular ordinary course of Atlanta Police Department's business?
Well, body cams, like I said, are issued to each officer to do their daily duties. At the end of each duty or personal work assignment, body cameras will be docked on the Exxon docks, where any events that particular day will be uploaded into our evidence.com accounts.
And you said the Exxon dock. What is the Exxon dock?
Exxon Docs is pretty much the same company that designed the body camera unit, and that dock is a way to charge as well as upload any evidence or any incidents that's recorded.
And as far as with APD, do you have dash cam videos?
Yes, we do.
And how do dash cam videos work?
Dash cams work similarly, but it's more of a wireless base. So once you make it back to your assignment, your precinct, the signal is sent and it uploads videos that way.
And again, are the dash cams also kept in the regular and ordinary course of business at Atlanta Police Department?
That is correct. Everything's in evidence.com, the cloud.
Have you had the opportunity today to review a body cam video and a dash cam video from a shooting incident on February 7, 2022 involving Officer Rodgers?
Yes, I have.
And did that appear to be, from what you viewed, a fair and accurate depiction of images contained on both his body camera video and his dash cam video?
That's correct.
Your Honor, and did there appear to be any additions or deletions?
No, ma'am.
Your Honor, this time the state would like to tender State's Exhibit 2S, permission to approach.
You may.
I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 1SS and 2SS. Do you recognize both of those items?
Yes, I do.
And how do you recognize both of those items?
These are the discs that I watched, because I signed and dated each one.
And again, at this time, Your Honor, the state would like to tender State's Exhibit 1SS and 2SS into evidence.
All right, that's Sierra.
Yes, Your Honor.
Those are admitted without objection.
All right. Permission to publish?
You may.
Yeah, excuse me, Judge. May we approach briefly, please?
Sure.
Guys, we gotta like sage the chat. We gotta like bring it down. We gotta bring it down a little. He's off the stand. He's off the stand. And the difference here, what's really shocking, I've said it in the chat, but remember, Eppinger is severed from this trial. But he's charged in the indictment. So just keep that in mind. Because yeah, it's no joke. That man was shot. Chat is calming down, and I do appreciate good humor. I really do, you guys. But somebody was definitely, you know, I think it's different than someone having an appearance a certain way, and they're also a victim. So on one hand, I appreciate how creative and quick you guys are. You guys are very quick-witted. But that poor guy, I mean, it's like, I feel like the jury called him in particular to inflame the jury. They could have called someone else to talk about that. Once again, they're putting the victim on the stand. And Charisse, he's severed, so he's still awaiting his trial. So he will be having a trial. He's just not in this trial with these 6 co-defendants. I'm not like trying to joke about his head, but because his head is so apparent, and then he's on the stand talking about he was shot in the head, like the jury is going to remember that. And think about these motions we've had recently, these autopsy photos from the crime that Rodelius Ryan was charged for, right? Their argument was that, hey, they want all of these photos in to inflame the passion of the jury. Because those visuals, they stick out. You remember them. You forget all those little details that aren't so easy to follow, or they don't come with pictures or videos or sounds. But when you see something, it sticks with you more. So on one hand, I get that we're talking about his head, but I swear in a way the state called him because they expect the jury to remember the shape of his head and how he was shot by somebody, you know? So, yeah, I really don't think they needed to have him in here. So, I don't know, you guys. Exactly, like they're really gonna remember his head. And Cherie says they will keep that in mind. Ugh. But yeah, it is really true. Like, you guys do have an incredible sense of humor and creativity and quick wit, like instantaneous. Like, 1,000 kudos to you guys for the humor. But just keep in mind that this guy was actually shot. I know we have a bit of disdain for the way that police officers testify. So be it. But in this instance, this guy was shot. So a little bit different from our usual, like, haha, bunch of squirrel brains. And Nita Beta says, have I missed anything spicy? Just left work. Okay, so you might want to go back, like, I don't know, what was that now? We're like 6 hours, 40 minutes in. When did all the mistrial stuff? 6 hours. Go back about 2 hours from where we currently are in the stream. You're going to see a moment where it's Dennis on the stand. They pull up an image of Yak standing on Lucci's car. When you see that photo, watch from there and skip the breaks when they're showing the Georgia seal. Because there was a pretty strong motion for a mistrial and a huge sanction against the state. Detective Dennis was booted. He was dismissed mid-direct testimony. Jury was instructed to disregard his testimony. All of his testimony from today was stricken. and he can't be called back again. And the state needed to call him back for other things. So that, you missed that, you might want to watch that. That was pretty fiery. And for the sake of it, Judge Whitaker wanted to yell out loud that Dennis knew better than to do what he did, than to testify about prior incarceration of one of the defendants. So good to see you, Anita Beta. Kevin Kirksey, thanks for the 2, says ahead of his peers. Renee Stevenson says, just think they will need Gaither to bring in what Dennis just threw away. Yeah, can you imagine, like, now we gotta rely on Gaither for all that? Or Thorpe. Like, they gotta go between the 2. And I'm telling you, I really think that sanction is a big sanction. Because they were banking so much of the theory of their case being put in front of the jury, laid out in front of the jury through Dennis. And Dennis's interpretation, his expert interpretation of things. So after all of that, Dennis and his lyrics and his expert qualifications, he doesn't get to present much more today. He's done. Thank you for the support, Renee. Jay Lozano says, if a jury has so many instructions, at what point can they say, how are we supposed to follow all of this without making a mistake? I mean, to be fair, Whitaker has asked them at some of these occasions, you know, let me know if you can't do that. And they haven't said, hey, I can't do that. So the court has to take that at face value unless there's some significant indication, a tangible indication otherwise. Otherwise, the court's supposed to assume that the jury is going to follow and do, you know, their best duty as a juror. So no one raised their hand. Thank you for the 5. CLK says, Adam's doing a plea deal with the defense. I get Dennis, you get bail. Like, let him free. Raymond Rohr says, who hangs a crooked seal in the courtroom? I'm not sure if it's crooked or if that's just the way the camera kind of, right? Because the flags are kind of off. They're leaning. So I think it might be the way the camera is. The whole courtroom's crooked. Double entendre, maybe. Let's ask Dennis. Thank you, Raymond. Touche says, ahead of his peers. Oh, I'm reading the wrong thing. Touche says, after all the shenanigans and, quote, psych instructions. That's a good characterization. I like that. The jury is going to go back to deliberate and say a collective, I don't recall. They come out with like one giant sign. That'd be hilarious. I'm curious. My best guess is a mix. You know, that's a lot of things that they can write. A lot of things they have to go down and look at line by line on that jury sheets, jury book, jury encyclopedia, the verdict encyclopedia form. I think it'll probably be a mixed result. I can't imagine, unless it's really that much out of spite. And I know some of us in the chat might say, out of spite, I'd acquit on everything. I don't know if you can really bank on that when you've got 12 jurors. If you've got one on there that wants to convict on a lot, and another that doesn't want to convict on much, they're either going to get hung or they're going to compromise. So, although, you know, I'd love a strong message to the state. Jennifer N says, this is a great day to be here for 2 months. Thank you so much for being here. Elizabeth Wright says, can the defense move for a mistrial due to lack of evidence with Dennis gone? They can no longer connect the dots and admit most of the gang evidence. I think the better mechanism for this would be to ask for a directed verdict when the state rests their case, right? Because they can't ask the judge to just make a mistrial when the state's still presenting their case in chief. So I think the mechanism here would be a directed verdict. Good to see you, Elizabeth. The Bushes said, I love it here. Thank you so much. Touche says, I think Paige is personally offended that she gives the state all these assists, and this is how they say thank you over and over again. Well, you know, hopefully it pisses her off enough. And she might be getting there. I really think she might be getting there. Dizzy says, at this point, give out time served deals. I wouldn't be surprised if in the near future we have Whitaker kind of give that hint again, like, do you guys want to maybe discuss putting some pleas on the table? You know? It might be there. It might be around the corner. Jason says, this was Paige giving the state a warning shot. Mess up again and it's over. She tried to protect them, but even bias only goes so far. The state really should be careful about pushing the buttons. You have someone that seems, in my opinion, to be trying to give you the chance to try your case fully. And if you keep pushing buttons, how's that going to make somebody feel?
Melted the jury room
Melted the
for
jury room?
a few minutes. I'm not quite sure what the duration's going to be, but sorry about that.
Guys, what are we doing? Why are we here doing this again?
And Sergeant, I'm going to have you step outside as well, and we'll let you know when we need you back.
Shout out to Steven out here sniping with the gifted membership.
All right, can somebody pull it up? Or and I know y'all have had to go a little bit out of order because of the unexpected issue with not finishing the day with Detective Dennis, so we just hadn't gotten to some of this yet. I'm going to say through either misunderstanding or no fault of anybody, so we'll just tackle it right now.
Judge, can I go ahead and put my objection more fully on the record?
Sure.
All right. So the objection that I made at the bench was that the contents of the body camera and the dash camera that the state intends to introduce, the contents are going to be hearsay. Understand that there is a business records exception that they are relying on. However, that does not necessarily automatically admit the hearsay that's contained within the images and the voices and so forth on both of those items. Johnson versus State is the case that I wanted to cite to the court. It's 347 Georgia Appeals 831. That's actually a case that deals with text messages. And in Division 2, I believe, of that case, 2B, there's some instructive language. And if the court will give me 1 second.
Sure, and I don't think, I mean, certainly you can put it on the record. I don't think anybody disputes the proposition that a business record certification isn't going to get around hearsay, do they? No. Y'all are going to have other exceptions that you rely on.
Yes.
I mean, you can make the record if you want, but.
And let me thank you. Let me add to that also that I believe there's going to be a 4-3 analysis for the contents again of the body camera, the dash camera, and I'm saying it as though there's 2, but I think I may have heard the prosecutor at the bench say that there are more than 2. So my objection is going to be to all of those.
Let me get clarification. There's a body cam and a dash cam of this shooting incident, right? And some of it will obviously show something different. Are there more than 2 with regard to this incident?
Yes, Your Honor, and because you just said that, I know we talked about it because the court asked the same question during the hearing, and you actually asked whether or not we were going to play the entirety of all of the body cam, and I told the court, no, Your Honor, we were only going to play the relevant portions of the body cam video.
Right.
And the surveillance video.
Yeah, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I mean, I've got those notes, and we talked at the bench about that, and it was all of it together was an hour total or something. You were going to get timestamps, and you did do that. And they know that. They just hadn't set forth. They believe they had not yet set forth any objections, and we're under the impression we were going to get to it at another time. I think the state was under the impression, frankly, the court was too, that because nothing else got brought up, we were good with everything, but be that as it may, we're going to litigate it now. So.
Yes, Judge. And to add to my objection, it bears noting that the officer Rodgers, who just testified, now Mr. Eppinger, of course, is in the indictment, but he's not here. Right? He's not here on trial with us at this point. There's been testimony given by Officer Rodgers detailing the incident, his account of what happened, how it happened. And so to an extent, I think just showing the body camera that presumably let's say it's going to say this, show the same thing that he just testified to would be cumulative, and so I'd add that to my objection as well.
All right, I'm going to overrule that objection because the officer, in fact, said, you know, he didn't even know how many times he'd been shot. He was kind of like weak and wasn't sure what happened. So I think it'll show things that we were not able to get through the officer's testimony. But with regard to whether there are more videos than the dash cam and the body cam, I don't know that we got that answer.
Yes, Your Honor, so there's 4 videos total.
And what are they going to show?
So the body cam will pick up parts of the shooting, Officer Rodgers' movement and kind of trying to apprehend.
Sure.
The dash cam, you can actually see it because
Okay.
you're unable to see everything
All
on
right,
the
what are
body
the
cam.
other two?
The other is the overall surveillance video that picks up a different image because if you heard when Officer Rodgers testified, he talks about Sergeant William Johnson who comes in and gives him aid. But what Sergeant Johnson also does is he sees Mr. Eppinger firing, returns fire, and then Eppinger actually turns and returns fire towards Sergeant Johnson.
And that's on surveillance video from where? Just like.
So the community had surveillance video,
Okay.
so it's from the
All right.
furthest entrance at the complex.
Okay.
And then the last video, Your Honor, is the apprehension of Mr. Eppinger, and that we believe is relevant because there initially, and I think this is before this court took the bench, there was cross-examination about officers and their response in certain communities, and this video shows their response to Mr. Eppinger on this particular day, given everything that happened, and how they apprehended him outside of the home. He ran into someone else's house with children and with a gun. They were able to go inside and retrieve the gun that was used, and that is the final body cam video.
All right, and how long, or let's just watch them.
Okay.
I mean, or watch the parts that I'm going to need to watch. Does every one of them have hearsay or potential hearsay on them? Are they all audio too?
They're all, the dash cam, I don't think, I have the dash cam has some audio, but yes.
Okay.
But it's minimal. The surveillance video does not have audio.
Okay, all right, let's just watch them. The parts you intend to play. How long are they all for total, approximately?
Approximately around, I would think total, if 30 minutes, but I think it's probably less than that.
Okay.
And 30 minutes. At least it's a video.
Stone, are you copy? I'm going over. On Steel Road.
Why do we need this part with him driving?
6170, 6160, you on SLS?
Pick it up from like a second before there.
Well, it's about to occur right now.
On the ground, boy. On the ground. On the ground.
All right, you guys, so be careful. If this is your trigger warning. We're playing.
On the ground! Get on the ground! Get on the ground! Get on the ground! I ain't did that. Get on the ground! I ain't did that, bro. You see what I'm saying? He's not fine. I'm scared. I'm scared. 3637 on Hayville. This is what I'm saying.
17.
Okay.
And Your Honor, the reason why the first part is important is because that is the Cleveland Avenue area, and so
Okay.
that the jury can see
Okay,
that.
all right. Any objection to that? Stopping at 1917?
Yes.
Guys,
I'm going to object because looking at the video doesn't show the shots, it doesn't show the shooting. It truly doesn't show anything that the officer testified to. And so I would say that what we're looking at is not relevant.
Okay, overruled. All right, move on to the next video, please.
That's going to be what,
Add a 403 objection to that, please, Your Honor.
Overruled.
all right, this isn't really, I have an objection counter for the witness testimony. This isn't really that, so we're going to keep it at
Yes.
the one.
I'm gonna, if the court allows me, I think when we watch all of these videos, they may become cumulative as well. So.
They might, that's why I'm watching them all.
Right, and so I don't want to just say I don't have any objection. I believe this is going to be cumulative to other videos that we're about to watch.
All right, possibly. Ready for the next one?
It's loading, Your Honor. It's on the CD.
Okay, maybe, so we don't have all the pauses when the jury's out here. I don't know, y'all all got laptops, maybe one person could have the next one queued up?
The internet's not working.
The internet never works here, okay.
Unless they want to get us a direct connection, that would probably make it all faster.
If we can
Got a
do
little
something
squeak.
like that, and it would speed things up, I'll look into it.
Yes, sir.
Laura, can you look into that? Yeah, no, that's fine, go ahead. Ms. Persfield's gonna go collect the jury notes from the investigator Dennis while we're doing this.
Did anybody catch which officer this was? The body cam, was it? I don't think that was Rodgers' body cam, was it? I think that was another officer that responded. Which means there might be a different foundation issue.
Document on an easel pad or a pad on an easel, if that could be removed as well.
That, y'all collected the exhibits already, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yeah, we already have all of those. So I guess that needs to get put with, I don't know which part of it was, but that needs to get put with the other evidence that was provided to Ms. Winfrey, so she can have it all together.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thanks.
Your Honor, I'm going to try to pull up the third one.
Okay, that works.
Because the I've been shot sounds far away from the person wearing the body cam. So, but maybe with him laying there, maybe the audio is muffled in a way. Because I feel like even in there's another angle that I'm sure we're going to see. You can see multiple officers and you can see Christian Eppinger, like you can see different people running in different directions. Well, that's the thing. If he was the only officer on scene for a few minutes and that's supposed to be his body cam, then that doesn't make sense because he gets right up out of there. I thought this was a different officer from a different angle responding after stuff already popped off. Yeah, this is kind of where I am, Mimi, personally. Like, I think that, and we're going to see more clips, but that clip was kind of like, especially, honestly, if they started right with the car driving, I don't know. I mean, the car pulling up. No, I know it was him yelling, "I got shot," but I'm just saying, unless this,
Okay,
the way
I'm
he's
ready.
laying is muting the audio, it sounded like the person yelling that, Rodgers yelling that, was not the person wearing the body cam.
Judge, do you have access to that man to this one?
I don't see you in the waiting room. I should, but
It's her. Yeah. I mean,
there you are. Okay.
She's tapping on the desk. Whitaker's impatient.
On the ground, what? On the ground! On the ground!
This is Rodgers' voice.
Get on the ground! Get on the ground! Get on the ground! Get on the ground!
All right, so this was dash cam.
we will conclude at, I think that's 1741, so that shows.
Talking to the mic.
Sorry, that shows part of the actual shooting around, which would be different than what's seen on the body cam.
All right, that's certainly different. And there's no, all right, okay, any objection to that? And I realize I'll watch all four of them and determine the cumulative objection, but,
Same objection.
okay. So I don't know about cumulativeness between that and some other one yet, but it's not cumulative, it's between the body cam and that. All right, let's watch the surveillance video.
And Sharice, the argument is that it was done in furtherance of the gang, it was part of the conspiracy, blah, 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 blah. So they're taking Christian Eppinger's acts, what he's charged with, and, I mean, he's indicted in this, don't forget. He's just severed from this trial. But they're saying that he's doing this as part of criminal street gang activity, which can attach to anybody else that the jury thinks is participating in this.
Yeah, this is the first video, which is the gate. And we'll be starting at timestamp 103.
All right, hang on just a sec. Okay. Go ahead.
And we will conclude at 2:05.
And what is that showing?
So that shows
time
Mr. Eppinger walking into the complex. So what happens immediately before? And then the two cars, so what's more important, the second car is Sergeant William Johnson's vehicle that followed behind Officer Rodgers' vehicle. So what happens is Officer Rodgers goes in to apprehend him, and then Sergeant William Johnson, and he'll testify that he was coming from a different location, came in right behind.
Yeah.
So he's able to actually fire back at Mr. Eppinger.
Are we going to hear from Officer Johnson
Sergeant William Johnson, yes, you are.
or Sergeant Johnson?
Yes, Your Honor.
Can't he just say, and I followed right behind him in a second car?
He can, this was just
Okay,
evidence.
we
of
don't
that.
need this video. All right, show me the apprehension.
No, there's one more surveillance video, Your Honor. This is
Oh,
the.
so there are 5 videos then.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
This is, yes. All right, so surveillance. And Your Honor, this will just start at the beginning. And you're looking at the furthest portion of the screen.
Okay.
Oh, goodness. Yeah, I have to start over. Portions of it? I have to start over because, all right. If you look towards the back of the video.
Yeah. All right, so that shows the other officer's location and interaction
Yes,
with
Your-
Eppinger.
Yes, Your Honor.
Any objections on that? And there's
Or
no
just trying to
sound,
get
right?
out.
No sound on this, Your Honor.
No objection.
All right, that one's in it without objection, and then, well, it will be, and then the apprehension.
Cue the video up so we can see the last one. Oh man, the giant elephant noise. All right, and thank you to Peter Ortiz, who says it was Rodgers alone. He was yelling on his radio. He didn't have backup at that time when he was trying to arrest the dude. I hear you, but then Hylton's telling us the other officer came in right behind him. So the story doesn't match what they're saying between the testimony from Rodgers and now what's coming in through the body cam footage guy.
Yeah, this will be the longest. This will be the longest of the videos.
And Nancy New says it's Rodgers' body cam coming in through Davis, who hands out and is charge of the body cams, and dash cam with another officer body cam coming in also. So this is where they go in the house and there's kids. Thank you, Nancy New.
So that's northwest side. So yeah, 20 units on that side and what?
We're inside this apartment. How many you got? I'm gonna swing across. You cover that window, okay? You're gonna stay right here, all right? Hey. Step out. Yeah. Step out. Get her. Get her. Go get her. Y'all come on. I know. Is anybody else in here?
I'm gonna take a spot, bro. I'm gonna take a spot, all right? All right, Gordon, move.
Come downstairs. Anybody in the apartment, come downstairs. Come on, y'all.
Come on, come on.
Come on.
Come on, come on, come on, come on. Come on.
Come on.
Grab him, grab him.
Don't look behind you. Focus on top. Cover this window for me, man. I'm wide open. Straight to the back.
Right-hand side.
And we need to know what door. We're on the back.
All right, tell them 6-7.
They said he went out.
Tell them 6-7.
Right-hand side.
In the back on the right-hand side. Christian.
What's his name?
Christian Eppinger.
McKessey.
I got one bit. Christian. Hey, Christian. I know you hear me, bro.
Yeah, 35, apartment number D.
Christian Eppinger. If you hear me, say something.
Hannah, switch places. Switch that window for me.
What's up?
Switch up here.
Christian Eppinger. If you hear me, say something.
Looking at the building from the front. All right apartment. Is that correct?
Up here. I want you up here on point.
All right, just let me get some wood lines to get the
You ready?
Christian Eppinger.
Copy that. We have an officer on the back corner. We got one more with him.
If you hear me,
I want you up here on point.
show me your hands and come out your hands in the air, sir.
How do we get this house from the back side?
Christian, I know you hear my voice.
There should be a multitude of boxes that gave you comfort that way.
Come on out with your hands in the air.
He can't hear me. Right. You talking real low.
2491.
What's his last name? Effinger. Christian Effinger! The Atlanta Police Department, we know you're inside! Come out with your hands out!
There's an entrance on
We have the place surrounded! Do not make this hard! Christian! Come out! All right, let me see your hands!
Hands first, hands.
Crawl! 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 No, sir, crawl. Get on your belly. Shut up! Shut up! Shut up, Perry. Get on your belly. Get on your belly. Get on your belly. Get on your belly.
On your belly.
On your belly.
On your belly. Okay.
On your belly. Crawl backwards. Crawl backwards.
6-7, 6-7.
Hey, crawl backwards, Christian. Christian, crawl backwards. Come, hey, come, we don't want to shoot you. Listen to me. I want you to crawl backwards.
On your belly.
Take the rope.
Get on
Christian,
your belly.
get on your belly.
You got one more time. We're going to take the cross.
Step out here. We don't want to kill you. Step out.
Step out.
Step out, Christian. Nobody wants to shoot you, son. Listen, Christian. Hold on, guys. Look at me, son. Look at me. Step out here. Just crawl out here.
Let me call my mama.
Christian. All right, y'all feel comfortable? Yeah. Okay. Who's taking stairs?
I'll take hands.
You got stairs?
I got stairs.
Go.
You call my mama. I got to get right here. Ain't nobody in there.
And why is that relevant?
Because previously there was cross-examination of how officers treat individuals in this particular neighborhood and community, and this shows a complete opposite of that type of inference that officers are harass individuals in that community, given what happened on this day where Mr. Eppinger is alleged to have shot a cop. These officers tried to get him out in a way that was keep him alive, keep him safe, and that's a complete contradiction to some of the inferences of how officers respond in this community. So that was.
Hold on, so
Be a little more specific about what kind of
let the defense
inferences
bring
and
in all their
what
counters
witness-
then.
So this was early, probably around November, December. There was a line of
Okay,
cross-examination.
well, their trial didn't start with testimony until January.
No,
so-
it started in November, Your Honor. Our testimony we started opening statements in November.
Oh, Lord, it's even longer than I thought. Okay, good.
Yes, Your
Sorry,
Honor.
my bad.
That's okay. So there were officers that initially we talked about a lot of drug cases that were happening in this neighborhood, and there were cross-examination about the fact that officers solely focused on this black community. No one, I mean, essentially that no one, they primarily harass in this community. I can't remember. I remember there were certain officers that were questioned with that line of question. I believe even maybe investigator McKessey may have been questioned in that manner because he testified earlier as well about why there was a lot of police enforcement in that community because it's a high crime area. And so a lot of the officers who testified earlier were on either crime suppression teams or teams that respond to high crime area. And there were questions about the fact that in this community, police just police this community, overly police the community. And so given that line of questioning, Your Honor, we just thought that this was an opposite effect of that, especially given on the day that this occurred, their interaction with Mr. Eppinger.
Your Honor,
At the time.
if I may, that is a complete mischaracterization of the testimony and the cross-examination that came out. First of all, what's happening in this video, this is a terrible video, but what's happening in this video is completely different from what the prosecutor's talking about. What she's referencing specifically is that there was some testimony earlier when this court was not, with the previous court, about the arrest of an individual in a parking lot, and when the police pull in, people yell 12 and some people run, and there were conversations and cross-examinations about whether those people run because they're criminals or whether in that neighborhood they see the police and they're fearful of the police. That was that, specific to that. This video has nothing whatsoever to do with the offense that Christian Eppinger is accused of committing and for which he's been indicted. There is nothing probative about him about children running out of a house at gunpoint with assault rifles and with him being told to crawl and him saying, kill me, kill me. That adds nothing of relevance to what's charged in the indictment.
Well, I guess it adds some counter to whatever might have been inferred otherwise, but I don't believe, I'm going to rule it out under 403. Okay, so we know what comes in, so let's.
And I'm going to withdraw my cumulative objection.
Okay, all right, so let's get the jury out and let's get through these.
Do we get to watch them all
What, is it 3
again?
witnesses? Do you think we
Not
can
all
get
of
through
them,
them by 5-ish or 5:30?
Yep.
Well, let's just get started.
Yes,
All right, let's get the jury out and whomever it was back on the stand. And are you showing them with this witness or another witness?
Not showing them.
Okay. All right.
I think this is valid, Glennon. Conversation's always valid, so, your last bit here, not that I approve of all jokes, that's conversation's always welcome. But Glennon says, but the cop pulled his weapon first for a warrant. Nobody was in danger until he pulled his weapon. And I think, this isn't adding up to me with how quickly we get from pulling over to the shots fired, with nothing happening in between. So. And what's interesting is they can't cross the officer on his recollection because he's already released. Well, I don't know if they'll call him back, but they're introducing this video through Davis. I don't know. Do they get to cross Davis and be like, well, I don't know. I think a cross would be more effective. I don't know. I think the defense might just say, like, look, we're going to focus on Christian Eppinger just not being in this room. Anita Beat is going back to watch the mistrial kerfuffle earlier. Let us know when you get back caught up with us, Nita. Sherry Aguilar, thanks for the 2. This case is so cursed. Every day.
Thank you. All right, those 2 exhibits are admitted over objection, and you can proceed.
St. John, may I take my 2 published?
Yes, you may.
Shout out to Asia Mullen for becoming a member.
And we're going to publish State's Exhibit 1, 2 SS.
And yeah, for clarity, Rodgers was shot in the back of the head. Like, actually shot in the back of the head. So that's why, like, the head comments are relevant to what he was a victim of.
She's on the way.
6170, 6160, you up on SOS?
So did the partner go around to the other
On the ground,
row?
on the ground, on the ground, on the ground, get on the ground, get on the ground, get on the ground, get on the ground, I ain't did nothing, bro.
12 seconds. 12 seconds.
He's outside, on shot, on shot. 2637 on Hayville. This is what I said.
And we're going to stop the plan at 1908. And next, Your Honor, we're going to publish State's Exhibit 1 SS.
Yeah, and they're playing these again because they had the jury and the witness out to go through it.
Sorry, we'll stop the plan at 1742 seconds. And did that conclude your involvement in this case, Sergeant Davis?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. No further questions.
Any defense questions for this witness?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
Recross. Squeak.
Thank you. Is it Sergeant?
Yes, it is.
Davis, true?
Correct.
Good afternoon, sir. My name is Keith Adams, and I represent Jeffrey Williams, gentleman sitting right there in the black. I want to ask you a couple questions about what we just saw, what we just saw on the screen, these two videos. One was a dash cam, one was a body cam, true?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, is it fair to say that you weren't involved in the case, but your role as manager of the dash cam department, body camera department, is what brings you in here?
Correct.
Okay. But you did have an opportunity to look at these videos and observe them, true?
I did.
And so you're able to testify that they are what they purport to be. They show images that are accurate, as best you can tell?
Correct.
Okay. And so what we're seeing is actually what happened out there that day.
Yes.
And what we're hearing is what happened and what was said and all the sounds and everything that happened at that time, true?
That's correct.
All right. Now, on the first one that we saw, which was, I believe, the body camera.
Correct.
That is, it starts with us, we see from inside of the vehicle. Is that right?
Correct.
Is it clear to you from looking at that, from the handcuffs that are hanging from in the front, that this is a police car that this gentleman is in, the officer? So it is a marked police car, and am I correct that we see it pull up and then come to a stop?
Yes.
And you saw in the video, did you not, and heard when the officer gets out of the car, right? You saw that?
Yes, I saw
Right.
it.
You'd agree with me that he encounters this one person, the person who we come to know as Mr. Eppinger, right?
Yes.
All right. And Mr. Eppinger, this guy's by himself.
Yes.
All right. So you have an officer in the video that you can see getting out of a car, and he's confronting this one person. There's not a group of people with him. This is just this guy, Eppinger, by himself, walking, right?
That's what the footage showed, yes.
And would you agree with me, the footage shows the officer telling him to get on the ground, trying to apprehend him, right?
That's what it showed, yes.
Now, the video, that body camera from that first one, it doesn't show, there's a point where it kind of goes on the ground and you can't really see much more, but you can still hear what's going on, right?
Correct.
And you hear the shots.
Correct.
Okay, now, so this guy, Eppinger, that we see first, in the first video, we see him again in the dash cam, the second video that was shown, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And would you agree with me that the dash cam from that second video is not from Officer Rodgers' car, it's from the other car? Is that true?
No, that's from Officer Rodgers' car that he exited out of.
That's Officer Rodgers' car?
Yes.
Okay. So you see the dash cam pointing out, and there's a point where you see both Officer Rodgers and this guy, Eppinger, both in the frame of the video. You agree?
I think you're kind of mistaken. What you see initially, the position of the body cam of him exiting the car, the door opening. Once he closes, you see the body camera as he has interaction with the gentleman.
Okay.
The second video that was shown was the actual car, that's the camera that's mounted inside of the vehicle, the dash cam itself.
Right, and that's what I was talking about, the second video. And you agree in the second video, at some point, they come into the frame of the video and you see both individuals, right?
Sure.
You agree with me that the officer doing his job is trying to interact with Eppinger, this guy Eppinger, right?
Yes, sir.
And then you hear a series of shots. And at the time that you hear the shots, you actually see Eppinger shooting at the officer. Would you agree with that?
Yes, sir.
All right. You'd agree with me that there doesn't appear to be anyone else around.
Not that I saw, no.
Right. There's no one advising or encouraging this guy, kid, whatever he is, Eppinger, to do what he's doing. He appears to be acting on his own. Is that right?
That's what it appears, yes, sir.
And then you hear a second set of shots. And am I correct that is after this guy Eppinger runs off, you hear some other shots, which will be another officer shooting at him, right?
No one was shooting. I don't know who was shooting, but you do hear more gunfire.
Okay. And at that time, when Eppinger runs off and runs around the corner, there's no one else with him.
With Eppinger, you mean?
That's
No,
right.
I didn't see anyone, no.
Okay. There's no one who appears to be running with him or anything like that, right?
Not from the footage, no.
Okay. You don't know this kid, Eppinger, do you? And I say kid, out of this guy, Eppinger.
No, I don't know the young man, no, sir.
Okay. All right. would you agree with me? And this is what I heard, and I want you to tell me if I'm correct, if this is what you heard as well. In the very first video, when Officer Rodgers gets out of the car and he's telling Eppinger to get out on the ground, did you hear Eppinger saying, I didn't do nothing, I didn't do nothing?
Yes, I heard something to
All right.
what you said, you're correct.
And again, Rodgers pulls up in a marked police car, as far as you know, right?
Correct.
Okay. And so, you know, this verbiage, I didn't do nothing, it appears that he is, I mean, you don't say I don't do nothing to someone who's not a cop.
Objection, speculation.
I'll withdraw it. I'll withdraw it. All right. I don't need you to play it again, but if I'm correct, looks like he had on some white pants and a silver bubble jacket kind of thing.
That's what it appears. Looking at the video.
All right. Sergeant Davis, I think that's all I have.
All right, any other defense attorneys' questions for this witness? No. Any redirect?
No redirect, Your Honor.
All right, thank you for your time. You're excused. Call your next witness.
Your Honor, State Call Sergeant William Johnson.
I think Adams is also trying to, in case the state tries to do this in the future, get around any possible argument again, if they try again. This idea that Hylton put forward that, you know, Christian Eppinger's proof that people in that neighborhood aren't just afraid of cops. Because you have Keith Adams at the end there say, like, he's in a marked car and he says, I didn't do nothing, which seems like he is aware that that Rodgers is a cop. And he is afraid, he doesn't want to be near it. He doesn't want to be near the cop, doesn't want trouble with the cop, which goes along with the people in this area don't like the cops. They don't trust the cops. Cops harass people. They have a reason not to trust the police.
Raise your right hand. You swear firm testimony you give the truth, whole truth.
So that part, and then also, he's not in this room.
State and spell your first and last name for the court's knowledge.
William, William, Johnson, JOHNSON.
And where are you employed?
The Atlanta Police Department.
And what do you do for the Atlanta Police Department?
I'm a sergeant in the homicide unit.
And how long have you been a sergeant with the homicide unit?
In homicide, about a year, a little bit over a year.
And tell the jury briefly about your time with the Atlanta Police Department.
I have been here for 17 years. I've been in Zone 1, which is the west side of Atlanta. I went to Apex, which is a proactive enforcement unit. More recently and more appropriate to this case, I was in the gang unit, and I had a collateral duty as an FBI task force officer at the time of this incident. And then currently I am a sergeant with the homicide unit.
And what were your duties when you were assigned to the gang unit?
As a gang investigator, I investigated violent crime and other crimes involving criminal street gang activity.
Okay. And you said you were also assigned to the FBI task force. Tell the jury briefly about what your responsibilities were or were with the FBI task force.
Similar, more violent crime, just with more of a federal or an interstate nexus.
Okay. And as a member of the gang unit, what years were you with the gang unit?
It's hard to say because I was also an ATF task force officer at the same time. So you could say from 2012 to about 2022.
Okay. So you spent about 10 years in the gang unit?
Yes, collaterally with the ATF and also with the FBI.
As a part of the gang unit, were you ever familiar with the gang YSL or Young Slime Life?
Yes.
Right. And specifically, within the unit, were you ever familiar with an individual by the name of Christian Eppinger?
Yes.
And was Christian Eppinger, as a part of gang unit, ever identified as being a member of a gang?
Objection, foundation.
Overruled.
Yes.
What gang is that?
YSL.
And back in 2022, was Christian Eppinger classified as such as a member of YSL?
Yes.
I want to direct your attention to February 7th, 2022. Did you have the occasion to engage in an incident with Christian Eppinger on February 7, 2022?
I did.
All right, and let me ask, back in 2022, did you work a particular shift?
It varied.
Okay. How did you get involved with an incident involving Christian Eppinger?
So on that morning, I was on my way to work, and I was going to stop by the FBI task force or the FBI office to swap out vehicles. The vehicle I was in, I'm sorry.
No, you're sorry.
The vehicle I was in at the time was, a Chevy Malibu, I think, or maybe it was an Impala. And I was supposed to be switching to a Jeep. So I was going to swap to this vehicle, get a new Jeep, and then head back to APD headquarters to start my day. While I was swapping vehicles, I swapped all my stuff out, get to the Jeep won't start, so I had to swap everything back out. Anyway, so I ended up taking that vehicle and heading towards APD headquarters to start my day. While I'm on my way to APD headquarters, we get a text or a call from another investigator said he has eyes on a wanted fugitive who happened to be Christian Eppinger.
And you said you were coming back down towards headquarters. Where were you at? Where's the FBI?
It's in Chamblee.
Right. And who was the investigator that you received information from that he had eyes on the suspect?
Investigator Storno?
And is Investigator Storno with the gang unit as well?
Yes.
Right. Once you heard that call, what, if anything, did you do?
So he was just looking for help. He's had eyes on him. He didn't think he was going to be able to keep eyes on him without being made. And so he was asking for help. I was on the way down to Atlanta, so I said, okay, I'll help you out.
And you said without being made. What does that mean?
Identified as law enforcement. He was in an undercover vehicle. He was in an undercover capacity, so he didn't want to be identified as a police officer following a wanted gang member.
Okay. What happened once did you ever make it to APD headquarters?
No, so when that call came out, I just rerouted and went straight to assisting him.
Okay. And where did you go in order to assist Investigator Storno?
221 Cleveland Avenue.
And what is at 221 Cleveland Avenue?
It's a gas station. I think at the time it was a Chevron.
And prior to February 7th, were you familiar with that location?
Oh, yes.
And you said, oh, yes. Why did you say it like that?
It's a significant stronghold for the YSL gang.
Objection, foundation, relevance.
Did you make it to 221 Cleveland Avenue?
I did.
Okay. What happened once you got to 221 Cleveland Avenue?
Once I got to 221 Cleveland, I pulled into one of the pumps and just started surveilling Christian Eppinger. Pretty much immediate. Like I said, that vehicle I was in was either a Malibu or a Impala, which is basically like a cop car. And as soon as I pulled in, everybody started watching me, and they literally started almost like sharks going around my car checking me out.
And as you saw that, what, if anything, did you do?
I relayed that information. We were communicating over the radio, so I relayed that information to the other officers in the area.
Okay. And after you relayed that information, did you stay at 221 Cleveland?
For a while, because I had to maintain eyes on Eppinger. And so shortly after that happened, that's when Eppinger started to walk off.
And when you arrived at 221 Cleveland, was Eppinger at that location?
Yes.
And where was he at in relation to where your car was?
So I was pulled into a gas pump facing the store, and he was in front of the store.
Okay. You said you kept eyes on him. Did you see where he went?
Yes.
Where did he go?
He walked up to Steel Ave, towards 2612 Steel, and he interacted with another person at the gate, and then continued on to the apartments directly behind 2612 Steel.
Okay. What did you do once you saw him interact with the individual and walk into the gate?
I pulled off because I didn't expect him to stop, so I kind of pulled off into the parking lot nearby. And that's when the marked units were getting called in to go ahead and effect the arrest.
What happened once that occurred?
So that's when Officer Rodgers pulled in with his marked patrol car as Eppinger walked up the roadway. And when he pulled in, I pulled in kind of behind him as well.
Okay. And as you pulled in behind him, what, if anything, occurred?
And so normally in that situation, like I said, I was in an undercover vehicle, I was in undercover capacity. I wouldn't normally get out. I would normally just kind of be eyeballs, right? And just watching what's happening and relaying that information. In that situation, I saw Rodgers get out, and you could see just from the behaviors from Eppinger that he didn't appear like he was gonna just give up.
Speculation.
Were you observing his behavior?
Correct. So just based on my own knowledge and experience from being a police officer 17 years, the physical actions that he was taking, for instance, when he pulled up, the roar of his Charger, when it came kind of pulling up behind Eppinger, he didn't even turn around, right? He's just kind of glued forward. And obviously Officer Rodgers giving him commands, he's not acknowledging him. He's not even acknowledging that he's there. And so when all that happens, that's when I exited the vehicle, because I could tell something. I didn't expect what was going to happen, but I didn't expect him to give up.
And let me ask you, you said you were looking to apprehend him.
Oh, guys, they had to call these witnesses unexpectedly. So if they were planning to prep these witnesses right before they took the stand, they thought Dennis was going to prep all day. They probably didn't show him this little clip.
Do you recall today what kind of warrants he had?
Armed robbery.
Oh, that sanction has been beautiful. Oh, man.
Now,
painting a whole picture with 12
once
seconds.
you exit the vehicle, what occurred? What, if anything, happened?
And this all happened very quickly. As I exit, Officer Rodgers is trying to engage with Eppinger. As he goes to go hands-on, a bit of a scuffle occurs, and that's when basically Eppinger just ambushes Officer Rodgers and just begins to shoot him repeatedly.
And when you saw that Eppinger shot him repeatedly, what, if anything, did you do?
I ran into the incident and started engaging with Eppinger as well.
Okay. And when you say engaging with Eppinger, what do you mean?
Shooting.
And when you started to engage with Eppinger, what, if anything, happened?
He started shooting back at me.
When he started shooting back at you, what happened next?
We engage in a gunfight, and he ends up running. I end up running out of ammo. I run over to Officer Rodgers, who's bleeding in the grass. And at that point, another officer arrives on scene.
And then do you subsequently render aid to Officer Rodgers?
Yeah, so when I get to Officer Rodgers, he's laying on the ground, he's bleeding all over. But at that point, I didn't realize that Eppinger I didn't realize that he had ran off. In my mind, I was thinking that he was reloading or trying to find a better spot to.
Also speculation.
And non-responsive.
So I'll ask a foundational question. When you went over to Officer Rodgers, were you focused on Officer Rodgers, or did you think an emergency might still be in place with Mr. Eppinger?
I thought that we were still in danger.
Okay. And because you thought you were still in danger, what, if anything, did you do?
So Officer Rodgers was in an open area, and so I drug him. I just drug him around the corner to just have a better area for us to start triaging all of the injuries.
Okay. And then subsequently, was Officer Rodgers taken to the hospital?
Yes.
All right. And was that an ambulance or some other vehicle?
No, we just threw him in one of the undercover cars. I think it was Investigator Storno.
And did you stay on scene at that point, or did you go with Storno and Officer Rodgers?
No, I stayed on scene.
And have you had the opportunity to view the surveillance video from the apartment complex in preparation for your testimony today?
I did.
And does the video, surveillance video, accurately depict your involvement in this case?
Yes.
Permission to approach?
You may.
Showing you what's been marked as 4SS. Is that the video that you watched today?
It is.
Did there appear to be any deletions or additions for the portion that surrounded the incidents that we just discussed?
No.
At this time, the state would like to tender and admit 4SS into evidence.
It's admitted and you may publish.
Thank you, Your Honor. And Sergeant Johnson, looking at 4SS, where in the video did the incident occur as we're looking at the surveillance video? And have a laser.
So, speaking to the microphone, it was in this little corner right here is where you'll see the incident.
And are you in that black vehicle?
Yes.
And was that you ducking?
Yes.
And is that you in the grassy area where that red car is, in that grassy area?
Yes.
And I'm going to stop, Your Honor, at 1 minute.
I mean, if he was shot in the hook of his head, I wish we could know exactly where.
At some point,
that
did
might be
you
the
have
angle
to talk
for it.
to investigators about what occurred that day?
Yes.
Okay. And did that ultimately kind of conclude your involvement in what occurred on February 7, 2022?
Yes.
Court's indulgence for a moment.
Atkins wants another question.
I have no further questions.
All right, are there defense questions for this witness? All right.
Yeah, I don't know, guys.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good, Keith.
Sergeant Johnson, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. My name is Keith Adams. I've got just a couple questions for you because you were there that day, and I wanted to talk to you a little bit about your observations from that day. Okay.
Okay.
Now, and if I'm going to recount some of your testimony and make sure I got this correct. So I hear that you've been with APD. I think you said 17 years, right?
Yes.
You were a gang investigator at some point. True.
Yes.
You were with the FBI at some point.
Yes.
You were detailed to the ATF, if I heard you correctly.
Yes.
All right. You were familiar, at least on February the 7th of 2022, you were familiar with this guy named Christian Eppinger.
Yes.
Okay. And so when you received notification or a call about the fact that APD officers were looking for Mr. Eppinger, you decided to go and assist. Officer asked for help.
Yes.
Okay. And what you knew when you were going down there to assist was that there was a warrant out for the arrest of this guy, Mr. Eppinger, right?
Yes.
Now, although you'd been in the gang unit, it wasn't what you knew about him being wanted was that he was wanted for an armed robbery that he was alleged to have committed. Is that true?
Yes.
Okay. So that is the offense that you were aware that you were going down there to assist in apprehending him for.
Yes.
Okay. And I heard you testify that you got down to the Chevron down at 221 Cleveland, and that is where you first saw Mr. Eppinger.
Yes.
He was by himself.
No, there was a group of probably 8 to 10 people at that gas station.
He was standing in front of the store.
Yes.
Okay. And at some point he walked away from the store, and you saw that.
Yes.
Okay. And he walked away by himself, correct?
Yes.
And I presume you saw the video, or if you didn't see the video, you mentioned seeing him interact, is your word, with someone at the gate going into the complex, true?
Yes.
All right. And I think I saw this correctly, and maybe your memory is better than mine, but it was pretty empty out there that day on the streets.
In the apartment complex?
In the apartment
Yes.
complex, right.
Yes.
And in fact, the last video that we
Adams
saw,
is going
the
for
only one
it.
that you were shown, where we're looking down that driveway, we see your vehicle, and we see the interaction at the far end. You don't see anyone else out there in the complex, do you?
No.
Okay. And so, in fact, when you see him, Eppinger interact with this guy at the front gate,
Look at his
he
body
walks
language.
off, and you're still watching him after that. Is that right?
Yes.
Other officers were called in, and they were coming in to effect the arrest for this robbery that he was charged with, right?
Yes.
Okay. They weren't coming to arrest him for any sort of, well, strike that. Let me ask you a tighter question. When you pulled in behind Officer Rodgers.
Yes.
And so you had a good view of everything that was going on.
Yes.
And it is fair and accurate to say that Officer Rodgers got out of his car and tried to apprehend Mr. Eppinger.
Yes.
Mr. Eppinger resisted.
Yes.
All right. Mr. Eppinger seemed like he didn't want to, he certainly wasn't getting down on the ground. Correct. He was by himself, though, at that time.
Correct.
Right. There wasn't anyone around him.
No.
There wasn't anyone who seemed to be advising him to do anything. Right. There wasn't anyone who was helping him with anything that he himself,
Or he's just
by
saying
himself,
separate
was
from the
doing
gang.
on that day, at that moment.
Correct.
Okay. And so when you saw him fire and shoot at Officer Rodgers, who was just doing his job, Mr. Eppinger appeared to be doing that all by himself on his own.
He's
True?
not going for it.
Yes. Christian Eppinger fired the gun by himself.
And then Christian Eppinger, you got out and you engaged because you see this guy who is obviously committing a crime, firing on one of your officers, and you intended to make sure he was no longer a threat. He wouldn't hurt your officer anymore. He wouldn't hurt you. He needed to be taken into custody, right?
Correct.
So you
And he fired back at you.
Correct.
And then he ran off. In the video, he runs around a corner from where you are. Is that accurate?
Yes.
There doesn't appear to be anyone who's helping him or soliciting him or aiding him to get away. He's doing all this all by himself.
At the time, I didn't know.
Okay. Well, there wasn't anyone else around, right?
Oh, no.
Okay. Naturally, you stayed and you assisted and rendered aid to Officer Rodgers, correct?
Yes.
And other officers came in and ultimately ended up effecting the arrest and arresting Mr. Eppinger.
Yes.
Okay. Sergeant, that's all I have. Thank you.
Any
He
other defense
didn't-
questions?
He
Go ahead.
didn't go into it. There's enough there for me to have doubt about
Questions for you.
Eppinger.
Yes, sir.
Do you know how long the warrant had been out for this guy, Mr. Eppinger's arrest?
Not off the top of my head.
Had you all, when I say you all, had any of the APD team formed any huddle or meeting to decide when this particular arrest was going to get made?
So I remember, I'm going off of memory. For at least 2 to 3 weeks prior, I remember there was a lot of discussion about apprehending Eppinger.
Okay. Was that a lot of discussion with A group of APD officers?
Within the gang unit, yes.
Okay. Any particular reason on this particular day, only one officer decided to get out and effectuate this arrest as opposed to a group of officers?
No, and that's not normally the case where one officer would have been effecting that arrest.
Is it fair to say that that was not protocol?
Oh, it's protocol. I mean, we arrest people all the time by ourselves. I mean, that's kind of how Atlanta PD has always done it. Like hindsight 2020,
Right.
We should have had 5 or 10 people there. Obviously, he was willing to shoot it out with the police. We definitely wanted more than one, but it wasn't a violation of protocol.
I understand, but you all had huddled at some point prior to that day about this particular individual, Mr. Eppinger, correct?
Yes.
Okay. No further questions. Thank you.
Any other defense questions? No. All right. Is there any redirect?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
Sergeant Johnson, I believe you said that the warrants were for armed robbery.
Yes.
At the time, did you have any knowledge about anyone else involved in the armed robbery for which Mr. Eppinger's arrest warrants
Objection, confrontation clause violation.
Overruled.
were issued?
I remember he had a co-defendant in that case. I don't remember his name off the top of my head.
And was that individual also associated with YSL?
Yes.
Does the name Durante Beebe?
Objection. Also
Sustained.
hearsay.
On cross-examination, you were asked whether or not, did you see anyone advising Mr. Eppinger about this shooting? Do you remember being asked that question?
Yes.
Or did anyone else aid him or abet him? Do you remember that line of questioning?
Yes.
As a gang unit investigator, have you had training as a gang investigator?
Yes.
And you said you were in the unit for 10 years?
Yes.
As a investigator within the gang unit, did you find that sometimes?
I'm going to object to the question. He's not being qualified, and there will be no foundation for him to answer the question.
It's also calls for speculation and an opinion on the intent of others.
And leading.
I don't know what the question's going to be. I mean, it may be that it's sustained to leading, but the rest of them.
As a member.
Yeah, rephrase your question and let me consider it.
As an investigator in the gang unit, have there been other cases of gang members shooting at or in the direction of law?
Objection, relevance.
Sustained.
That was a bonus sustained for the defense.
Court's indulgence for a moment.
Sure.
Did you know of Durante Beebe?
Yes.
And do you know Durante Beebe through your work in the gang?
Objection as to relevance, Your Honor.
You're right, I can approach.
All right.
So there we go. Guys, I have questions about the shooting. So to be clear, I don't have some type of NIBIN or anything relating to something from this date where David Rodgers apparently got shot by Christian Eppinger. So that's open-ended to me. Wondering how that will play out, because I think he's still awaiting trial. Maybe there's a date. What date was this for? I mean, he has a bunch of charges. So the attempted murder still open. Do we have a date at all? He's got a bunch of cases. He's got a bunch of cases. But I just have questions because either we're not seeing the video where there's this back and forth fire, The stories from the officers don't match what's shown in the video. And I don't understand how, if David Rodgers is already, like, on the ground before the shots are firing, and Epinger's running the other way. I don't know. So I guess I'm kind of looking forward to seeing that play out. And I've called Christian Eppinger a menace before on this, in relation to other charges. See how that plays out. And I agree, like, Shane Marie, you guys had a ton of commentary on this. There's a lot of things up in the air, but something doesn't seem, and who's surprised, right? We find out that something's a little embellished or a little misrepresented, or maybe it's not the way the state said it was. But Shane Marie says, when did the officer inform him that he had a warrant? He got out and said, get on the ground, boy. And that was it. You don't hear him say, like, hello, I'm an officer. And I get it, you don't want to be made, but why would you run into that situation like that? And if it seems like he frequents what used to be that Chevron gas station, like, why not get him another way? So, I don't know. And Shay, I feel you. I'd be resistant too. I'm behind. Sassy Experience says, I'm not condoning what Eppinger did, but as a mom of a brown boy, it breaks my heart to hear him tell the cops to dismiss him. Yeah, thank you for using the YouTube language with dismiss. But that was rough too, and it was weird to hear Hylton's argument, because at first where I thought she was going is I really thought she just wanted to show the jury that maybe excited utterance and let the jury conclude that he was only asking for that as like a consciousness of guilt or something. And she didn't make that argument at all. She wanted to introduce that to bolster police performance in Fulton County, which is just nuts. And then, sorry, I'm mid-comment here. Sassy says, we've got to address the hopelessness young black males feel that lead them to crime and graves. And these officers don't seem to be addressing it. Yeah, and I agree. His job's to create doubt, and did a good job. And if nothing else, distance Eppinger from the co-defendants in this room.
Do you know Durante Beebe?
Yes.
Or do you know of a Durante Beebe?
Yes.
And is that through your work in the gang unit?
Yes.
And is he associated with any gang?
Yes.
What gang
I
is
think
that?
Hylton won that.
And let me ask you, based on your training and your 10 years with the gang unit, what are some of the ways that gang members increase status within their gang?
Object again, he's not been qualified, and he's not qualified to answer this question.
Sustained.
How many years of training have you had as a member of the gang unit?
Throughout my time in the gang unit, we trained almost weekly. We have weekly meetings, intel meetings, information meetings. We have formal training. Probably amassed 100 hours or so of formal gang training.
Okay. And did you also get on the job training just being?
Objection to the leading question.
I'm going to allow that.
Did you also receive on the job training just based on your work within the gang unit?
Yes.
And based on some of your training, did you learn how gang members will try to increase their status within the gang?
Yes.
And what are some of those ways that gang members?
I'm going to object again. Calls for expert testimony. He's not been qualified. We've not been given notice of any such. And so I would object to him being allowed to answer any of these questions.
Based on his knowledge, training, and experience.
Overruled.
What are some of the ways that gang members increase their status within a gang?
Typically through violence and getting money through illicit means.
And when you say do violence, is shooting an act of violence?
Yes.
And specifically shooting at a cop, is that an act of violence?
Yes.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
All right, any recross?
Sergeant Johnson, are you suggesting by your testimony just now that Christian Eppinger, when he was about to be arrested by this officer, that he shot Officer Rodgers to increase his status in the gang and to get money for the gang? Is that your testimony?
No.
Okay.
It's not either or it's not both. It could be either or. In this situation, I would say the violence isn't increasing your status in the gang.
Or it could be just someone who was trying to get away from the police, right?
Yeah, could be.
And in fact, you're not in, I mean, I don't know Christian Eppinger. You don't know him either. You're not in his mind, are you?
No, I'm not in his mind.
Right. What you do know is that you see him in this parking lot. He's by himself, right?
When he leaves the group of 8 to 10 people at 221 Cleveland.
Yeah, I'm not asking you about 221 Cleveland. I just asked you about the apartment complex. He's by himself, right?
Objection, asked and answered, Your Honor.
Sustained.
You were asked about somebody named Durante Beebe.
Yes.
The picture that you were shown, the video, where was Durante Beebe in that video?
In the surveillance video, he wasn't in it.
He wasn't there, right?
No.
Okay. And so when you see Mr. Eppinger and he shoots, he runs by himself, right?
Yes.
Okay. You hear him, did you listen to the any of the videos, the body cameras, the dash cam, any of that?
No, I haven't had any audio.
Okay. While you were there and you saw this going on and you saw him trying to get away from Rodgers and shooting at Rodgers, you hear him shout out anything like, hey, this is for YSL?
No.
Yeah, it's funny, right? Because he didn't do that, did he?
Well, it's ridiculous. I don't think anybody would shoot a cop and then say, this is for YSL. That's not how this works.
Right, right. And what is also ridiculous is you trying to determine that he was doing something that day to increase his status or to get money, right?
I'm not
Objection, argumentative.
Sustained.
Bottom line is, your involvement here is you go to assist an arrest, and Officer Rodgers tries to arrest him, and this guy shoots Officer Rodgers, right?
Yes.
That's all.
All right. Anybody else?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. Thank you for your time. You are excused. Was there one more witness there? Okay. Call your next witness.
State Recall Sergeant Stephen McKessey.
Hold on, I'm about to rewatch some of those other videos.
Raise your right hand. You swear affirm testimony to give the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
State and spell your first and last name to the mic, please.
My name is Sergeant Stephen McKessey. Last name spelled McKessey.
So good afternoon, Sergeant. Can you tell the jurors how you are currently employed, sir?
I am a supervisor for Atlanta Police Zone 6 Evening Watch.
And how long have you been, I guess, a supervisor or sergeant with the Zone 6 Evening Watch?
Since February this year.
And can you tell the jurors prior to becoming a sergeant in February, can you tell, of last year, can you tell the jurors how long have you been employed with the City of Atlanta Police Department?
22 years. As of last year, 20 years. This year, it'd be 23 years.
And prior to working in Zone 6 as a supervisor, can you tell the jurors how you were employed within the City of Atlanta Police Department?
I was an investigator. I was assigned to the Atlanta Police Fugitive Unit. Also assigned to U.S. Marshal Task Force.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors how long did you work within the City of Atlanta Police Department's Fugitive Unit as well as the Marshal's Task Force?
12 years.
And can you explain to the jurors a little bit about, as a fugitive investigator as well as a marshal with the task force, kind of what your job responsibilities and duties were when you received a case.
We received arrest warrants from different jurisdictions, including the Atlanta police jurisdiction. Our job was to locate and arrest those wanted fugitives.
And back in October of 2021, can you tell the jurors how you got involved with the task of apprehending Christian Eppinger?
Mr. Eppinger had a warrant, outstanding warrant out of the city of Atlanta for armed robbery.
Okay. And can you explain to the jurors how do you get assigned a case as the lead investigator on the fugitive team for a specific case or a wanted person?
So basically, the Criminal Investigation Division of the Atlanta Police Department would take out warrants on the subjects. They would then do a fugitive package, send it to our fugitive unit. Supervisors at the time would then assign certain cases to certain people, depending on the case.
Okay. And can you explain to the jurors, once you are assigned the case as the fugitive investigator, what are some of the first steps that you take in familiarizing yourself with the fugitive and locating and apprehending?
So basically what I do is I look at the criminal history of the subject. After that, I'll try to find locations where they normally would hang out at, some of the affiliations, places people they're friends with, family members. From that point, I'll do surveillance. I'll conduct different surveillances. I'll try to do interviews, canvassing the area, try to locate the subject.
And as it related to this case and being assigned for locating and apprehending Christian Eppinger, did you do what you just described once assigned to this case?
Yes, I did.
And can you tell the jurors, if you were assigned the case in October of 2021, did you immediately, were you able to immediately affect the arrest of Christian Eppinger?
No, I didn't.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors on February 7th of 2022, did you receive information that Mr. Eppinger was at the Chevron off Cleveland Avenue?
Yes, I did.
And can you tell the jurors, once you receive that information, what are the first steps that you take after getting that?
So what I normally would do, I'll try to gather as much personnel that I can, preferably people that normally work directly with me on the fugitive unit. We'll then go look for the subject, try to get eyes on them. Then we'll try to find the right time to take the person into custody.
And prior to, I guess, attempting to effectuate the arrest, once receiving that information, do you and your team meet, I guess, to put a strategy and plan in place in order to safely effectuate the arrest?
Yes, we do.
And did you do that in this case?
Yes, we did.
And can you tell the jurors, as you were, I guess, going over the strategy with your team members, did you receive a call over the radio?
Yes, I did.
And can you tell the jurors a little bit about that?
So basically, we were briefing on another case down the street when I received a call.
Objection to the hearsay, Your Honor.
Your Honor, my response is effect on listening.
Go ahead. Overruled.
Yes, ma'am. So basically, after I received the information, I told the investigator, Investigator Starno, to try to get enough people, try to go and take them to custody if possible. At that time, I received another call saying that, well, I heard on the radio a signal 63, which is a help call, statewide help call, I'll call it. The situation was that an officer got shot in the area where I received information that Mr. Eppinger was located at.
And once you got that information, the signal 63, did you immediately head towards that area?
Yes, I gathered a few other fugitive personnel, and we went straight to that location, which was probably maybe 3 minutes away from that location.
And was that location 2637 Old Hateville Road?
Correct.
And the locations that we spoke about, this location as well as the Chevron off of Cleveland are those within the city of Atlanta, Fulton County?
Yes, it is.
And once you arrived to the apartment complex off of Old Hateville Road, can you tell the jurors the first steps that you took after, I guess, to locate and apprehend Mr. Eppinger?
So we began our canvassing. We tried to set a perimeter, a wide perimeter in an area. We tried to get common locations, try to figure out what next step to take. We began walking through the apartment complex. All of a sudden, we heard that he was located at a particular apartment number, 35D as in David. We went straight to that location. We saw, when I got there was officers that had surrounded the building, the apartment itself. We then began knocking on the door, attempting to open the door. We saw some family members that was already inside the location. We called them out, and we tried to get Mr. Eppinger to come out as well.
And can you tell the jurors, when you did that, or when you were attempting to get Mr. Eppinger out, did he immediately come out from the apartment 35D?
At first he didn't. I continued to try to call him out, called him by his first and last name. I tried to get him, de-escalated, tell him they come out with your hands in the air, gave him directions so he won't get hurt. Told him if he comes out, we'll just put him in handcuffs, everything be good, but it took a while.
Okay, and you said it took a while. Did he, I guess, eventually come out of the apartment so the arrest could be effectuated?
Yes, he did.
And once, I guess, Mr. Eppinger is placed in custody, did you have an opportunity to kind of interact or observe Mr. Eppinger?
Yes, I did.
And I want to put a state's exhibit, I think it's 18B, and it's previously been admitted into evidence. See how well the technology is going to work with us, how quickly we can get it up. And in State's Exhibit 18B, do you recognize the person depicted within that exhibit?
Yes, sir.
And who is that?
That's Mr. Eppinger.
And can you tell the jurors, do you see, I know it's not overly clear, but do you see the mark on the cheek of Mr. Eppinger?
Yes, I did.
And based on your observations and seeing him in person, can you tell the jurors what is that mark? What is it?
YSL tattoo.
Your Honor, got any further questions? Any regret?
Questions to this witness?
None, no questions.
Nobody? Okay. All right. Thank you for your time, and you are excused.
Patrice says, hey, cat with the Yoshi, the Keith Adams, and the
And
Breeding
I think
Cat
that
emoji.
takes us to the end of today. So I will remind you all, as I do fairly frequently, that you need to decide this case based only on the evidence that you hear in this courtroom. So please do not in any way absorb or observe any kind of coverage or social media commentary or news or anything about this case or anybody involved in it. And do not talk to anybody about this case or permit them to talk to you about this case. And until we reach our jury deliberation phase, don't even talk about the case amongst yourselves. And I will see you all tomorrow at 9. Thank you.
All right, so we do.
Guys, I don't know, I tried on the low to like rewatch some of those videos. It just sounds like the same, and I get that there might not be that much to distinguish, but it sounds like the same weapon firing from the same position the entire stretch from that dash cam angle video. So
All right, is there anything that anybody needs to put on the record this evening before we break?
Your Honor, based on the The confusion, at least my confusion that came up earlier, I'm just going to remind the court that on that body cam / surveillance sheet that Ms. Hylton was kind enough to make, we still have not, in my mind, litigated the Sumlin matters.
Okay.
And also there's one row that says Viverito, and then it says, I think it says unidentified jail call. It says something jail calls.
Jail
And
calls for cell phone.
right, and of course we haven't addressed that either. I just want to be
right.
clear.
Thank you. So what all have we not dealt with yet that we need to deal with on this 2-page sheet? That's
Yeah,
it?
Big drama today. And big thank
That's
you, Kate
it
Grammer. I'm
is,
behind, but thanks for
the-
gifting the 5 memberships earlier. If you're heading out, always good to see
Investigator,
you.
Viverito, jail calls for cell phone, whatever that is, and what else?
And in the Sumlin,
You're going to need to let me, just the Antonio Sumlin audio?
my understanding, there was two things for Mr. Sumlin and maybe because I remember when it came up, we realized that there was 2 different items. One was the interview, the interrogation of Mr. Sumlin, and I think the other thing for Mr. Sumlin, I'm going on assumption here, was the jail calls of Mr. Sumlin.
I don't know.
Is that the other thing that you were seeking to admit, Ms. Hylton?
I need to look back. I know we put in the folder his interview. Again, that would be contingent upon whether or not what he says here, if it's the impeachment or not. And I need to look and see the other item that's on the paper.
All right, so I've got this 2-page timestamp sheet in front of me. I see Antonio Sumlin and I see Investigator Viverito and I see a whole lot of other witnesses listed. Is there any other witness and their associated items of evidence that we need to deal with still?
We did do the one.
Yes.
I'm under the belief that we reviewed the body cam, Mr. Wofford's body cam of but I could be wrong on that.
Yes, we went through everything. Yes, we went through the Rayshawn Bennett videos.
And
Whitaker pen tap. Okay.
Your Honor, there's some discussion trying amongst my colleagues. That's why I'm not answering.
Yeah, so Peter, I want to be clear. Like, I hear you
All right,
guys.
well, while they're discussing, I'm going to ask the state, have y'all had the opportunity yet to get with Ms. Merchant and confirm an approximate date for her that you plan to call Arnold?
I need to confirm with our investigator, see if he sent the message. We have the date. And let me just confirm if he emailed her.
Okay, and that's going to be more than just confirming the date. That's also going to be, y'all are going to need to get with her and hammer out whether and the scope of any kind of an immunity order.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, okay. Let me know that in the morning if you don't mind.
Ms. Hylton, maybe you recall, the 3 drone videos at Mr. Williams' house, we objected to those. I believe 2 of them, one of them, the drone is just sitting on the floor. The other one.
Definitely litigated that.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember what
Well, why are we buffering during Doug? Not during Doug.
what the outcome was of that.
Yes, Your Honor, we told the court and defense counsel that we will get a video that has just the relevant portions, and it might be a spliced together video, but we will get to them the relevant portions of the body cam video.
All right.
I mean, not the body cam, the
That's
drone
still
video.
outstanding then.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, when we get that, we'll take a look and let the
And
court know.
when do you plan to provide that?
If we can just get till maybe next Wednesday, I believe we'll be able to provide it by next Wednesday.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
That's fine.
Thank you.
Yes.
And Ms. Hylton, the consensus over here seems to be that we did not litigate the Officer Samba video on that day.
I believe that it was reviewed because I think that I thought I had some conversation with Mr. Weinstein, but whether or not, I didn't know if there was any objection to it because nothing came up, but.
All right, could y'all all possibly kind of put heads together this evening and then come up tomorrow with what we still have to go through?
Yes, and the last two portions are not relevant because those were part of the intrinsic act, which was with Sergeant Lattimore and Samaya Barnes.
Okay. Okay.
Judge, if we send the court through Ms. Percival and counsel a copy of the proffer, so I guess the plea agreement and the acknowledgement portion that's been referenced.
Of Arnold?
Arnold's, by Arnold's counsel, so Your Honor can get familiar with it.
Oh, yeah.
I think the representations haven't been exactly as stated as it relates to immunity being necessary and things of that nature. But we will still get with Ms.
Okay, well, you saw her 8-page tome of a letter, right?
I saw it, but
Okay.
I don't know if it was all accurate.
Well, I don't know if it was accurate or not, but she has given you a strong indication of what her position is going to be. And so I don't want to be dealing with that after he's called to the stand.
Agreed, Judge.
And if y'all need an hour where everybody is here, where she is here as well to hash it out, that's fine, just let me know, okay? All right. Okay,
I have
and
a
so
problem with, he didn't,
for tomorrow, are we sort of back on track with what tomorrow's witnesses are gonna look like? I know we had to kind of jump to some people today, but are tomorrow's witnesses gonna be some combination of Wednesday and Friday on the list?
It'll definitely be Wednesday.
All right, well, hopefully,
It'll
he
definitely
said
be Wednesday.
definitely be the rest of the Wednesday witnesses, or at least as many as you can get to. All right, and one of the jurors has a flight out for, I can't remember why, but maybe a funeral. I can't remember, but for some good reason. And they're gonna need to leave here by 4 tomorrow, so we'll be stopping a little earlier than we normally do. Okay?
Your Honor.
And then you will have those, whatever responses you're going to make to the 3 outstanding motions in limine tomorrow for the court, and of course, next week's witness list.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. And at this stage of the game, I think we've made good progress this week. Thank you again. But it's still looking to me like, it'd be wonderful if y'all could close your case before we break for the December holidays, but that's very, very ambitious. So just continue to the extent you can to streamline this case. Thank you. All right. See y'all at 8:45 in the morning.
Thank you.
Thanks.
factual lie, you are not like off the mark here at all, but those words are kind of in Ashleigh Merchant's letter, but what Ashleigh Merchant, what her point was, is, my client doesn't have to lose his ability to invoke his fifth. And because of that, my concern is that the state's going to try to give him immunity to push him outside the scope of what he's agreed to testify about. right? So she's envisioning, like, hypothetically, in the future, the state trying to give him immunity. So Adam Abady comes in here and misrepresents that as if Ashleigh Merchant's asking for immunity for her client, right? So she did discuss this, the words are in there, but Adam Abady didn't comprehend. Or maybe he did. Like, I don't know. Maybe he didn't get that she was saying the state keeps doing this. So if they try to do this with my client, because remember, this is a weird scenario where even though he has a plea, they could give him an immunity for the things that he's retained his right to invoke. So, and I don't think that was, I don't know if that was good for Adam Abady. And I think Whitaker understood that the way Adam Abady characterized it was not what was in that letter. So, because she was kind of like, did you read it? Like, she took a little dig that it was long, but Whitaker seems to think it was thorough and explained itself well. So, Abade, I don't know, whatever. I pronounce it differently every day. So guys, I did go back and listen to this stuff, and I'm just not good at this stuff. I'm not good at firearms or counting shots fired or trying to squint my eyes and see stuff. And I agree with the sentiment that we need police. I think we need good police. And at the same time, I don't think we should count and rely on police. And I don't think that we should just trust police. So if there's like 4 quadrants there, I feel like I got bits and pieces from all of those quadrants of the way people might align on their thoughts about policing. So it's really a nuanced issue that I don't think could be accomplished in a YouTube chat. So I still think, you guys have heard me say, I think Christian Eppinger is a menace. And I think at the end of the day, the defense did a great job of reminding the jury through the acknowledgement of these witnesses that Christian Eppinger is not in this room. Christian Eppinger was reacting in 12 seconds time to somebody in whatever way, despite what procedure said they should have done, getting out of the car and within a second saying get on the ground, not identifying themselves, all of these other things, which suggests that the decision made in that moment couldn't have been made as a decision to participate knowingly in criminal street gang activity. It wasn't part of some plan. It was just kind of a reaction to someone pulling up in a split second. So I'm with you, Peter, and I'm sorry, I really did try to listen more carefully, and it all sounds like it's coming at the same time, and maybe the volume wouldn't change that much because of how loud it is, but the volume doesn't change from that dash cam to me as Eppinger's starting to, like, run the other way. So, and I don't know. Like, and this is why I think the video shows that these cops have like a Fantasyland representation of what happened. I don't know if they're just trying to bolster that they followed procedure well enough, even though we had some concession from Johnson that we probably should have followed it better because all these big scary people shooting at police officers, like he kind of bolstered as soon as he acknowledged and conceded that we didn't follow procedure. As soon as it came out of his mouth, he shifted to focusing on the others to make up for perhaps doing things in an unsafe manner. So, but yeah, overall, honestly, no matter how many times I listen, I think I'm going to be confused and not completely clear about what I'm seeing in that footage. As far as, at the end of the day, it doesn't seem like we don't see the other officer already trying to pursue. At least he didn't run in that forward direction. He might have been going a little bit diagonal, but we don't get to see that from that far away angle where we see the black car like kind of like backing into that parking spot, that far away angle. Kind of hard to see what's going on. So I'm never going to get better at this. It's just not within my eyesight. And I think in the chat, probably a good reminder that the video evidence isn't always going to tell 100% of the story, even though we might say video would be more reliable or video might be the best evidence. You could have someone like me sitting here saying, I don't know. So would you want me to make a decision based on what I'm feeling about what I can tell from these clips here? because I don't have a solid conclusion about what number of rounds I think are fired. So, sombering reminder that, yes, it's great we have videos sometimes, but sometimes it doesn't always help. Shout out to Mocha Is Me. Great friend. I don't know if you'll be doing a rant and bant today. And I saw some love for you in the chat. I think it was Nem that said, I love listening to you, something to that effect. Let's see. Mocha Is Me. If you guys want a good rant sesh, Mocha Is Me is the place to go. So take a second, hit the subscribe button. Good to see you. And I agree, like, there was no mention of the warrant or the identification, and it's triggering and inflammatory. I think it's sad to go there after losing from Dennis. And I will say, I think it was a big win for the defense that I really don't think the state had a chance to prep and get these videos in front of these witnesses before they took the stand today. I think if they had, we wouldn't have had this, like, bold, detailed story from these officers that really don't have an accurate recollection of what was happening. Whether they're intentionally misrepresenting it or human mind, memory works that way, it doesn't seem like the state had a chance to refresh their recollection. So these details that these witnesses, including Rodgers, were giving on the stand, when they don't match up what we're seeing with our own eyes in the video, you know, this is 12 seconds for this all to pop off, hurts the whatever the state wants to show through those videos. Kind of makes you have a little bit of questioning there. And again, at the end of the day, I think Adams did a great job of establishing, and Careton Matthews, that this guy's not in the courtroom. You had a warrant for him for a while. This is how you chose to pursue on him. How does this have anything to do with group coordination with the gang? So, oh boy, but what a stressful scenario to watch through. And Jennifer Devine says he wasn't in a cop car, didn't identify himself, and don't know if he was in uniform. It's hard to see from those videos what exactly the officer was wearing, but he surely didn't identify himself. And I think we have mixed answers on if the car was marked or not. So, but I think Adam's point where, you know, someone gets out of a car, tells you to get down on the ground, and you respond, I didn't do nothing, that person is probably aware that it's a police officer. So, Durapalis for the 5, thank you so much for the 5. Touche says, and I think this was about the footage with Eppinger in the apartment building. Touche says, really seems like cops were yelling, screaming, and escalating out of their own fear and apprehension. And I would imagine so, you know, I think that's a tense scenario anyway. And especially if you have word that one of your brothers, one of your team members also just got shot, like, you've got that adrenaline has to be crazy. So, and I don't know if there's ever a perfect solution. Seems like there's no way to avoid adrenaline in a job like that, but how do you mitigate risks that could come from an adrenaline rush where someone has a very dangerous and irreversible lapse of judgment in a moment because their adrenaline's pumping, right? Big question that I think not a simple answer to. And seeing here quick, will the Mungtung hearing be televised? I don't know. I hope so. I definitely hope so. Definitely hope so. Either way, it seems like in some of those moments where nobody's in the courtroom, there's infamous Sylvia, sometimes Joseph Papp, Maurice Dortch sometimes gives updates, and Kathy Roussan with Law and Crime. So there are a few people that are like, here's what's going on, even though they shut the cameras out. So thank you again to Touche. Daily Life of Sean, thank you for the 2. Army Nurse, and I agree with this. I mean, when you don't follow policies, procedure, you can create a risk. And in a scenario where your job involves possibly shooting at somebody or possibly somebody shooting at you, if you don't follow procedure, it could create risk all around that might not exist otherwise. So Army Nurse says that was not smart on the officer's part. Did you see his size compared to the suspect? The officer confronted him without backup in sight. Wow. And, you know, that might have been, he gets shot. And maybe that could have been avoided with them still finding a way, they see this fugitive, it doesn't mean that he gets away. They could have just avoided that particular interaction and pursued apprehension in a safer way that follows protocol without anybody coming into harm. Especially if they'd spotted him at a gas station. My guess is that probably goes there more than once. Thank you, Arminos, for the 5. Jay, how are they tying these actions to people? Now, this is really because he's indicted in this, and then for each of the 2, because they charge him with attempted murder. He's got 2 attempted murder charges here. Do I have the indictment up? Let me pull the indictment up. But he's also, for the same 2 charges, those 2 attempted murder charges, he's got the additional charge for each of it being participation in criminal street gang activity. Let's see. Okay, so these are the 2 charges from February 7th, 2022 for the attempted murder. And then likewise, there's, where is it? Participation in criminal street gang activity for the attempted murder and participation in criminal street gang activity for the attempted murder. So this is why you really saw like Adams and Matthews separating and, you know, getting rid of that mens rea that I'm doing this intentionally by yelling, this is for YSL. So, but that's how they're tying it there. And I get that common sense is kind of like how, but through the statute, that's how they're doing it. Thank you for the 2. Sassy experience, and this is going back to, you know, the sanction decision, not granting a mistrial, but I'm sanctioning the state. Win for the defense because she probably would have declared a mistrial without prejudice, and the case starts over, not a dismissal, and they all go home. And I'm not sure if that would necessarily be without prejudice, but as a general theme, I think it's important to reiterate none of these defense attorneys, except maybe Bruce Harvey, want a mistrial without prejudice. And I think we saw a great example today. We get Dennis booted off the stand. He can't come back. And then these witnesses come up that the point of these witnesses who were ready, and part of the reason they were ready is probably because they were police officers. They're easy to call up and say, hey, pull up real quick. Or they might be in the courtroom already for a different trial. So it's a lot easier to pull a police officer in last minute. And if they know they need to introduce these videos through them and have to call their next witnesses, I think the lack of prep really, really tripped them up. So great food for thought here. Thank you so much for the super. David Cox says, wow, this feels so prejudicial. And I believe this was during all those jury instructions, trying to figure out, haha, just disregard everything. You shouldn't have been told that thing about Diamante Kendrick and being incarcerated previously, except when you consider 2 things in this trial. So it's like, it almost solidifies that those 2 things are a go. Like, yeah, he did those things. You should consider this for those 2 things. So that was a pretty big predicament for those instructions. But hey, the jury said they can disregard stuff and move along. Good to see you, David. AK says, I think he got on his feelings about the expert issue and then got cocky when she allowed it. He played big man on campus and it backfired. Yeah. And part of that you can tell because he was comfortable like laughing and giggling into the microphone, had his own commentary. So, let's see. And then MT, thank you so much for gifting the 5 memberships here. Super awesome. And you guys know the drill. Tons of new green in the chat today. Over 300 new members, which is crazy. 300. So make sure if you got a gifted membership, I know sometimes you don't know who actually gave it to you. Just drop a thank you. Thank you so much, MT. Yeah, that says, Love. If Love was in the room today, Love would have yelled at Paige. She did, with Baldy. You mean Shart? To rule for them? Or Mr. Brown. Wait. Love would have yelled at Paige. She did with Baldy to rule for them. Oh, Glanville. And also Doug, Max, Brian, stay on go for the clients. Yeah, they'd had a lot of tag team objections today, and that's always hilarious. Because they're usually not mic'd up. You just hear, like, crowd from the audience going, objection, objection, your honor, your honor. They damn near want to put on MMA gloves. They might have if Love was there. Shout out to that. Always good to see ya. Oh, look, I sighed, and then the next super chat says sigh in Cat's voice. Thank you, SSG Nunu. Thank you for being a member. Denise D, thanks for becoming a member. Mason Martin, I think we got to this, but great to address again. The decision from Whitaker was anything testified today by Dennis, stricken. Any exhibits that were admitted today that, they're new. They haven't been admitted through previous testimony, because some stuff I think was shown again that's already been admitted. But anything that was admitted through Dennis today, sealed. And he can't come back up to the stand, which is a big impact against the state because they wanted to keep calling him to bookend different witnesses. So there's your answer there. The previous testimony from when he was on stand like a couple months ago, that still stands. That's still on the record. And the defense was able to cross through that and did a good job, if you ask me. Casey Dog says, isn't it ironic that the same bolstering that Dennis did was the same thing that was his downfall? And shout out to Jenny, man. That was the Dennis is down bad. That's exactly it. That's exactly it. Bolstered himself up, wanted to put himself forth as an expert, and that ends up becoming his downfall because he just wanted to talk and blather. And Casey Dog says, Woody wasn't lying when he said he was a fan. And speaking of fan, Anthony Samora, thanks for the 2. Squirrel Brain? Yeah. So Kenneth Copeland said Detective Dennis was a fan of Jeffrey Williams, and that Detective Thorpe had the brain of a squirrel. Like his nickname was Squirrel Brain. That's the nickname he gave him. Seems like they, I think Dennis could also share that Squirrel Brain nickname. So that's why we've been saying it a lot today. And then one happy white girl gifting 5 memberships. Let's get you in the banner. I know we're behind, but it has been a day. It has been a day. So thank you so much for gifting 5. That's such a nice thing to do it helps the channel, but it's a really nice way to give the chat members something extra. Brad says the judge has to try everything to protect the state. And what was she going to do today? She had to do something. And I don't know how she felt about that, but I do think it really pissed her off that Dennis said what he did. And Whitaker really wanted to, like, wring his neck. So, and again, officers, they're part of the arm of the state. So in a way, she found a way to, like, really chastise the state through taking it out on Dennis. But yeah, I think she had no choice to do that today. She really had no choice. And I think she possibly could have called a mistrial with prejudice. But who's surprised that she didn't? So thank you for the support, Brad. Renee Stevenson said love is going nuts. I bet she was. Who knows what she's doing today, but I bet her day took a turn once she heard what was going on. Oh man, thanks for the 2, Renee. Mimi says, if she doesn't grant a mistrial, can the defense ask for his testimony to be stricken and not have him testify again? I think you saw the future with this because, I mean, the defense didn't have to ask for it. They clarified that that's what Whitaker was proposing. Whitaker proposed this on her own, but they struck his testimony and he can't come back. So I think you saw the future here, Mimi. Same thing, Tina here says, would this be a mistrial for all of the defendants or just for Doug's client? Now, I'm not sure if there would be a way to, like, maybe sever somebody from the trial. I think there'd have to be more steps for this mechanism to be in play. I don't know for sure. That's just my guess. But I would imagine if you're going to grant a mistrial for one defendant, but the mistrial could involve prejudice that could impact the other defendants, it should really go for all of them. And that's the tricky trap of this RICO charge and these participation in criminal street gang activity counts. Like, try to tack it on one person. If one person were to get a mistrial, then how could you not grant it for the other since you've roped them all together in a different way? So, and remember, the jury can use, like, any of those to infer a yes, a guilt, or to acquit on count 1. So I would argue it'd have to be a mistrial for all. But who knows? Who knows? I would love to see that argued by like Brian Steele and all the attorneys, really. Thank you for the food for thought, Tina. Retired Phoenix, love, relieved that she wasn't here for this one. I think it's to the benefit of the state that it wasn't her there today. I know Hylton tried to argue back, but Love would have tried 1,000 times harder, and I think that would have backfired real bad. Thank you, Retired Phoenix. Stephen T. Satchel says, there is one cure for the excited utterance, remove the named defendant from the trial. I do think there could be steps to get to a severance without it being a mistrial, but I think if there were to be any type of mistrial for one defendant, it would have to be, I don't know how that would be possible when there's a RICO count involved. Oh boy. Kansam W says Dennis is lucky he's retired. Imagine he's in Fulton County still. After potentially causing the mistrial, the DA office would ruin him. Yeah, or like even just like the jokes at the office. Like, can you imagine if you were Dennis and that just happened to you and you had to go to the office the next day to work, see your colleagues? You think they wouldn't comment on it? Endlessly, relentlessly? It is what it is. There's no way you wouldn't. I'm sure he's gonna hear it from friends or family that are paying attention. So, yeah, I think he's lucky he's retired. I definitely think he's lucky. Melissa Darnell says, does anyone else's family think you're obsessed with the trial? I don't know if my mom knows that like I'm following this trial specifically. I think they just know that I like trials. But if they heard I'm covering something that's 140 days long, I think they'd be like, why would you do that? Are you crazy? It sounds insane, but here 3,000 of us are. Oh man. Thank you for the 5, Melissa. Ryan said, why'd he bring up race? This is absolutely bonkers. And I think this was talking about Dennis's expertise, right? So, I don't know. It could be a little bit of like feeling like he's the hero, right? I think that's probably what it was, playing the hero role. B. Irving says, I'm a convicted felon. I'm an expert in felonism. Well, that was a great exercise. Was that started by Raymond? Thank you for this exercise, Raymond. I'm an expert in whatever we're an expert in. Thank you, B. Irving, for the super. Dirty Old Sailor. I agree. I say call a mistrial, stick a fork in it, and call it a day, but not today. We'll see the next time there's a motion for a mistrial. Stephen Satchel says, I'm of two minds regarding the mistrial. On one hand, it's the right thing to do. On the other, it throws away all my work regarding Sledge's plea deal, right? You want to see that play out? Although I don't know. So hold on, like, if a plea deal is in place and a mistrial's called, that technically means Sledge's plea deal is still in place. That adjudication doesn't just go away. So would they continue with the probation revocation then? So I don't think that would actually make all your work go away. Which kind of like it's kind of a weird concept, right? You take a plea deal, that's a risk of it, but if the jury ends up acquitting all of your what would be co-defendants if you didn't plea out, you don't get to benefit from that. You agreed to something else. So I think your work would still stand, Stephen. No weapon formed against me says, judge will deny the request for a mistrial, in caps, as usual. Yep. Ike says, I want Dennis to say, didn't mean to word that way. Like, just come up like, I didn't mean to say that. Oh, gosh. Shout out to whatever happened this morning. We really just got to watch a bunch of videos of a fight at Magic City and then see a witness get dismissed. Oh, boy. Thank you, Ike. Dirty Old Sailor says, we really need a mistrial counter. I think we probably hit 50, right? Weren't we hovering around like 48, 49? And I'm not counting that, you guys. Like, I'll lose count. I only have enough focus for so long to count things accurately, or at least somewhat accurately. I'd lose. Yeah, that Ilka J said it started out so good today, and then no matter what, like, you know, the concept, hearing the gunshots, then seeing the footage with, I'm assuming Mom coming out of the apartment building, like, all of that is just like, not Not a joke. Not a joke. So we started off joking about Magic City and Dennis laughing in a microphone. And then it took a turn. And I flipped over here, AL's calling me a Posty McPosterton. Oh, Chloe Albert's Revenge says love is gonna catch Hylton down bad. Oh boy, yeah, Hylton better watch out for today. Her boss probably is not happy. Oh gosh. The down bad interpretations are like a top 10 nonsense moment in this trial. And it very well may have been that that's what they meant when they said down bad, but there should not be a detective making the definitive conclusion that that's what that meant when they read it themselves. So, but I love that, the language, you guys, using the down bad examples is hilarious. Angie Lay gifting a membership. Thank you so much. Another sprinkle for Angie Lay. Tina Haskenhoff says, would this be a mistrial just for Doug's client or for the whole shebang? Again, I'm sure there's something I don't know about where it could be a mistrial for just one, but I just can't comprehend how that's possible. I'm not an attorney, and I imagine there are probably attorneys that will say, look, I don't know how that would play out in Georgia, specifically. I don't know how that would work there versus my own area, or maybe I've never really had to deal with that situation before. I don't really know how many opportunities, how many examples there are of a trial with co-defendants where a mistrial would be requested for just one, as opposed to a severance. So. And yeah, I also wonder, thinking of this, so Neurotic says don't know if the sledge motion will be streamed, no reason it won't. I wonder, I know it was weird that Whitaker said one of the jurors has to leave at 4. Guys, I think that Whitaker knew that already. It seems like they were told in advance, at least some days ago, because when was this hearing scheduled? When was it? This hearing was scheduled Friday? When did we find out when it was scheduled? So it's possible the juror already knew about the flight plans that they needed to take. And Whitaker said, all right, well, we had to end early on Friday anyway. Why don't we use that time? And Adam, you come in and make your argument then. So we'll see. Yeah, so that might be it. Because you guys know Whitaker is always trying to, let's not waste time. Let's make every second count. And Peter Ortiz, right? The 15 minutes to look at case law about a stupid witness. Like, how do you search? You go through and find case law. You use the keyword stupid witness. Witness is a dum-dum. Witness effed up bad. Oh man, I would love to see the keyword search for that. And I'm sure they use keywords looking for awareness of incarceration or prison or jail, shackles, handcuffs, whatever. I'm sure they went that route with their searches. But just imagining, is there case law on what to do if a stupid witness blurts out something stupid on the stand? Oh man, and thank you, Resins Rose, for in the moment here with the relay that per Sylvia, he brought up Yak getting out of prison, which is highly prejudicial and problematic. T-Vel says, this is a setup. Hylton knows what she's doing. I mean, if this wasn't a setup, there's other things that the state has done where I just don't see how it could be explained by carelessness, right? Too many examples, it's a pattern, and a pattern's problematic and not really forgivable. Can't really just brush it off. So I'm with you, TiVo. Sean Turner, Miss Love is somewhere singing It Ain't My Fault. Oh my goodness. And then Fraser, thank you so much for gifting a membership. It's nice of you, making someone green out here. Touche says, oh, and I love learning about stuff like this. Touche says regarding adrenaline, doctors have to deal with it all the time and have to remain calm and keep control for everyone around them with lives at stake. It's part of the job. Great point. Additionally, I think some nurses develop the skill set. I don't know if they do training for it specifically, but I think in their experience develop the skill set to try to calm others down and try to calm the patient down, right? And being able to convince someone else to remain calm as opposed to learning how to keep yourself calm. 2 skills, right, that are really important to have in this scenario. So, touche, I love food for thought like this. Thank you so much. And then Raymond, oh, read this earlier, but still true. Raymond had said that whatever it was caused a reaction in Weinstein I've never seen. He's got the most self-control in the room. It was so good, and Doug had to apologize for speaking too fast and for yelling. Shout out to Doug, man. Ms. Kim's, I think this is about Whitaker. Ms. Kim said, is she turning a horse in front of our eyes? I think she did a little bit. I think she did. Miss Scorpio said, Hylton said regardless of the judge ruling. Hylton can be a mess with her wording. I think some of the ways that Hylton fought back just seemed like she wasn't taking it seriously how bad that was. So, and going back to the, from T-Vel, it's the same sentiment there. Like, if it was an honest mistake, you brushing it off like it's nothing doesn't make it seem like you're taking it seriously that it happened at all. Chloe Albert's Revenge says, you can't fight to qualify the heck out of this dope. And when he blows your case, you say, oopsie. That's literally it. Hylton just tried to say, oops. Oops, no big deal. Oh, man. Shout out to Chloe. Anthony Samora said she seems ready to call it a mistrial. I think she got pretty close to that. I think that final barrier is just her saying the state did something intentionally. And she was willing to yell at Dennis. She was willing to yell at Dennis. When is she going to be willing to say the same of the state? So, do you guys have any over-unders on how many days until we get another motion for a mistrial? Let's see. I'll let you guys answer and I'll flip over there. Yeah, AK, so we're going into when they were trying to qualify Detective Dennis, what words can mean and how you have Detective Dennis interpreting things on behalf of people. But AK says, I've seen people say down bad when they're broke. KC Dog says down bad can mean broke, sick, slipping, etc. And I really think I see down bad used when someone gets broken up with and they're heartbroken and they're just down bad. They can't get it together. They're not showering. And that can be really serious, right? You can fall in depression. And one way of wording that is you're down bad, right? You're just upset. You could be depressed to the point where you come off as sick. So like physically, it's affecting you physically. So I've heard down bad with so many different use cases that I'm like tired of hearing it brought up in this trial as it can only mean one thing, and we want to tell the jury that that's definitively what it means. So thank you so much, AK and KC Dog. Dee Dee says he just got qualified as a double entendre specialist. Yeah, pretty much. Whitaker was like, oh, he can say whatever, and the jury can decide what the meaning is. So he certainly got qualified and then got the boot anyway. Lo and behold. Thank you so much for the 20, Dee Dee. KC Dog says defense is going to annihilate him on cross. Oh, we didn't get that. Oh, I kind of want that a little bit, but this was great too. Happy to see Dennis just get the entire permanent boot out of Whitaker's courtroom. And what about like future cases? Can you imagine if he gets called for a future case in front of Whitaker? She's going to be the whole time he's testifying in this other trial, this hypothetical future trial. I would imagine, can he be called for the other, would Whitaker want him to come in for the severed co-defendants? Can you imagine her just like tapping her pen the whole time? Next time? I don't know if she would try those cases, but if it was her. Like, what happens with that? He's just gonna have this mark, like the scarlet letter on him. Dirty Old Sailor says, so Whitaker is trying the case from the berm now? I'm lost. Yeah, well, Whitaker's lost. Whitaker is lost. She's still trying to catch up on what happened before she got here. Dirty Old Sailor, thank you for the 10 here, but thank you for all of your support all day today. Like, tons of support. You gifted a ton of memberships and gave a huge contribution to this channel in Super Chat. So, big thank you to you. I'm not sure if you're still in here, but if you are appreciated. And then on a hilarious note, Mike the Bomb says, as an expert, I'm a plumber because I clog toilets. That's like kind of the logic. Kind of the logic. And Mike the Bomb also says, it's simple. Where is your certification? Name a book. Name, like, what did he say? A treatise that you read? Name anything you read, and he could only say magazines. So he watched movies and he read magazines, and he's an expert. And Mike DeMob said, "Hey, Cat and Chat." Shout out to Mike, the expert, the plumbing expert. KC Dog says, "Woody's more of an expert than him. Where's the notes?" Right? I mean, they did have Woody, like, talk about lyrics, and I trust Woody's interpretation a bit more than Dennis's. Ike says, "At some point, all human activity intersects with music and art. It is a derivative discipline based on one's life and experience." The national anthem? Yeah, and I don't know, like, we read If I Had $1 Million over the break. Like, we had such humorous ways to interpret that. You guys are jumping to the I Shot the Sheriff references, Bohemian Rhapsody. Like, should we just stop being human? Should we just stop having music and art, which is supposed to make us different from other species, right? Should we just stop all that stuff? That's kind of really, I think, the state's argument. A little bit indirectly, but in a way, that's the state's argument. Thank you, Ike, for the 5. And then K Tally Pit Love, thank you for the 2. Shout out to the dog in the profile picture. Courtney's out here gifting a membership, making someone green. Thank you so much, Courtney. And then Biff, I relied on Biff's comment here during certain moments today. It just says, "Oh my God," with the face. And there were several of those moments today. So shout out to Biff. And then Brian Berate says, "Nose itches, I guess I'm slime now." Yeah, every time I like touch my nose, I'm like, oh God, someone in the chat is gonna say the nose wipe thing. I know it. So now you gotta think of it every time you touch your nose. Shout out to Brian. And Chloe Albert's Revenge says, "The state's skills are so amazing. Maybe they should pull out those old letters and finally catch Zodiac." Oh, they're just gonna sit there like going through numerology. Don't give them ideas, Chloe. And then Paralegal Institute of Washington, friend of the channel. So good to see you. I'm assuming you got to end early, and I know what that's like. You have to miss people sometimes when you're the one streaming. Paralegal Institute of Washington, great on-demand content, and has recently taken the dive into streaming live, which isn't exactly a easy feat. You have to make sure you have to try to minimize the things that break while you're live, and you don't really think at first that things will be okay. Then you do it, and you're like, oh, the chat's really nice. They understand when things go wrong. So I was really happy recently Paralegal Institute started doing live streams. I had a great time tuning in, and where was it? I think you'd done a rewind. You had done a rewind that I thought was great, and honestly, I don't... Oh, it was the Mistrial Motion compilation. Yes. So I'm going to link you directly to a Mistrial mini-series, right? It was a great stream, but I'm linking to that video just so you can find that specific stream, but hit the subscribe button too so you can follow along with Paralegal Institute of Washington. And I'm just going to say PI. That is the link in the chat right now. That was such a great stream and such a great chat. It was so fun over there. So happy to see you here. And then holy moly, you gifted 20 memberships. Thank you so much. I'm probably a little late. I think you guys probably said thanks in the chat, but if you want to drop a PI in the chat, that would be awesome. PI, Paralegal Institute of Washington, D.C. I'm going to get the footnote from Doug Weinstein and say that was a mouthful. So if you guys could drop a PI in the chat, that would be very appreciated. That's super nice of you. Thanks for stopping by, Paralegal Institute. Even though we're like wrapping down, it's good to catch up with you a little bit. Nancy New 12 says, "Judge was shocked that it's been going on since November." Oh yeah! She was like, and the correction was really only December to November, right? It was like a 30-day or less window of correction. And she was still like, oh, get it together, Judge Whitaker. And Nancy New, thanks for that reminder. That was a funny moment. AK says, "Dennis embarrassed Whitaker. She qualified him." Right. And it was like, qualified him, and then this happens like a couple questions later. And oh, and I stopped mid-thought earlier. Heart of Inspiration did a read, like a sun sign reading. And it really, even if you're not into like zodiacs or sun sign reading, it eventually just becomes a personality type analysis, how people might clash or work well together or approach certain problems and resolutions. And she perfectly broke down why Whitaker, and this was a few weeks ago, but why Whitaker might want to keep giving the benefit of the doubt to the state, largely through Miss Love. And how when you give someone the benefit of the doubt, when they play in your face, or when you just, they're not really thinking I'm stupid, they're not playing me right. And then as soon as you give them the benefit of the doubt, they flip around and do something that makes you look like a fool for doing so. That hits your ego. That hits your ego. Let me get this link. It was a great... Oh, and it was a video, not a live stream. But I think she did a great job explaining why Whitaker, from a personality perspective, her people skills, her approach to talking to people, does what we see her do. So I had mentioned that earlier in the stream, and then the court started talking and I completely forgot. So thank you for the super AK, and thank you, that made me remember something I stopped mid-thought earlier. And then Shannon Alexander, I'm so obsessed talking about watching this trial all the time, day and night. What will we do when it's over? I'll be in rehab. No, there will be more trials. There will be more trials. There's a lot of interesting trials going on right now too. And it's just kind of like, I watched a 2 times speed of Sarah Boone last night and got through it to catch up before I was like, okay, I'm going to bed. I was like, I'm gonna get through this. I'm gonna get caught up on this other trial. I'm gonna do it. And there will be more interesting trials to continue coming along. And then She Loves Fantasy. I don't know where your comment was. It was recent. I flipped over here and you're like, did you get my 8-month anniversary chat? I did earlier, and I really don't know when in the stream it would have been. It might have been on lunchtime. But in short, I said, I think you're probably the first and still continuous 8-month member from like when I was a baby channel, and you're like my first YouTube friend. So like, I don't want to like repeat what I said earlier, but I didn't miss you, I promise. It was really nice to see the 8 months. So I'm not trying to play it. It's in here somewhere. And I think what I can do, if you want, when this stream processes, I think if I search the word fantasy, like spelling it as this closed captions would pick up on it, we could probably find it for you directly. But I appreciate you, Fantasy. I mean, I feel like when we were looking at that Jonathan Majors trial, I felt crazy and alone by myself, and you came along like, no, we got to look at these transcripts, because your gut instinct on how this is being prosecuted, probably not crazy. So you are literally a YouTube friend to me, and Twitter friend, wherever we actually hang out and talk. So much love for you, She Loves Fantasy. And again, thank you for being a member for 8 months and supporting me ever since I was like a baby channel. And Ken Thompson, you miss Dennis? Okay, so short thing. Dennis, we get a bunch of almost finally storytelling where we're almost getting groupings of some of the matches from Nibin and the dates and the people involved with them. We're like almost getting it put together. And then we fall off track. We have a bunch of breaks because they're about to bring in lyrics. There's like 2 hours today spent on objections to expert testimony coming in through Dennis on the meaning and interpretation of lyrics, subliminal disses, things like that. After that time's wasted, jury comes back in, testimony resumes, and eventually he pulls up this picture of Diamante Kendrick standing on Rayshawn Bennett's car. And I can just pull it up. If you want, it's going to look funny because this is just a photocopy here. But it was like a baby blue, like powder blue car. So if you want to like scrub through the YouTube timeline to find this part of the video, watch from there moving forward. We don't hear it said, but Detective Dennis, while on the stand, when this photo's shown to him, and Hylton asks why he thought this picture was of interest, he blurts out that Diamante Kendrick had just gotten out of prison, which is prejudicial. You're not supposed to like let the jury hear that. So Doug Weinstein, of course, objects, moves for a mistrial, whole bunch of fallout. And Judge Whitaker doesn't grant the mistrial, but she dismisses Dennis entirely. He cannot continue his testimony. Today's testimony was stricken, and he cannot come back. He cannot come back to testify in this trial. So look for this picture here of Yak standing on Lucci's car and watch from there. So watch from there. And actually, if you're scrubbing back from most recent, where we are right now, backwards, we did go back and replay it. So go back till you see the picture twice from the end of the stream. So definitely. No, it was a really big deal. I mean, that's a huge sanction against the state for them to lose this witness, especially mid-direct today. So, oh yeah, Danielle says Magic City and then punishment for the state. Flat. Yeah, let me not forget the other important thing that happened today. All the Magic City videos. Oh, what a time. No, so it's not my understanding that all of his previous testimony's out, because when that was asked, the judge said, well, didn't you get to cross? So that's staying in, and they also made a specific mention that the exhibits that were introduced today, those would be sealed. So unless that changed later on and I missed it, in the moment when the decision was made, that's what Whitaker said, and Steele asked for clarification, and Whitaker clarified. So, but yeah, and not for nothing, you guys, but I think his previous testimony, the cross-examination, it was not helpful for the state. So, yeah, right. And I mean, not for nothing, I'm not sure the jury could remember all that much, distinguish what they'd be getting rid of necessarily. Can you imagine how long it would take them if there's a note taker on the jury? Can you go back and find your notes from the day Detective Dennis testified? We got to take those from you. So, but yeah, we'll be back, I think. Are we just starting at 9 tomorrow? Did she say come early? I like always tune out of that part where she says what time we're starting tomorrow. So I'll just look. I could always look and see what time the Law and Crime feed is scheduled for. 8:45, guys. So we will do 8:45. This stream here is set to redirect to Nick Starro, which I'm sure is going to be an epic rant when he gets to today's big moments. So that's going to be a great time. I believe if you guys are interested in Sarah Boone, Excited Utterance is going to be live, or she's already live because it's 6. So I'm going to drop a link to, I'm going to call it EU for Excited Utterance, if you want to check out Sarah Boone. And then let me grab the link for Nick. This should redirect. It's been working. I think the redirects have been working. But in case they aren't, I'm also going to drop Nick's link here. Yeah, Nick is going to go in on the state. Nick is going to be a sanction of his own against the state on YouTube. So that's always going to be a good time. Is Legal Vices live right now? He usually streams like early. Let me see. Cause shout out to Legal Vices. I didn't know he was streaming right now. Oh, you might be doing like a replay from his morning stream. So let me drop a link to that. And just in general, he's not live right now, but you can do replay or hit that subscribe so you can catch when he is live. I love Legal Vices. Also a great, hilarious chat over there as well. So, and Jenny, thank you for really like the commentary of the day when Dennis is down bad. Oh, that was so good. Oh man. So we're going to end this here. We'll get right over to Nick Starro. I'm going to come hang out there for a little bit. And yeah, see you guys at 8:45 in the morning. Thank you for a wonderful day. And, you know, we had some hard discussions in here today about the guy who was shot. He was a victim of a shooting. And comments about how police, should they do this? Should they do that? Those are difficult conversations, and couldn't imagine having those conversations with anyone other than the chat with a capital C. So big thank you and appreciation for everybody. You guys all have a good one, and if you come along to Nick's, see you there. Bye.